Brothers keep drinking. Tonight we drink until we drop. Qing Imo Xian hoisted his bottle of liquor and chugged it, waving for the others to join. Zhang Liang, Li Peng, and Wang Chong exchanged glances, then shook their heads helplessly. The dormitory's eldest brother Zhang Liang snatched the bottle from Qing Imo Xian's hand and roared, "Damn it, is it all because of a girl? Are you serious? We'll find you any girl you want." Li Peng and Wang Chong nodded vigorously, terrified that they'd have to keep drinking. How could someone so thin drink so much? Annoyed at having his bottle taken, Qing Imo Xian had no choice. After all, it was his big brother who did it. They ranked by age, and Qing Imo Xian was a few months younger. He glanced at the bottles on the table, then at the green bottles littering the floor, and got up to grab another drink. But as he stood up, thump, his eyes closed and he passed out. Zhang Liang shook his head helplessly. After a blinding white light, Qing Imo Xian slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched an endless white space. Qing Imo Xian wandered aimlessly in this white space like a soulless zombie. But as a figure appeared in his sight, his consciousness slowly returned, and a faint glimmer flickered in his eyes. He saw a beauty. No, more precisely, an incredibly cute loli. As the figure gradually materialized, Qing Imo Xian saw clearly a little girl with twin ponytails, her height only reaching his chest. The little loli wore a pure white Lolita dress, her big black eyes sparkling her round face with a hint of baby fat, utterly adorable. Her pink cherry-like lips and flawless skin made her seem like a noble lady from a painting. Her pale, slender limbs seemed so delicate that a gust of wind could blow her away. Her dainty feet lightly touched the ground, as if floating on water. Qing Imo Xian stared at the nearby loli and couldn't help swallowing. Seeing Qing Imo Xian's instinctive swallow, the little loli curved her lips and smiled. That smile was like the vibrant green of spring, the cool breeze of summer, the only star in the darkness. The smile made Qing Imo Xian murmur involuntarily, "So cute." Not everyone likes lolis, but the adorable aura and the irresistible urge to protect them, few can resist. And Qing Imo Xian was no exception. The little loli tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Hey, are you looking at me? Am I pretty?" This nearly made Qing Imo Xian's nose bleed. Her cute milky voice was so sweet it could make ears feel pregnant. He nodded instinctively. The little loli blinked. "Then do you want to become me?" Qing Imo Xian couldn't tear his eyes from her adorable face, and not really listening nodded instinctively. A faint ambiguous smile curled at the corner of the loli's lips. She took 2 steps closer, thrusting her cute face right in front of Qing Imo Xian. A milky fragrance filled his nostrils, jolting him awake. He stepped back, a blush rising to his cheeks. But before Qing Imo Xian could think, his consciousness began to fade, and his eyes slowly closed. Ding! Host has bound to the loli raising system. System begins reshaping the host's body. 1. Estimated load time 10 hours. Please be prepared. Sunrise. As the sun slowly rose, its gentle daylight gradually spilled into the boys' dormitory. Hiss. A sound of inhaling breath came as Qing Mashuan, clutching his stomach, dashed from the bed into the bathroom. So comfortable. With the sound of water falling, a look of utter satisfaction spread across Qing Mashuan's face. Ding. Host, please be prepared. The body has been loaded to 60 and has taken preliminary shape. Would you like to view it? Who is speaking? Qing Mashuan nervously looked around the bathroom, but how could anyone hide in this tiny space of only 2 square meters? Qing Mashuan wore a bewildered expression. Was he hallucinating? Host, you are not hallucinating. It is this system speaking to you. This sudden remark startled Qing Mashuan. But who was Qing Mashuan? A novel fanatic. He instantly locked onto the key words. System. I also have a golden finger. In that instant, Qing Mashuan's face lit up with joy. What kind of system are you? Is it a system that will make me reach the peak of life? Yes, this system is the all-around loli raising system, which will turn the host into the world's strongest loli. After the system finished speaking, the smile on Qing Mashuan's face instantly froze. No, what system did you say you are? Qing Mashuan almost shouted at the top of his lungs. All-around loli raising system. Are you f***ing kidding me? I'm a man. Why am I bound to this kind of system? Qing Mashuan's face turned green with anger. Host, don't be angry. How about taking a look at your new body? Like hell, I want to see that. Can I unbind? No, the system refused very bluntly. Hearing such a blunt reply, Qing Mashuan slumped onto the toilet like a deflated ball. Then would you like to see your new body? Let's see it. Although unwilling to accept it, reality was right before him, so he could only look at the new body. He hoped it wouldn't be too bad. A virtual 3D projection slowly appeared in front of Qing Mashuan's face. How to put it? It was pretty, just a bit short. Qing Mashuan was 175 centimeters tall, and the virtual projection in front of him only reached his chest. But looking closely, the projection seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, yet he couldn't recall. Is this my new body? Qing Mashuan asked doubtfully. Yes. FCK. Qing Mashuan, upon hearing the system's affirmative reply, couldn't help but burst out a string of profanity with extremely high maternal implications. Host, please calm down a bit. Calm down, my ass. How the FCK can I calm down? This f***ing body is so short. Anyone who sees it would say I'm a minor. System detects that the host is emotionally agitated. Activating calm mode for the host. The system couldn't bear Qing Mashuan's cursing anymore and directly administered punishment. Instantly, a tingling sensation spread throughout Qing Mashuan's body, causing him to tremble all over, his vision going black, and he collapsed directly. Well, this electric shock calming method was quite strong, it knocked him out directly. After an unknown amount of time, Qing Mashuan finally walked out of the bathroom. But with a look of utter dejection, he seemed to have accepted reality. Ask yourself, with a system that can electrocute you to cool you down, knocking you out directly, who wouldn't accept reality? Please be prepared, host. The new body has been loaded to 85. Hey system big brother, can we talk it over? Can we? No. Hey, I haven't even finished speaking. This system can integrate with the host's brainwaves, so the system knows everything the host is thinking. Qing Mashuan, damn. You know everything I'm thinking. Bingo. So host, please be prepared. If you choose to transform in the dormitory, something might happen. This remark left Qing Mashuan speechless. He looked at the other people still sleeping in the dormitory and imagined what they would do if he turned into a girl. Just thinking about it made Qing Mashuan tremble all over. Over the past half year, apart from the dormitory leader Zhang Liang, the other two were pure lilicons. If he himself turned into a loli, the thought alone was, what should I do now? The host may choose to change bodies in the dormitory. This made Qing Mashuan's eyes widen, and he quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Ding, a new quest has arrived. Please find a suitable place to change bodies. The reward is the novice gift pack. So, I need to rent a place outside. Qing Mashuan glanced at the balance on his phone. Renting a place was out of the question. System, if I rent a place outside, is there any allowance? Qing Mashuan asked, hoping against hope. Triggered side quest, please rent a place. Quest allowance 5,000 yuan. This made Qing Mashuan's eyes light up as he saw the 5,000 yuan suddenly transferred into his account. Damn, 5,000 yuan. Qing Mashuan had never seen so much money since starting university. Please find a suitable location quickly. Body loading 87. Damn, time was running out. He had to try his luck nearby. No time to waste. Qing Mashuan splashed some water on his face, stuffed his meager belongings into his suitcase, and paused at the dormitory door for a reluctant glance back. So what kind of mess was this? He was a guy, so why had he been stuck with this system? Qing Mashuan grumbled inwardly, but he had no choice but to accept reality. Shared apartment 1,000 a month. This seems suitable. Qing Mashuan nodded at the flyer plastered on the wall. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed the landlord's number. Hello. Who is this? A female voice came from the other end. Oh, I saw the shared apartment ad on a pillar and wanted to call and ask about it. So you're looking to rent, are you? Yes, that's right. Are you available now? Could I come see the place? Sure. Wait for me at the entrance of Building 2 Unit 4 Zhuyuan Residential Area. Okay. Qing Mashuan hung up, hailed a taxi, and hurried towards Zhuyuan Residential Area. If he didn't hurry, head transform. That sounded weird. Hello, you're here to see the apartment, right? A slightly plump, middle-aged woman dressed in finery was waiting at the entrance of the complex. It was obvious she was a wealthy landlady, but Qing Mashuan had no time to dwell on that. In a little while he would. To save time, Qing Mashuan simply replied with a faint Are you a student from Qingyun University nearby? The middle-aged woman looked at him, and sensing he seemed like a college student, asked casually. Yes. Hearing this, the woman smiled. Your roommate is also a student from Qingyun University. Qing Mashuan. Annie, please don't ask so many questions. There's no time. Please prepare, host. Body loading 95. Qing Mashuan didn't want to waste any more words. Annie, could you take me to see the apartment first? The middle-aged woman clapped her hands. Oh right, I almost forgot the main business. Follow me. This apartment is great. 12th floor, not too high or too low, south-north orientation, 100 square meters. And the rent is cheap, perfect for students like you. The woman cheerfully introduced the place. Qing Mashuan walked around the apartment twice. It had a kitchen, air conditioning, and Wi-Fi. Not bad. He nodded. I'll take it. Let me pay the rent now. Alright, glad you like it. So 1,000 a month, it's settled. Okay, you'll pay for 2 months first. Qing Mashuan transferred 2,000 yuan to the landlady on his phone. Receiving the money, she beamed and left. Watching the loading bar reach 99, Qing Mashuan knew his days as a guy were over. Guys, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Actually, I'm the third young master of the Qingshi group. I'm going home to inherit the family fortune. They'll treat you all to a meal sometime. In a joking tone, Qing Mashuan sent the last male-voiced voice message to the dorm group chat. Though he was chuckling as he sent the voice message, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed afterward, as if he had already accepted his fate. New body loaded. Please prepare host. Body change imminent. Oh, damn, why does it hurt so much? The sudden pain made Qing Mo Xian cry out involuntarily, but she quickly realized something and clamped her hand over her mouth. The pain was a bone-deep agony radiating from head to toe. Host, bear with it. Changing bodies is extremely painful, the system said, unable to bear watching her suffer. Is there any way to ease this pain? Oh, Qing Mo Xian sat on the bed, curling up to alleviate the torment. Just speaking that single sentence had drained all her strength. No way, host. You have to endure it on your own, the system replied, even letting out a sigh. But Qing Mo Xian couldn't care about that now, the pain was too intense. She could only try to lie flat, distributing the agony as evenly as possible. Strangely, despite such fierce pain, she didn't shed a single drop of sweat. As Qing Mo Xian lay still, her body began to change slowly. Her limbs shrank bit by bit, and the clothes on her seemed to be devoured by an invisible force. The pain lasted for half an hour before gradually subsiding. By then, Qing Mo Xian had no strength left. She lay limp on the bed, which had only a mattress and a thin quilt, panting heavily. Host has completed evolution. System is now officially activated. Please claim the newbie gift pack. Qing Mo Xian didn't even have the strength to speak. She could only think. Claim. Congratulations, host. You have received random appearance points 2, purple Lolita dress 1, bra 2, panties 2, size 34 sneakers 1, black leather shoes 1. Host, you're so weak. Can't even speak now, the system teased. Qing Mo Xian thought. Weak my ass. Try enduring that pain for so long, and see if you can move. Naya, you're weak anyway, host. Qing Mo Xian retorted. Besides sending these useless things, do you have any other purpose? What talk? This system is all-powerful. I'm going to mold you into the world's most awesome loli. Oh, then help me recover my stamina. I want to see what I look like now, Qing Mo Xian muttered with her little lips. Qing Mo Xian had her own selfish motives. She was curious to see her new appearance, a primal human instinct. Just recovering stamina. Wait, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Feeling her energy slowly return, Qing Mo Xian stood up gently. But why did the altitude seem lower? A squeaky childish loli scream echoed before the full-length mirror. Damn, I've really turned into a loli. Though she had anticipated this scene, seeing it with her own eyes still made her shriek. Qing Mo Xian stared at her reflection in disbelief, struggling to digest this bewildering reality. Before the blue shoulder-length hair was a tiny face no bigger than a palm, with large jet-black eyes that seemed to shimmer. A dainty little nose, pink cherry-like lips, and just the right amount of baby fat on her cheeks made her look incredibly cute, tempting anyone to reach out and pinch her. Her gaze drifted downward, spotting a pair of budding little bunnies. Wrong, lower. Damn, no clothes. Whatever, I've already seen it. Why care so much? It's my own body after all, no harm done. Slender snow-white arms, and short little legs with not an ounce of fat. Qing Mo Xian was utterly incredulous. She had truly become a little lowly, but the empty feeling below left no room for denial. She reached out her pale little hand and pinched her cheek. Ouch! She looked at her hand in disbelief. How could it hurt so much when she hadn't even used force? And it was red already. Indeed, a girl's skin was so tender, a light pinch brought such pain. The system rolled its eyes dramatically. Host, female skin has twice the pain receptors of male skin. Didn't you know? Hiss. Why did that tone sound so sarcastic? System, do you have any clothes? It's not good to be naked like this, right? Qing Mo Xian covered her flushed face, feeling like she was about to burn up. No way. You just remembered you're not wearing anything. Shut up. I'm looking at myself. What's wrong with that? Qing Mo Xian retorted with unyielding confidence. Speaking of which, in the novels I've read, when a guy turns into a girl, their basic appearance doesn't change. Why did I just shrink? And how did I even become like this? As Qing Mo Xian dressed, she voiced the doubts in her mind. She simply couldn't comprehend it. Just moments ago she had been a 175-meter tall young man, and now words failed her. The host cells were scrambled, then disassembled at the molecular level and reassembled. The excess parts evaporated as water vapor, resulting in this form. Besides, host, you should read fewer of those gender swap stories. Those are fiction, fake. This is a real transformation. The nature of it is completely different. The system rolled its eyes in exasperation. Cell reassembly. That stuff doesn't belong to this world. Qing Mo Xian was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. The system replied flatly, before I arrived you didn't believe in systems either. Same principle, you idiot. Qing Mo Xian thought. What you said makes sense, but something feels off. Does this alter my genes? Qing Mo Xian asked her final doubt. Don't worry, it only changes your appearance and your XY genes, not your bloodline. Hearing this, Qing Moxuan finally felt relieved. So when Qing Moxuan finished dressing and stood before the mirror once more, she was again stunned by her own reflection. In the mirror, the purple Lolita dress seemed as magnificent as haute couture, adorning her like the sole flower in a prairie, making Qing Moxuan feel as if the figure in the mirror had stepped straight out of a manga. Host, now that you're dressed, would you like to see your status panel? After struggling into the purple Lolita dress, Qing Moxuan was now lying on the bed panting. Alright, let's take a look. Okay. Suddenly, a blue projection appeared before Qing Moxuan. Name Qing Moxuan. Gender female. Age 18. 5. Height 145 centimeters. Weight 37 kilograms. Physique 4 normal 6. Chest A normal C. IQ 80 normal 110. Other functions to be developed. Qing Moxuan. What the heck? Why is my IQ so low? It used to be 127. System, explain yourself. Oh well, you see, with a lowly. The IQ. System's battery is dead. Please come back after it's fully charged. With that, the system vanished along with the status panel. This made Qing Moxuan curse at the system for a full 20 minutes. She only stopped when she was exhausted. But after stopping, Qing Moxuan fell into deep thought. When she was a guy, she had 3 part-time jobs. But now how was she supposed to work looking like this? Moreover, her physique was only 4. Compared to a normal adult's stamina, she was now equivalent to an elementary school student. So she, was now a broke, naive sweetie. That didn't sound wrong, did it? Because Qing Moxuan's IQ had been adjusted to 80 by the system. But then she thought, hadn't the system given her 5,000 yuan earlier? Yet when she took out her phone and checked, she was stunned. The balance was only 462.52 yuan with a message attached: unspent mission funds will be reclaimed. Damn. With no other choice for survival, she had to contact that person. But her voice now. It was a childish, milky, lowly voice. If she called him with that, he'd probably think it was a scam call. Forget it, Shed, just send a text. Qing Moxuan texted, second brother, something happened. Send me some money. Within a minute a reply came. Qing Yun, oh, who's this? Isn't this my adorable third brother? Cut ties with the family for half a year, and now you come to me when you're in trouble. Qing Moxuan texted, second brother, I'm serious. Can you send me some money? Qing Moyun, a titan in the national business scene, with a sharp mind, sensed something off from his third brother's messages. Qing Yun, where are you now? Qing Moxuan texted, don't worry about where I am. Just send me some money. I'm broke. Qing Moxuan put down her phone and sighed. If her second brother saw her like this, he'd probably devour her on the spot. The whole family had always wished for a little sister or daughter, but after she was born it was him. No, now it was her. But now the thought of actually meeting her parents in this form made her a bit timid. Thinking about this, Qing Moxuan picked up her phone again to check if her second brother had sent any money. But after waiting and waiting, there was still no message, making Qing Moxuan anxious. Hey, you there, second brother. Did you kick the bucket? A barrage of messages, but still no reply. This made Qing Moxuan scratch her head in frustration. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell rang. Who is it? Qing Moxuan called out impatiently toward the door. Outside, Qing Moyun was stunned. He pulled out his phone and checked the address the hacker had sent him. This is the right place, isn't it? I'm here to see Qing Moxuan. Is he in? Qing Moyun said politely from the doorway. Hearing that it was her second brother, Qing Moxuan tensed up immediately. She needed to think quickly about how to explain, but her mind was a tangled mess. Sigh. She had no choice but to open the door. Click. The door opened. Facing the tall, slender figure of Qing Moyun standing outside, she could only look up. No one's here. Qing Moyun wondered who had opened the door. Second brother looked down. A milky, childish voice came from below Qing Moyun. Qing Moyun thought, who's speaking? When he looked down and met the gaze of a little blue-haired lowly, he took a sudden step back. Holy crap, a tiny tot. Qing Moxuan, upon hearing this, puffed up in anger, but her furious expression only made her look adorably fierce, completely harmless, and even endearing. Qing Moyun couldn't help but want to ruffle her blue hair, but managed to restrain himself, mainly because he still didn't understand the situation. Qing Moxuan sighed. Second brother, come in first. He'll explain. She turned and walked into the house. Hearing this, Qing Moyun was utterly baffled. Had that little lowly just called him second brother? So that's how it is. Qing Moxuan sat on the sofa, gulped down water, and cast a sidelong glance at her second brother. Qing Moyun's expression turned serious as he frowned slightly, staring at the blue-haired lowly before him. So you're Xian. Qing Moxuan nodded emphatically. Then how did you become like this? Qing Moyun still didn't believe her explanation, suspecting she had colluded with their third brother to swindle money. How many times do I have to say it? I don't know either. I just woke up like this. Qing Moxuan's fair little face flushed red with anger. Yet Qing Moyun still wore that "do you think I believe you" expression. Fine. Should have to pull out the big guns. You wet the bed when you were 6, got kidnapped at 9, skipped grades to university at 12 due to excellent grades, and entered the business world at 16. As she listed these events one by one, Ching Moyin's expression gradually relaxed. So you really are my third brother. Damn it. Let's go get a paternity test then. Ching Moyin nodded. Come with me now. Dear second brother. Second brother, I feel dizzy. After having her blood drawn, Ching Moxuan felt light-headed, slumping in the chair, unwilling to move. Is it that serious? It was just a little blood, Ching Mayun said, watching her lazily lying there, thinking she was being dramatic. But since she might be his brother, sister, he still sat beside her and pulled Ching Moxuan into his arms. They looked like a CEO holding his lowly wife. Ahem. Wrong image. Process this quickly. It's young Master Ching's sample. Get it done as fast as possible. A doctor in a white coat said to the person standing by the instrument. The person took the sample and nodded. It'll be ready in half an hour at most. Ching Moxuan was 100% confident in suggesting the paternity test, as the system had said it would only change form and body structure, not blood type or genetic relations. So Ching Moxuan had been so bold in demanding the blood test. Ching Moyin looked at the test results showing a 99 genetic match, then at the little lowly curled up asleep in his arms. At that moment his worldview shattered. How could a modern socialist person encounter something so bizarre? Although medicine had conditions like gender dysphoria, it couldn't change a person from the inside out. And this wasn't just a sex change. But looking down at the incredibly cute little face in his arms, an overwhelming sense of protectiveness welled up inside him. A doctor approached Ching Mayun and said, from the blood sample we found that this young lady has severe anemia and hypoglycemia, so her diet needs attention in the future. Ching Mayun nodded, then quickly thought of something. Wait, his brother never had anemia or hypoglycemia before. Could these issues have arisen after turning into a girl? He immediately hurried to take the sleeping Ching Moxuan for a full checkup at the hospital. Fortunately, aside from anemia and hypoglycemia, there were no other problems. Anemia could be managed with diet, but hypoglycemia required personal vigilance. Ching Mayun picked up the report sheet again, scrutinizing it meticulously and repeatedly, hoping to find any flaw hidden between the lines. But after reading it countless times, he listlessly tossed the paper aside and finally accepted the truth. He glanced at the adorable little girl sleeping in his arms, and a smile crept across his face. Losing that annoying third brother turned out to be not so bad now that he had a lovely sister. At the time, the whole family had wished the third child would be a girl, but in the end they got another boy. What a pity. Well, it was just asking him to explain something beyond human comprehension. With a sister now, how could he not accept it? He ruffled Ching Moxuan's hair, then pinched her soft, tender cheeks. As if sensing something, Ching Moxuan frowned slightly. Carefully, Ching Mayun carried Ching Moxuan to the car, moving with such gentleness, as if afraid to wake her. Then he made a phone call. Hello, prepare a table of nutritious food, and send it to. Wasn't I in the hospital? Ching Moxuan sat up in bed, raising her fair little hand to rub her eyes. Awake. Come eat something then. Ching Mayun leaned against the doorframe, his gaze fixed intently on the cowlick atop Ching Moxuan's head. With a simple Ching Moxuan got out of bed and walked toward the living room. There the table was laden with plain broth. Seeing the oil-free dishes, she blurted out, "Damn, where's the meat?" Ching Mayun shook his head and explained, "Do you know your condition? Still craving meat?" Ching Moxuan shook her head, indicating she had no idea. Sigh, he sighed. "You have anemia and low blood sugar. These are all to nourish your body." Damn, Ching Moxuan cursed instinctively. Before turning into this, she had been in perfect health. It must be that damn system's fault. She used to eat everything with gusto and was as fit as a fiddle. The system retorted, "I beg to differ. This is a bug from headquarters, not my fault." Ching Mayun dug at his ear with a bored expression. "Eat it or leave it. I ordered these dishes specially from a hotel, cost me hundreds of thousands." Hearing the price, Ching Moxuan immediately shut her mouth. No kidding. Hundreds of thousands for one meal. She hadn't had that in over half a year. Even without meat, so what? But half the table was soup. Ginseng red date and wolfberry soup, silver ear and lotus seed soup. Brother, are you trying to drown me in soup? Ching Moxuan parted her cherry-like lips, staring at the table full of soup, then looked up at her second brother. "The doctor said you're unwell and need to recuperate. Stop gawking and drink up. I've never been this good to anyone in my life, and you're still being picky." Ching Mayun still wore that impatient look. "There's silkworm pupa soup too. Make do with it." Following his pointing finger, Ching Moxuan froze instantly. How could anyone drink silkworm pupa soup? But perhaps it was an illusion from turning into a girl. She felt that her second brother, who usually bickered with her, had become handsome. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with strikingly chiseled features. His jet black hair was combed back, and he wore a suit. His skin was so fair it was almost unnatural, giving him an air of a refined scoundrel. Though she used to look similar to her brother, she was never as tall. Ching Mayun stood at 187 centimeters, and now beside him, she seemed more like a father and daughter, or perhaps a domineering CEO and his little wife. So what are you going to do next? Qing Maxuan slurped the soup from her bowl, looking up at her brother with a bewildered expression. What do you mean? So are you going home now, or what? Qing Mayun had already lost her initial shock, speaking in a calm, flat tone. You'll stay here for a few days. First, let me calm down too. That's fine. You should also think about how to explain this to mom and dad when you go home. Qing Moyun nodded in agreement with Qing Maxuan's idea. Second brother, help me with the withdrawal from school first. I can't continue with my current situation. Qing Maxuan sighed after speaking. Alright, I'll transfer 500 to you for now. Spend it first, and ask me if you need more. With that, Qing Moyun stood up to leave. But just as she was about to go, she felt her pant leg being tugged. Looking down, she met Qing Maxuan's pitiful, pleading gaze. What's wrong? Is there something else? Her tone was a gentleness Qing Maxuan had never seen before. This stunned Qing Maxuan, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he managed to blurt out, "Don't tell old man Qing first." Seeing Qing Mayun nod in agreement, Qing Maxuan finally released her pant leg and watched her walk away. For some reason, Qing Maxuan felt a knot in his stomach, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Just then the system chimed in inopportunely. System fully charged. At that, Qing Maxuan's anger flared. System, I'm asking you. What the hell is going on with my IQ? Well, that. Don't you beat around the bush with me. Spit it out. Qing Maxuan's face turned red with rage. Well, host, let me explain. To better fit the lowly persona, we've adjusted your IQ just a tiny bit. Hearing this, Qing Maxuan exploded. You took my original IQ of over 120 and dropped it to 80. And you call that just a tiny bit? Host, don't get so worked up. How about a mission? Sensing trouble, the system quickly changed the subject. Get lost. No. Qing Maxuan was too furious to bother with the system. If the host chooses not to do it, there will be consequences. If you'd like to taste 100 volts again, feel free to decline the mission. Seeing the host wouldn't be swayed by soft talk, the system went straight to punishment. At the mention of 100 volts, Qing Maxuan shuddered and immediately changed his tune. Fine, I'll do it, okay. Who was Qing Maxuan? A man, no a woman. Of principle, able to bend and adapt. Yes, that's right. System mission released to help the host better adapt to a girl's life. Please go to the mall and purchase. Hearing what he had to buy, Qing Maxuan's delicate fair face flushed a rosy pink. Oh, too embarrassing. Even though the body was female, his spirit was still male. But there was no choice. Refusing the mission meant suffering the system's electric shock. Sigh, he might just be the most miserable host of all. At the mall entrance, a young girl in a purple Lolita dress with fair, delicate skin nervously fidgeted with her hands. Qing Maxuan was debating whether to go in when the chatter around her reached her ears. Holy crap. What a gorgeous girl. Hey, look over there. Damn, am I dreaming? Pinch me. Ow. You actually did it. Is this kind of beauty even real? She's like she stepped out of a manga. The surrounding comments made Qing Maxuan blush even harder, and she dashed into the mall as if fleeing for her life. Going in to buy things was preferable to staying outside and being ogled for her looks, even if she knew she was quite pretty. Tisk narcissist. System, you. Eavesdropping on my inner thoughts. There was no need to say it out loud. The system could hear everything in her mind. If the system had a physical form, Qing Maxuan would have loved to slap it twice across the face. Hello, may I ask if you have? Qing Maxuan stood before a saleswoman, her face flushed with shyness, unable to utter a single word. The saleswoman, gazing at the adorable blue-haired little loli before her, felt as if her eyes could emit beams of light. She swore on her life that this little loli was the cutest creature she had ever seen. Compared to Qing Maxuan, all those cats and dogs were like mere stars next to the sun, utterly incomparable. Noticing Qing Maxuan's crimson cheeks, the saleswoman crouched down and said gently, "Just tell your big sister what you need." After a long hesitation, Qing Maxuan seemed to steel herself. "I want to buy underwear." Having said that, she covered her flushed little face in embarrassment. The saleswoman nearly burst out laughing. How adorable. Which young lady's daughter was this blushing just from buying underwear? If Qing Maxuan could hear the saleswoman's thoughts, she might have snapped back. "Am not a young lady, am a young master." Well, I suppose I am a young lady now. Though the saleswoman wore only a faint smile, inwardly, she was going wild. She led Qing Maxuan to the underwear section and said, "Take your time looking. If you don't find anything you like, your big sister will find something for you." At this moment, Qing Maxuan's face was like a ripe apple, and she could only nod her little head gently. But inwardly, Qing Maxuan was furiously cursing the system. What kind of mission was this? It would have been better not to accept it at all. It was making her burn up with embarrassment. To avoid further awkwardness, she quickly selected 2 pairs of underwear, 1 black lace panty, and 1 pure white, subtly seductive lace panty. Then, with the fastest speed of her life, she packed, scanned the code, transferred the payment, and left. Damn it, I'm never taking this kind of mission again. Even if I get electrocuted, I want. This is too embarrassing. Qing Mashuan ranted wildly in the elevator. At that moment, if a dog had passed by, she could have scolded it into a state of utter despair. Just as she reached her doorstep, she heard noises coming from inside the house. Qing Mashuan thought, I remember no one was home. Why are there sounds inside? Damn it, could it be a burglar? As this thought struck, she casually pulled out a spiked club. Don't ask where it came from. Her second brother had given it to her for self-defense. Qing Mashuan, weighing the spiked club, tiptoed to the door, unlocked it, and poked half her head inside. Hiss! That was quite an eye-scorching sight. A blue-haired little lowly less than 1.5 meters tall, carrying a spiked club nearly as long as she was. It looked like a child committing robbery. As soon as Qing Mashuan poked her head in, she locked eyes with a girl who was tidying up the leftovers from her lunch in the living room. The girl had long hair reaching her waist, skin so fair and tender it seemed ready to burst, and vivid red lips that didn't look like they were painted on. Her face was flawless. She had a perfect hourglass figure, definitely a 36D. In that instant, Qing Mashuan froze. Wasn't this Su Bingbing, the campus belle of Yu University? What was she doing here? After a long silence, Su Bingbing spoke first. So you're my new roommate. Her voice was like an oriole song in a valley, like the first warm breeze of spring. It made Qing Mashuan's ears feel as if they could become pregnant. Qing Mashuan blushed instantly and stammered, Are you Su Bingbing? Su Bingbing smiled faintly. You know me? Of course she knew her. Su Bingbing was the most beautiful girl in the entire sophomore class, and the whole school hailed as the campus belle. She had been the object of her admiration, the goddess she longed to. Wait, I'm getting carried away. Let me manually pull it back. So you're the roommate that Annie mentioned. After Su Bingbing's explanation, Qing Mashuan finally remembered that she had been looking for a shared apartment. Damn it. How had she become so scatterbrained? System, you owe me an explanation. I'm out of here. Qing Mashuan thought, if I don't destroy you today, my name isn't Qing. Tell me, why do you want to rent a place here? Given your attire, you don't seem like someone who would live in a shared apartment. Su Bingbing voiced her inner curiosity. The little Lolita was dressed in a purple Lolita gown. Its fabric and design suggested it was no cheap item. For a moment, Qing Mashuan was at a loss for words, forced to rely on his meager intellect to frantically concoct a story in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. I want to transfer to Yu University. Yes, that's right. He thought, unable to come up with anything else. Oh, why do you want to transfer to Yu University? Su Bingbing's curiosity grew. This question hit Qing Mashuan like a thunderbolt, and a saying echoed in his mind: one lie requires countless others to cover it up. This left Qing Mashuan momentarily flustered. He could only lower his head in slight nervousness, his mind racing for a solution. From Su Bingbing's perspective, after she asked that question, the adorable little Lolita immediately hung her head, her cheeks flushed red. She didn't know what to do. Had she touched a nerve? Because I was bullied at my previous school, so I transferred. With an IQ of nearly 80, Qing Mashuan could only think of such excuses. To convince Su Bingbing, he forced out a few tears which rolled down his slightly chubby cheeks. This instantly left Su Bingbing at a loss. She had never comforted a child before. Whom was this, even a child? Or something else? Never mind that for now. How do you soothe a crying child? Fortunately, Qing Mashuan didn't want to overplay the act. He raised his delicate little hand, wiped away the tears from his face, and flashed Su Bingbing an adorable smile. But it's all fine now. That smile in Su Bingbing's eyes was as pure and flawless as a celestial maiden, untouched by mortal dust, as translucent as a spring pearl, like a ray of light that could warm one's heart. That sweet smile struck Su Bingbing right in her heart, melting the icy barrier that had remained unmoved for 10,000 years. Su Bingbing, the campus belle of Yu University, was known as the Ice Goddess because she treated everyone with extreme coldness. Yet it wasn't due to a lack of love in her childhood that she developed this frigid personality. Su Bingbing stood up, walked over to Qing Mashuan, and ruffled his blue hair. This action instantly short-circuited Qing Mashuan's mind. He looked up and met her exquisite face, his complexion flushing bright red in an instant. Sister Bingbing, I'm a bit tired. He'll go rest for a while, Qing Mashuan said, then fled back to his room, as if escaping. This little thing is quite adorable, Su Bingbing murmured with a faint smile, watching his retreating figure. System, get the hell out here. Qing Mashuan snapped irritably. What's wrong, my adorable host? Who upset you? Stop, drop that tone first. I just want to ask what's going on with my body. Why is it so riddled with illnesses? Oh well, this is because headquarters had a bug. During the body construction, data got jumbled, leading to errors when loading health parameters, resulting in the current situation. Is there any way to restore it? I don't want to be stuck with this weak body. For the foodie Qing Mashuan, nothing was more important than eating. But now, whenever she wanted to eat, she had to be constantly cautious. It's really hard to fix. How about I give you some compensation? What compensation? Hearing the system's negative answer, Qing Mashuan lost all interest in continuing the conversation. Upgrade the host's cup size to be grant basic racing driving skills and a random gift box of exquisite clothing X2. Qing Mashuan. I want to kill you. Why does the host want to kill me? I'm so cute. Did I do something wrong? Can you raise my height a bit? Height is fixed and cannot be increased. That's exactly why I want to kill you. National law prohibits anyone under 155 centimeters from driving on the road. I really didn't consider that. How about I upgrade your driving skills to elite? Get lost. On it. Damn this unreliable system. Qing Mo Xian cursed inwardly. Recalling the day's events, it was truly baffling. Inexplicably turning into a girl, inexplicably losing her intelligence, and ending up with a frail physique. Sigh. Lying in bed, Qing Mo Xian listlessly replayed the day's happenings, feeling utterly bored. Life was so inexplicable. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck. Right, I only told those 3 brothers. I wonder what they think. She slapped her forehead, annoyed for only now remembering this. She wondered if they even believed her words. Hiss. Why did the phone look so huge? Staring at the device, which seemed as large as her 2 delicate hands combined, she fell into deep thought. Back when she used this phone, how did it now look like a small tablet in her hands? Well, never mind that. First she would check their replies. As soon as she opened the phone, the ringing blasted like a death knell, startling her so much she nearly threw it away. Good grief. From 9 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon, a small group of just 4 people had racked up over 2,000 messages. Qing Mo Xian casually tapped a voice message. Qing Mo Xian. You damn bastard. You, the 3rd young master of the world's 2nd largest corporation, actually stole my underwear. I don't care who you are, give it back. This left Qing Mo Xian utterly speechless. Damn, was it really worth holding a grudge over a pair of boxers she had borrowed half a year ago and accidentally soiled? Pressing the voice button, she said, All right, I'll compensate you, okay? But before sending the voice message, she felt something was off, so she tapped to convert it to text and sent it. Then she opened the transfer function and sent 10,000 yuan to the group along with a note. Everyone, please forgive my abrupt departure. It happened so suddenly, and I, Qing Mo Xian, couldn't help you all. This is just a small token of my apology. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and I'll do my best to help. After she sent the message, the previously chatty group fell into silence. None of the 3 were willing to believe that Qing Mo Xian was the 3rd young master of the Qing family. At school, this kid had played the poor act so convincingly that a legend circulated in the poultry farming department: if you saw a black-clad monster on a full moon night, you'd fail your finals. Yes, that was Qing Mo Xian. This kid was so mischievous that he would sneak out of the window late at night to steal poultry from the farm. With such antics as a backdrop, no one would ever associate Qing Mo Xian with the 3rd young master of the world's 2nd largest conglomerate. They only saw him as a penniless kid from the countryside. The other 3 in the dorm had always taken care of Qing Mo Xian, often buying an extra meal to bring back. His sudden departure and confession of his family background led the other 3 to believe he was just joking out of sadness. They even worriedly mentioned him in the group, afraid he might do something drastic. Unfortunately, amidst their teasing words, Qing Mo Xian failed to grasp the concern behind them. While the drop in IQ had turned her into a straightforward girl, the conspicuous red envelope stood out starkly, and the group fell into a deathly silence. Li Peng, damn, you've been hiding it well. With all that family wealth, you still pretend to be poor. And I was so good to you. Xian, sorry for keeping it from you all. It's just that recently I wanted to learn programming, but my family wanted me to study economics and management, so we had a falling out. Wang Chong, all right, we forgive you. No need for the money. Just treat us to a meal sometime. Xian, sure thing. Qing Mo Xian had no idea when she had fallen asleep, but when she awoke and gazed out the window, the sky was already pitch black. Still groggy from sleep, the little cowlick atop her head swayed with her movements, and with her sky-blue hair, it made her look especially adorable. A knock sounded at the door. Qing Mo Xian instinctively asked, "Who is it?" A pleasant female voice came from outside. "It's me, Su Bingbing. Do you want to come out for dinner?" There was no hint of timidity in her tone, as if she were speaking to an old friend. As Su Bingbing's words faded, Qing Mo Xian's stomach began to growl. Well, she had to eat now, whether she wanted to or not. Qing Mo Xian stood there in shock, her mouth twitching as she saw the table laden with dishes. Gosh, why so many dishes? Is it New Year's? Su Bingbing took in Qing Mo Xian's stunned expression and smiled slightly. Consider it a celebration for finding a roommate. Yet there was a subtle, unique undertone in her voice. Su Bingbing's explanation seemed reasonable to Qing Mo Xian, who nodded in agreement. Little did she know this was nothing but a carefully laid trap. She, the little white rabbit, had fallen into the wolf's den. This lavish dinner was meant to make the rabbit lose herself, drowning in a sea of bliss, unable to escape. This is so delicious. Ching Mo Xian mumbled, her mouth stuffed with braised pork, making her speech slurred. Take your time, eat slowly. No one's going to steal it from you, Su Bingbing said with a smile curling at the corners of her lips. By the way, I still don't know your name. Suddenly asked for her name, Ching Mo Xian's first reaction as a boy was naturally shock, followed by a violent cough. She had choked. Who wouldn't be nervous when a campus beauty suddenly asks for their name? And so in her nervousness, she choked. Ching Mo Xian, she said, her face flushing. Su Bingbing found it hard not to laugh, but to maintain her aloof demeanor, she suppressed her joy, screaming inwardly, "Oh my God, she's so adorable." Even blushing just from asking her name. I wonder what it'd be like to pin her down. Ahem. If you don't mind, I'll call you Mo Xian from now on. You can call me Bing Bing or Sister Bing Bing, Su Bingbing said, watching Ching Mo Xian stuff food into her mouth, like a little hamster, her own mouth twitching. Okay, Sister Bing Bing, Ching Mo Xian replied, without even looking up, frantically shoveling food into her mouth, afraid that the deliciousness on her plate might be snatched away in the next second. It wasn't that she was ignoring Su Bingbing, it was just that the food was too good. Which delivery service is this, Sister Bingbing? It's so tasty. Hearing this, Su Bingbing lightly flicked Ching Mo Xian's forehead. I made all of this myself. Ouch, that hurts. Ching Mo Xian set down her chopsticks, looking at Su Bingbing with teary eyes, her face full of shock. Ching Mo Xian asked in disbelief, Sister Bingbing, you made all this? Su Bingbing rolled her eyes. If I didn't make it, who did? Could takeout ever taste this good? Hearing this, Ching Mo Xian's eyes lit up, and she looked at Su Bingbing excitedly. Sister Bingbing, will you teach me how to cook? Sure, Su Bingbing said, gently patting Ching Mo Xian's head with a doting gesture. This turned Ching Mo Xian's face bright red again. Watching the blushing little lowly, Su Bingbing couldn't hold it in anymore. Ta! She had broken her composure utterly and completely. Ching Mo Xian stared at Su Bingbing, known as the icy beauty, now showing such a cute and gentle side, and found herself momentarily lost in a daze. Ding! Main Quest 3 triggered. Learn to cook with Su Bingbing. Reward: Intermediate Culinary Skill, Body Shape, Blind Box X3, a Mystic Skill, Blind Box X1. Penalty: transform into a white-haired lowly for 7 days and lose 5 centimeters in height. Oh my! Such generous rewards. How could I not take this quest? Ching Mo Xian's inner monologue was dominated by one thought: she absolutely could not afford to lose another 5 centimeters. Any shorter, and even elementary school kids would tower over her. One had to admit this system knew exactly how to grip its host by the throat. Sister Bingbing, I want to learn how to cook from you. Ching Mo Xian gazed at Su Bingbing with utter sincerity, her expression practically screaming, if you refuse, I'll cry right here. Su Bingbing, charmed by the adorable Mo Xian, ruffled her hair affectionately. All right. What dish do you want to learn? They'll teach you. Seeing Su Bingbing agree, Ching Mo Xian beamed with joy. Little did Su Bingbing know that her agreement, born solely from Mo Xian's cuteness, would soon become a source of deep regret. Turn down the heat. If you pour the sugar in like that, it'll burn. Su Bingbing looked helplessly at the little tot, standing on a stool, flailing about in a panic. Don't add the meat yet. Caramelize the sugar first. Stop. The sugar's burnt. Su Bingbing had never imagined teaching someone to stir-fry could be this arduous. She could only sigh and press her palm to her forehead. A promise was a promise. She had to see it through, even if it brought tears to her eyes. Sighing, she pressed on. Half an hour later, the two sat at the dining table, staring wide-eyed at a plate of something that bore no resemblance to braised pork. Should we try it? Ching Mo Xian ventured hesitantly. Su Bingbing stared at the charcoal-like, unrecognizable substance on the plate, swallowed hard, and picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. It's not bad. Ugh. She barely got the words out before her stomach revolted, and she dashed to the bathroom to retch. Is it really that terrible? Ching Mo Xian muttered under her breath. Defiantly, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Moments later, both of them were hunched over the toilet, gagging. Ugh. Xian. Ugh. You did great. Just don't do it again. Su Bingbing managed to say between heaves. Truth be told, Ching Mo Xian felt deeply embarrassed. She had never set foot in a kitchen in her entire life, let alone touched a stove. The only reason she had attempted to learn braised pork was the allure of the system's generous rewards. Though more accurately, it was the fear of the penalty. All right, Sister Bingbing. I swear I'll never cook again. Ching Mo Xian covered her face in awkwardness, though a faint blush was still visible. Tsk. This girl. She burns the dish and then gets shy about it. What a proper young lady from a refined family. Learning to cook successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Intermediate Culinary Skill, Body Shape, Blind Box, and Mystic Skill, Blind Box. Would you like to use them now? Use them. Ching Mo Xian was growing impatient. She had been engrossed in a novel right at the climax when this interruption struck a nerve, Intermediate culinary skill activated successfully. Please check host. Qing Imo Xian wanted to shoo the verbose system away, but before she could speak, a flood of culinary memories surged into her mind. Hiss. The sudden influx of knowledge sent a sharp pain through her head, making her gasp. The pain lasted no more than a dozen seconds, yet it felt as if an entire encyclopedia of recipes had been stuffed into her brain. Whatever dish she thought of the steps to prepare, it would instantly and clearly replay in her mind. Humph. Quite magical. Body shape blind box X3 used. Host cup size upgraded to B. Charm 1. Leg aesthetics 1. Mystic skill blind box used. Congratulations. Host has obtained advanced singing skill. My adorable host, would you like to take a look at your status panel? A sly smirk accompanied the message. Qing Imo Xian gave a faint hum of agreement, and a blue holographic projection materialized before her. Qing Imo Xian, female, age 18. 5 years, height 145 centimeters, weight 37 kilograms. IQ 80, normal 110, cup size. B normal. C physique 4 normal. 6 overall appearance 8 normal. 6 max. 10 skills advanced singing system evaluation, wealthy and pretty, but low on brains and stamina. An easy to pushover sweet fool. Upon reading that evaluation, Qing Imo Xian nearly choked on her own breath. She shot the system a mental eye roll. System, care to explain what that last part is all about? Qing Imo Xian's smile turned sly. If the system had a physical form, it would probably be riddled with holes by now. Oh well. This was ordered by headquarters. Yes, headquarters made us write it. Oh, is that so? Host, let's meet again next time. I'm out of battery. Damn it. Get back here, you heartless system. The moment something goes wrong, you pull a lightning escape, huh? Qing Imo Xian sat on her bed, cursing under her breath. Early morning. At 7:30, Qing Moxuan was still lying in bed, lost in her sweet dreams, while Su Bingbing had already started her morning class. Ding. A new quest has arrived. My dear host, will you accept it or not? Qing Moxuan, munch munch, hee hee beauty hee. System throws its hands up, indifferent to the world. At this rate, who would want it? Free, slightly flawed. The system silently sighed and activated the forced wake-up mode. A sudden surge of electricity jolted Qing Moxuan. Who? This abrupt electric shock made Qing Moxuan think someone was there. Hey host, calm down, it's just your system waking you up. Are you insane? Disturbing someone's sleep early in the morning. Don't you know it's bad? You. Qing Moxuan, upon hearing it was the system that electrocuted her, immediately launched into a tirade. In 10 minutes. Huff huff. Qing Moxuan lay panting on the bed. Host, are you done cursing? If so, I'll brief you on the quest. The system had already predicted Qing Moxuan's reaction and activated its shield in advance. Lolita Training System Quest 4. To better prepare for future tasks, please become a web streamer. The topic is unrestricted. Gain over 1,000 followers within 3 days. Quest success, reward advanced singing skill, random appearance blind box 2. Full system activation. Quest failure, height. Stop. You can only threaten me with height. Before the system could finish, Qing Moxuan interrupted. How infuriating. An outstanding youth of the new era being led around by the nose. Qing Moxuan screamed inwardly. There's no other way. They'll just have to buy the equipment. Action it is. What should I wear? Qing Moxuan stared at the only set of clothes in her wardrobe, deep in thought. This purple Lolita dress was given by the system in the newbie gift pack. Come to think of it, I really do need to buy some clothes. Damn, this is way too troublesome. If I ever wear this kind of clothes again, I'm a dog. Qing Moxuan lay on the bed, breathing heavily. Putting on this dress was a hassle. A strap here, a piece of cloth there, all scattered and easily put on wrong. And the mortifying act of putting on underwear, something he as a boy couldn't accept. Well, this kid still hasn't accepted that he's become a girl. But not wearing it would leave her exposed, too easy to be seen. Wouldn't that be a free show for those with the resolve to endure her own shame rather than give them a free show? Qing Moxuan put it on. Catching her breath, she slung on the matching purple Lolita bag, mainly because the dress had no pockets. Walking to the full-length mirror, she glanced subconsciously. Wow. Just one glance, and Qing Moxuan was captivated by her own reflection. Long, slightly upturned eyelashes, jet black, translucent large eyes, a delicate little nose, a pink cherry-like mouth, and a flawless, exquisite face. Blue hair that brushed the shoulders, skin as smooth and fair as jade, slender limbs, and a chest that was perfectly proportioned to her figure. Clad in the purple Lolita dress, she appeared incredibly lively. After staring for a long while, Qing Moxuan finally snapped out of it, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. How could she have such thoughts about herself? To prevent this from happening again, it was best to leave this place of temptation. How the difference between coming to the mall with money and without is really huge. Qing Moxuan's lips curled slightly, a testament to her current mood. Hey, the computer mall. I remember it was here. Move. Qing Moshuan scratched her head, her little face even more puzzled. She had visited this computer mall many times before, so why couldn't she find it now? Before Qing Moshuan could think it over, the system was so embarrassed it wanted to bury itself. It had only lowered the host's intelligence, but now the kid couldn't even find her way. Looks like the next quest reward needs to include a direction recognition skill. Host, I mean, is it possible that you're on the 6th floor, which is the food court, and the computer mall is on the 5th floor? Ah, this is a food court. Qing Moshuan slurped a mouthful of noodles from her bowl. Oh, then wait a moment, let me finish my noodles. The system facepalmed. Great. It had hoped to hit its KPI this year, but with a host like this it was just, system, have you reduced my IQ again? Why can't I remember which floor sells computers? Qing Moshuan walked towards the 5th floor holding a grilled sausage in one hand and a candied hawthorn stick in the other. System, then how did you so clearly find the shop selling candied hawthorns, grilled sausages, and lamb skewers in this complex food court? Well, I've been here quite often, so I just remembered, Qing Moshuan bluffed her way through. Little sister, what can I get for you? As soon as she entered a specialty store, an oily-faced, middle-aged man approached. His gaze was like that of a carnivore spotting its prey, a greedy look that made Qing Moshuan extremely uncomfortable, as if she were the one being hunted. It wasn't entirely the greasy man's fault. A rare lowly like Qing Moshuan was a highlight wherever she went. Hello, ID, like a top-tier computer setup for live streaming. Qing Moshuan said, avoiding his gaze as much as possible, her tone nearly flat. The greasy man was both shocked and secretly delighted. He had expected the child before him to ask for a mid-range or high-end setup, but a top-tier one. Wouldn't that make him a fortune? A kid like her wouldn't know anything about specs. Oh, how wrong he was. Qing Moshuan used to be very knowledgeable about computers. Though her IQ had been lowered, the memories in her mind remained. Haha, alright little sister. Let big brother go get you a top-tier setup. Wait here for a moment. With that, the greasy man ducked into the storage room. Here, little sister, take a look at this setup. Are you satisfied? He handed Qing Moshuan a configuration sheet. She glanced at it casually and almost laughed out of anger. An RTX 2060 graphics card, an i3 processor, 4GB RAM sticks, a 512GB hard drive, and the price tag was 59999 yuan. Wasn't he treating her like a complete sucker? Fine, if you're not fair to me, don't blame me for being unfair to you. I'll take this one. Wrap it up for me. I need to make a phone call first, she said, then walked out of the store to call her second brother. In fact, the greasy man had been nervous while she looked at the sheet, afraid she'd see through it. Luckily, she seemed like a clueless newbie. Hey second brother, let me ask you something. Is Yuqing Mall one of our family's properties? A lazy yet steady male voice came from the other end of the line. Yeah, it's ours. Why? Then take a look at the list I just sent you. A minute later. Which idiot bought this crappy computer setup? I could laugh for 10 years. On this end of the line, Qing Moshuan's forehead was covered in dark lines. She suppressed almost all her anger into her voice, squeezing out through gritted teeth. This was a scam on me. What? The laughter on the other end stopped abruptly, followed by a furious roar. Where are you now? Damn it, how dare they scam my sister? I'm on the 5th floor of Yuqing Mall at the Fat Cat computer store. Wait there. Your big brother is on his way. He hung up. Little sister, your computer is ready. Should I have it delivered to your home? The greasy man held the tower, still feeling a bit uneasy. No need. Someone will come to help me move it later. Qing Moshuan pulled out a lollipop from somewhere and started sucking on it. The greasy man couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He wanted to take a break. Sis, where are you? Qing Moshuan barged into the store with a group of people. Qing Moshuan was stunned by her second brother's grand entrance. Wasn't it just dealing with a scammer? Did it have to be so dramatic? The greasy man was also bewildered. What's going on? A new job? These people didn't look like customers. Second brother, I'm over here. Qing Moshuan covered her face with one hand while waving the other at her foolish second brother. Where was her usually steady and reliable second brother? Had he been possessed, or was someone else inhabiting his body? She couldn't figure it out. Oh well, it was none of her business, so she'd just let it be. Qing Moyan's eyes lit up at the sight of his sister. He wanted to reach out and hug her, remembering the soft, fragrant feel of Qing Moshuan nestled in his arms. That was the feeling of having a sister. But before he could touch her, Qing Moshuan sidestepped, dodging him. He withdrew his hand and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Qing Moshuan shot Qing Moyun a displeased glare, and he responded with an embarrassed smile. Yet the moment Qing Moyun turned around, his expression shifted instantly. The smile that had been plastered on his face solidified into something as cold as ice. Bring that guy over here. Yes. The black-suited bodyguard beside him, upon hearing the command, immediately hoisted the greasy man from the lounge chair and brought him before Qing Moyun. So you're the one who screwed my sister over. Qing Moyun's lips curled into a faint smile, but the smile carried no warmth, as frigid as an abyssal frozen lake. The greasy man's legs trembled in terror. Big brother, don't say that. I didn't screw anyone over. Oh, then explain this order form to me. With that, Qing Mayun slapped the configuration sheet onto the table. At that, the greasy man could say nothing more, only pleading incessantly, "Big brother, please spare me. I'm just trying to make a small living. Let me off this once and I swear I won't do it again." Hearing this, Qing Mashuan, who had been watching from the sidelines, erupted in fury. Your money is money, but others' money isn't. When you were taking their hard-earned cash, did you ever think about that? Her fierce yet adorable expression was enough to make anyone want to squeeze her. But then she caught sight of her second brother's admiring look, which completely shattered the tense atmosphere. "Second brother, you handle it. Just make sure to send a good computer to my place." To keep from laughing, Qing Mashuan darted home in a flash, ignoring Qing Moyin's calls and paying no mind to how he dealt with the greasy man. Phew. Back home, Qing Mashuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. It seemed like there was something she hadn't bought yet. Damn. She had been so focused on the computer that she forgot to buy pajamas, toiletries, and spare clothes. Qing Mashuan slowly put back on the half-removed clothes, grumbling. What a day. What a mess. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Qing Mashuan asked warily at the sound of knocking. A magnetic male voice replied, "It's your second brother." Click. The door opened. Got the computer? Qing Mashuan glanced at Qing Mayun standing at the door, then walked over to the sofa and plopped down, crossing her legs. Qing Mayun looked at his sister's posture. Tisk tisk tsk. Can't you act like a proper girl? All slouched and lazy. Sit up straight. Qing Mashuan stuck out her tongue and teased, "Naya Naya, none of your business." Qing Mayun sighed in exasperation, then waved toward the door. "Bring everything in." One by one, a dozen men in black suits filed in, carrying various boxes. "Holy crap, second brother, what are you doing?" Qing Mashuan stared in disbelief. "What's the matter? Can't your second brother buy you a few things?" This was turning her own words against her. "What did you buy, eh?" Qing Mashuan got up and approached one of the boxes. When she saw what was inside, she gasped involuntarily, "Whoa, this." Qing Mayun raised an eyebrow. "I picked out some clothes for you. Like them?" Qing Mashuan stared at the bright red Chong Sam in her hands, barely restraining the urge to slap her second brother across the face. Through gritted teeth, she said, "I think you've got a serious problem. Sending so many things. Aren't you afraid my wardrobe won't hold them all?" I was waiting for you to say that. I got you a wardrobe too." Qing Mayun gave a sly grin and clapped his hands. Sure enough, a large wardrobe was carried in from outside. "Qing Mashuan, you really are something, my dear second brother. But why do my hands itch so badly? I feel like smacking someone. Want to help me out with that?" It must be said that aside from his questionable taste in clothing, her second brother was otherwise impeccable. In less than an hour, 4 large boxes of clothes, 2 large boxes of toiletries, and 2 more boxes of daily necessities were all neatly arranged. A single glance over, wow. Even a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder would feel cured. Qing Mayun raised an eyebrow. "How about it? Not bad, right?" Qing Mashuan was speechless. Seeing those clothes being placed one by one in the wardrobe drove her mad. What on earth were those? A dark red Lolita dress? Cosplay? Gothic roses? Or a dark little loli? And this exquisite brocade cheapao, with her height, wouldn't it drag on the ground if she wore it out? The rest went without saying. You just thinking about it was an eyesore. "Second brother, the clothes are nice. Don't buy any more." Qing Mashuan gave an awkward smile. Looking at those clothes, she nearly dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Qing Mayun. Did his sister's words carry a hidden meaning? After seeing Qing Mayun off, Qing Mashuan finally had some peace. All she wanted now was a good bath. She hadn't had a proper bath in 2 days. But looking at the half-wall cabinet full of toiletries, she didn't know which bottle to grab. Forget it, shed, just pick 2 at random. As her clothes slowly slipped off, the already well-developed little white rabbits caught her eye first, making Qing Mashuan drool. No, how could I have thoughts about myself? Qing Mashuan shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Holy crap, how can I be this soft? As she brushed her delicate body, feeling its supple bounce, her heart was ecstatic. This was a treat outsiders could only dream of, yet she had become. Damn it, how could she accept being a girl? She was clearly a man. Calm down, host. You need to slowly accept becoming a girl. The system chimed in at every turn, infuriating Qing Mashuan. Qing Mashuan gazed at herself in the mirror, utterly captivated. Her blue hair was adorned with glistening water droplets, her delicate, charming little face was flushed, and her large, jet-black, translucent eyes seemed to radiate light. Though wrapped in a white bath towel, her hazy figure was visible enough to stir the imagination. This is really me. Qing Mashuan stared at her reflection in disbelief, as if she could find a flaw. But no matter how she looked, the mirror remained the mirror, and the person remained the same. Host, don't forget you still have a mission to complete. I know, no need to remind me. Annoying. Qing Mashuan waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away something intangible. Qing Mayun, what the hell did you do to my room? Qing Moshuan screamed in despair at the sight of the pink wallpaper, pink bedding, and the pink cabinet he had brought. A little lowly cursing, a masterpiece. Ahem, wrong. Qing Mayanachu. Who's talking behind my back? Qing Moshuan silently prayed, please don't let the computer be pink. But whatever she feared came true. The pink case and its flashing LED lights seemed to mock her, driving her crazy. Huh. The system made me a girl, and I won't accept it. Now this second brother also insists on turning me into a girl, right? Fine, then he'll become a spoiled young mistress and show you all. Qing Imo Xian idly scrolled through her phone, watching streamers who groveled in gratitude for gifts and tips, utterly disgusted. Closing her phone, she planned it all out. 10 streamers, 6 taking on extra challenges, 3 dueling fans, and 1 utterly ignored. Is this all there is to live streaming? So unoriginal. No, I Qing Imo Xian will be the one faking technical streamer. The thought barely surfaced before it was quashed. How, with her skills losing 9 out of 10 games, how could she ever be a technical streamer? For a moment Qing Imo Xian was caught in hesitation, her adorable little face scrunching up with worry. What kind of streamer should she be? What kind gains followers fast? As she pondered, she fell asleep. A knock came. Imo Xian, are you there? Su Bingbing stood at the door, calling softly. Receiving no answer, she pushed the door open. Wow. The moment she entered, Su Bingbing was utterly stunned. The entire room was awash in shades of pink, with a few Peppa Pig stickers scattered here and there. The room had gained many new items like a computer desk, a large cabinet, and 2 portable folding closets, but without exception, everything was pink. Su Bingbing thought, does this kid love pink this much? Seeing Qing Imo Xian asleep on the bed, her heart melted, and a smile crept across her lips. Her sleeping eyelashes fluttered slightly, strands of blue hair, veiling her small face, making her look particularly endearing. Sleeping on her side, the little cheek, fat squished under her head, was irresistible, tempting a bite. Su Bingbing leaned in to observe, but as she neared that adorable face, Qing Imo Xian, as if sensing something, slowly opened her dark luminous eyes. Just awakened Qing Imo Xian was dazed. In the instant her eyes opened, a face so beautiful it defied description appeared before her. Holy crap! This jolted her fully awake, and she sat up in bed. Su Bingbing awkwardly rubbed her nose. I saw your door was open, so I thought I'd call you for dinner. With that she turned and walked out without looking back. A bewildered Qing Imo Xian was still confused, but she had no time to worry about others. Her task. Watching Qing Imo Xian, who nearly ate with her nose, Su Bingbing almost burst out laughing, yet she noticed the girl's unusual mood. What's wrong? Why so unhappy? Su Bingbing asked softly. Ami. The sudden question snapped Qing Imo Xian's wandering thoughts back. Oh, I was thinking, if I want to be a streamer, what kind should I be? Qing Imo Xian absently took a couple of bites of rice. The question stumped Su Bingbing, as she wasn't a streamer, and besides, this kid wanted to be one. Children are so impulsive. Indeed, in Su Bingbing's eyes, Qing Imo Xian was just a child, even though she was only half a year older, but a day older was still older. I think you could be a gaming streamer. They're the most profitable right now, Su Bingbing concluded based on logic and careful analysis. But my gaming skills are terrible. Qing Imo Xian was distressed, scratching her head to ease her sorrow. How she might scratch herself bald. But then Su Bingbing countered, why must you have great gaming skills to be a streamer? You could be an entertainment streamer. This instantly lit up Qing Imo Xian's somewhat dim-witted little mind. Slap. Why are you slapping the table? You scared me. Su Bingbing glared at the little one who had slapped the table. Qing Imo Xian awkwardly withdrew her hand, but soon her expression turned resolute. I've decided from today on I'll be an entertainment streamer, the funniest presence in the entire gaming world. That sounded a bit odd. It's good you have that determination, but streaming is very tiring, Su Bingbing kindly reminded. But Qing Imo Xian, as if not hearing, wolfed down a couple of bites of rice and dashed back to her room. Su Bingbing sighed softly. This kid is so impulsive. Who knows how long she'll last as a streamer, she murmured to herself. Returning to her room, Qing Moshuan changed out of her pajamas, donning a thin blue short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black shorts. After changing, she curled her fair slender legs up on the gaming chair, opened her computer, created an account on Lanya under the name Xian the Strongest, and prepared to start a live stream. Why, you ask? Because if she let her legs dangle, they wouldn't reach the floor. One must consider the heroine's height. After a bit of tinkering and learning how to start a stream, she launched a gaming live stream. Indeed, the computer was only for streaming, her phone was for playing the game. Why not just play the game directly on the computer? Because her arms were too short and the keyboard too large. Is this a new streamer? Haven't seen her before. Probably a newbie. Let's go, nothing interesting here. Hello. Can you hear me? Qing Moshuan tentatively spoke into the microphone. What? A lowly voice. Did I hear that right? No way, it really is a lowly voice. Good thing I didn't leave, or I'd have missed this. Just join the stream, newbie here. Why isn't the streamer talking? Watching the sparse barrage of comments drift by, Qing Mashuan realized people were entering the stream. This was the start of her journey as a game streamer. She then enabled screen mirroring, projecting her phone's display onto the computer. Yes, she didn't turn on the camera, not because she didn't want to, but because she had no idea how. Qing Mashuan clicked Start Game and chose Han Xian, the crucial jungler role for the team. The dozens of viewers in the stream questioned her jungling skills, but Qing Mashuan, with unearned confidence, retorted, "What, am I eating your rice by jungling? Or am I throwing your game?" Just as the viewers began to worry that her Han Xian would be a disaster, the streamer took an unconventional path. Qing Mashuan demonstrated what it meant to make her 4 teammates fight a 5-man battle through sheer skill, and the most absurd part was that they actually won. In the first 3 minutes, Qing Mashuan fed 5 kills and started cursing. "Mage, do you even know how to play? You didn't come help me in the jungle. Marksman, why are you taking my red buff? I'm only 07 RNI. How am I supposed to gank without my red? Support, come help me. My jungle is being invaded, hurry up. Damn, what user you top laner? You can't even tank any damage." The scolded teammates were baffled. "Ha, this one's got a sharp tongue, quite impressive. Wow, this streamer's got a silver tongue. She must have rattled off over 100 words in that minute. No, I just counted. It was 173 words in total. Did she rent that mouth? Is no one noticing she's cursing? Her little baby voice when she curses sounds so good, simpered a fan. Now that you mention it, yeah. Streamer, curse a bit more." Mid-game, Qing Mashuan was in the heat of her rant when she glanced at the comments. "What the hell?" she blurted out instinctively. "Since when did people beg to be cursed?" As the barrage of comments flew across the stream, the activity surged and the viewer count skyrocketed. It climbed from a few hundred to several thousand, finally hitting 10,000 before barely slowing, with even more viewers still pouring in. All of them were drawn in by the stream's mischievous description on the official platform. "Adorable Loli teaches you how to roast people live." Quite a misleading title indeed. But Qing Mashuan didn't care. She just wanted to reach 1,000 followers quickly to see what new features the system would unlock when fully activated. But the game was becoming unplayable, so she started chatting with the viewers through the comments. "Streamer, are you Kaibiluo? Chow your grandpa. I swear I'll spit a mouthful of salt soda at you. Then why don't you turn on the camera?" "I don't know how," Qing Mashuan declared with unshakable confidence. Hearing such a brazen reply, the stream filled with haha comments. "How old are you, streamer? Your voice sounds like you're underage." "Bullshit. I'm an adult, my voice just sounds a bit younger." After chatting for half an hour, Qing Mashuan felt parched. She grabbed a bottle of Guangzhou herbal tea her second brother had bought her and took a big gulp. She spat it out, immediately spraying it all over the keyboard. "Damn, what is this? It's so bitter." Qing Mashuan stuck out her little tongue, trying to alleviate the bitterness. "Damn, it's all over the keyboard too." Frantically, she grabbed a tissue to wipe the keyboard. But she accidentally hit a key, turning on the camera. Suddenly, the image of an adorable little girl with short blue hair panicking as she wiped the keyboard was fully exposed. "Whoa, so cute. No way is this a manga. I thought I was watching a live stream. Hiss. That hurts. This isn't a dream. Is this level of beauty real? Even a manga couldn't draw this well." By the time Qing Mashuan finished cleaning the herbal tea off the keyboard, she looked up at the computer screen and met her own gaze staring wide-eyed at herself. For a moment, her little mind went blank. "I didn't remember turning on the camera. When did I do that? Damn, is this really the time to think about that? The priority is to end the stream." Reacting quickly, Qing Mashuan yanked out the power cord and let out a long sigh of relief. "I made it in time, right? Too late. Not a chance." With the lightning-fast hands of today's netizens, screenshots and recordings were everywhere within half an hour. The video of Qing Mashuan frantically wiping her keyboard had already been turned into hundreds of memes. It even snagged the 7th spot on the trending list. Shock. A new streamer accidentally turns on her camera, and this is what she really looks like. Yet carefree as ever, Qing Mashuan was already fast asleep on her bed. In the room next door, Su Bingbing lay staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, all she could see was Qing Mashuan's adorable sleeping face, stirring something deep within her. Suddenly, Su Bingbing sat bolt upright in bed. "No, I have to win her over," she declared, her perfect mature face filled with determination. But a moment later, she deflated. What if the girl didn't like women? Would they not even be friends anymore? Caught in this dilemma, Su Bingbing fell into deep turmoil. She adored that little girl. Her smile seemed to touch the tenderest chord in her heart. Yet she knew deep down that a relationship between two women was impossible. But she loved her so much. What should she do? The next morning, while Qing Mashuan was still dreaming, Su Bingbing, who had no early class, made a rare trip to the university. She was utterly restless, having barely slept all night, and desperately needed someone to confide in. In this place far from the capital, her only friend was her mentor Lu Yan. Su Bingbing had come so early precisely to seek her advice. Lu Yan was the only person who had ever shown Su Bingbing genuine care, and in her heart, Su Bingbing regarded her as her most trusted confidant. Knock knock knock. Come in, a graceful magnetic female voice emanated from within the office. Su Bingbing hesitated. Though she often visited the office, it was usually for academic matters. Now she wanted to ask something deeply personal. Oh, forget it. Pushing open the door, she saw a young female teacher seated at her desk, dressed in a formal women's suit and gold-rimmed glasses, writing something. Lu Yan glanced up and, recognizing Su Bingbing, smiled gently. Bingbing, what's the matter? Is there something you need to discuss with your mentor? Teacher, I. Su Bingbing nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her lips parting and closing repeatedly without a word. Don't be nervous. Sit down and tell me slowly, Lu Yan said, curious. This student, usually so composed, was clearly flustered. What was going on? Teacher, I like a girl. What should I do? After a moment of hesitation, Su Bingbing finally spoke. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yan's elegant features, but she quickly masked it with a reassuring smile. What's wrong with liking a girl? There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Yan comforted her with a smile. Su Bingbing looked up, disbelief in her eyes. Don't look at me like that. You need to ask yourself, do you truly like her? Or is it just a passing fondness? Su Bingbing quickly shook her head. No, teacher. The way she makes me feel is different. When I see her, I just want to rush over and hold her to protect her forever. As she spoke, the image of the little girl's smile surfaced in her mind, and the corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily. Lu Yan watched her silly expression, but it didn't last long. Su Bingbing's face darkened and her voice dropped. But I don't know if she likes me. Isn't that simple, eh? First, whatever Lu Yan told Su Bingbing. From the moment she left the office, her smile never faded. Passing students stared in astonishment. By the time the sun was high, Qing Moxuan slowly poked her little head out from under the covers. Glancing at her phone, she was instantly wide awake. What's going on? Why so many messages? Staring at the screen flooded with 99 notifications, Qing Moxuan's mind was a whirl of question marks. She quickly unlocked her phone. Oh, case solved. She had gone viral. Gained 5,000 followers overnight. Before she could even celebrate, a few memes shattered her composure. The images showed Qing Moxuan frantically wiping her keyboard with a tissue captioned, "Panicked Beauty." There were various captions and edits. One even plastered her adorable doll-like face onto a troll face, and somehow it looked perfectly natural. Damn it, which troll did this? The more Qing Moxuan looked, the angrier she got. She decided to ignore it and go back to sleep. But her stomach growled, betraying her resolve. Man is iron, food is steel. I can't function on an empty stomach. Qing Moxuan slowly climbed out of bed and shuffled into the bathroom to shower and freshen up. Though she was no longer as awkward about bathing as before, her face was still flushed when she emerged. Looks like you still haven't accepted being a girl, the system chimed in out of nowhere. None of your business. Shut up. Qing Moxuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. What should I eat? Qing Moxuan rummaged through the fridge only to pull out a packet of instant noodles. Oh well, I'll make do. He'll wait for Sister Bingbing to cook dinner later. She prepared the noodles and picked up her phone to scroll through videos. The phone rang with a sharp trill. Hello, who is it? Qing Moxuan looked annoyed but forced herself to ask politely. Oh, hello. Are you the streamer Xian the strongest? Yeah, what's up? Qing Moxuan picked her nose, irritation plain on her face. Who calls during noodle time? Well, I'm a contract manager from Longya platform. Would like to sign you as an exclusive streamer. What do you think? Qing Moxuan jolted upright. She had heard too many stories about streamers ruined by breach of contract fines. At her current standing, she couldn't afford such a disaster. Best to stall. Dinner came first, and her stomach was growling. They'll think about it. She hung up before the other party could respond. Then in one fluid motion, she opened the cup, folded the fork, and slurped the noodles. A mouthful of steaming noodles brought a look of pure satisfaction to her face. The cup of noodles was half gone in no time. Qing Moxuan patted her belly in frustration. Why did her appetite shrink after becoming a girl? She used to devour a whole cup plus an extra noodle block, but now half was enough. Host, what are you doing? Reading a novel. Are you forgetting something? The system prompted kindly. Qing Moxuan shot up, and the system thought she finally got it. But her next words froze its smile. Oh crap, you're right. That chapter was so well written I forgot to comment. She frantically scrolled through her phone to find the passage. The system gnashed its teeth in frustration. Qing Moxuan, are you brainless or just plain stupid? Your mission? The mission? Why you're yelling at me? It's your fault I'm dumb. Qing Moxuan was secretly delighted by the system's panic, but she put on a pitiful act to save face. Get lost. Your act won't work on me. Go find a partner to fool. Focus on your mission. Hey system, should I date a guy or a girl? She was a master at changing the subject. The system was stumped. That depends on you. Not my department. A guy. No way, I can't accept that. A girl. As the thought took root, a figure emerged in her mind. That figure exuded an aura of inviolable coldness like an untouchable iceberg, yet her beauty was unmatched in the world. Qing Imo Xian grinned foolishly at the image. Enough gawking. Wipe that drool. Huh. Where? Qing Imo Xian quickly wiped the corner of her mouth and put on an innocent look. Damn, what an act. Fine, get on with your mission. Don't forget the penalty for failure. I'm sorry, bro. He'll stream okay. She headed for the computer to start streaming. The system was utterly speechless. Can you at least change clothes before going live? Huh. Qing Imo Xian looked down at her pajama dress and blushed furiously. If she went live like this, everyone would see. How embarrassing. Final change you. A flash of white light, and her yellow Pikachu nightie transformed into a blue and white striped sailor uniform. System, can we negotiate? Can I change myself? Qing Imo Xian tested the waters. No. If you dare, I'll gladly give you another electric shock. At the mention of electricity, she shivered violently. Once was enough, as she never wanted to feel that again. Final, wear this. No need to be so harsh. Qing Imo Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Who was she rolling them at? Who cared? She was Qing Imo Xian, and she rolled her eyes whenever she pleased. As soon as Qing Moshwan started the live stream, viewers flooded into the channel. Yet she remained composed, continuing to play her game with unruffled calm. A faint smile touched her lips. Why was she so unflappable? Because she had anticipated this very scene. The barrage of comments demanded she turn on her camera, all drawn by her adorable appearance. How laughable. Did Qing Moshwan not know what these viewers were thinking? They merely wanted to fantasize about her cuteness, but she refused to indulge them. You're here to learn gaming skills, not to ogle me. Focus on the technique, she declared with feigned righteousness. She spoke with such conviction, completely oblivious to her abysmal 0-5 score. The chat teased her, claiming her skills were impressive, while others joked about devouring rice after seeing her. Suddenly, a dazzling special effect erupted across the screen. A starry castle from a generous benefactor. The starry castle, worth 300 dragon coins, or 300 in cash, was the most extravagant gift on the Dragon Tooth platform. The viewers gasped in awe, wondering who this wealthy patron could be. Amid the chatter, Qing Moshwan glanced at the comments while gaming. Another starry castle exploded with brilliance. The crowd marveled at the patron's immense wealth. Qing Moshwan, irritated by such ostentation, felt a surge of pride from her own affluent background. Why flaunt your money like that? She muttered, nearly forgetting the microphone inches from her lips. Her words were overheard. The viewers were stunned by her audacity, criticizing her lack of gratitude. The benefactor, provoked by her indifference, felt his competitive spirit ignite. He had showered gifts on many streamers who groveled for more, but this one dared to challenge him. Enraged, he splurged 200 cash on 200 rockets, posting a golden scrolling comment. I have money, so I spend it as I please. Qing Moshwan smirked at the ostentatious message, muttering under her breath, is this guy an idiot? She urged her viewers to report the top spender, scoffing that such money would be better spent on ribs. Her disdain for wealth was ironic, given her own past extravagance. But times had changed, as she was no longer the young master, but a young lady. The audience was incredulous. Did we hear that right? The streamer wants us to report her biggest spender. They praised her boldness, questioning her true worth. Qing Moshwan retorted, don't doubt it. My value is beyond your lifetimes. Of course, that referred to her former self. Now she still had her second brother backing her up. The live stream ended prematurely, with Qing Moshwan so engrossed in gaming that she missed a trending post climbing the ranks. The post's sensational headline read, shock. This streamer did something unbelievable after encountering a sugar daddy. Meanwhile, Su Bingbing emerged from Lu Yan's office, her face beaming with joy all day. Moshwan, I'm back. Su Bingbing called out cheerfully. Qing Moshwan stepped out of her room, stunned by the sight. The legendary Ice Queen from school was smiling so radiantly. What had happened? Su Bingbing's perfect face glowed with happiness, leaving Qing Moshwan perplexed. Bingbing, Jia, what's wrong? She asked cautiously. Su Bingbing snapped back from her distant thoughts, her smile deepening at the timid figure before her. Qing Moshwan was captivated by Su Bingbing's joyful expression, momentarily forgetting why she had come. In truth, she had no idea herself. Su Bingbing beckoned her closer with a warm smile. Obediently, Qing Moshwan approached and sat beside her. Being this close to the usually aloof beauty was overwhelming. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Moshwan, would you like to be my best friend? Su Bingbing asked, her smile almost pleading. Qing Moshwan, stunned by the offer, could only nod mechanically. Su Bingbing's joy was unrestrained as she hugged and tousled Qing Moshwan like a soft pillow. Qing Moshwan sighed inwardly. Being a girl has this one downside. I'll have to change clothes again. A small resigned emoji crossed her mind. Ding. System task 4 completed. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced singing skill and 2 random appearance mystery boxes, which have been stored in all system functions. Isn't it only 2 days? How did I get 1,000,000 followers so quickly? Qing Mashwan was baffled. She remembered having only 5,000 followers before the live stream, and there was nothing particularly stunning about this session. Nothing compared to accidentally turning on the camera yesterday. Host, would you like to check the trending topics? Hearing this, Qing Mashwan pulled out her phone to browse the trending topics. To her astonishment, a post titled, "Female Streamer Stands Up to a Wealthy Sponsor Who Bows in Admiration," was firmly ranked 3rd. At first she dismissed it, but the hashtag was Xianxian is the best. It was about her. What the hell is this? She muttered, scrolling down in confusion until she found a video. It was her asking viewers to report the top donor. Some sneaky person had recorded it and posted it online, and it had blown up. Holy crap. Is a female streamer this resentful of the rich even real? Incredible. The streamer scolds the big spender, and he still tips her. She's playing 4-dimensional chess. Ever since I saw this streamer, I thought if I had a wife like this at home, even Hua Ta couldn't cure me. Bro, that thought is criminal, but have you considered if she's even an adult? Seriously, is she really of age? Damn it, I'm already 18. I'm an adult. Qing Mashwan was furious that the comments were debating her age. Bing Bing, I don't want to go out. Just let me sleep a little longer, she pleaded, clinging to her bed with a look of utter despair. Mashwan, let's go out for a walk. If you keep hibernating, you'll wither away, Su Bingbing said, making a face as if scaring a child. Qing Mashwan visibly shuddered at the word wither. Well, she had been lying down for too long. A little long. You spend 20 out of 24 hours in bed. Anyone would think you're paralyzed. Qing Mashwan pouted and reluctantly went to change, wondering why Su Bingbing was so insistent on going out after dinner. What's there to do late at night? Seeing Qing Mashwan get out of bed, Su Bingbing smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. A nighttime stroll helps maintain a good figure. She then returned to her room to change as well. Qing Mashwan watched Su Bingbing leave, stuck out her tongue, and turned to stare at her wardrobe, debating what to wear. She hadn't left the house in 2 days. What should she choose? Stricken with indecision, she picked up one outfit, shook her head, and put it down, then grabbed another, only to shake her head again. Damn it, why am I thinking of wearing women's clothes? Qing Mashwan felt a wave of shame for even considering going out dressed like that. What would you wear? Diapers. That's not impossible either, the system chimed in teasingly. Shut up. Qing Mashwan snapped, annoyed. If not for this damn system, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Seems the adjustment wasn't strong enough. I'll have to tweak it more, the system muttered quietly. In the end, Qing Mashwan chose a light blue short-sleeve shirt, paired with off-white cropped pants and pink-white sneakers. When she opened her door, she saw Su Bingbing sitting on the sofa dressed in a white spaghetti-strap dress. But the straps seemed too thin to support Su Bingbing's 36D figure, as if they might snap at any moment. Seeing Su Bingbing like this for the first time, Qing Mashwan blushed deeply. Su Bingbing noticed her standing at the door with a flushed face. She chuckled softly, amused by how easily the little one got embarrassed. She walked over to Qing Mashwan, bent down to meet her eyes, and teased, still shy. Qing Mashwan's face turned even redder as her gaze inadvertently met the magnificent cleavage when Su Bingbing leaned over. How could she not be embarrassed? Oh, it's been so long since I felt this way. Qing Mashwan sighed as she walked along. Indeed, the moonlit night, the evening breeze, and the company of a stunning beauty like Su Bingbing. This was a life she had never known before. Su Bingbing simply watched Qing Mashwan in silence, her smile, as if gazing upon her beloved. They strolled slowly, and after a while they arrived at the food street. Qing Mashwan had been leading the way the entire time, and naturally she grew hungry and wanted to grab a bite. Qing Mashwan took Su Bingbing's hand and gently shook it. Bingbing, let's get some late-night snacks. Su Bingbing nodded in agreement, and the two found a barbecue stall. As they sat down, a kindly-faced uncle approached them. What would you two beauties like to order? His smile was perfectly polite, devoid of any ulterior motive. Hello, ID like 20 skewers of lamb, 10 of pork, 5 of beef, 4 chicken wings, 4 large prawns, and 2 bottles of beer. Qing Mashwan ordered naturally. After taking their order, the uncle didn't linger and went straight to prepare the skewers. By the way, Mashwan, since you're transferring to our school, have you decided on a major? Su Bingbing suddenly asked. Qing Mashwan was momentarily at a loss for words, finally stammering, well, Bingbing, what's your major? Economics and business management. Su Bingbing's expression was blank, as if this major was her most detested thing. I don't know what I want to study either. Sa. Qing Mashwan spread her hands in resignation. But Su Bingbing suddenly laughed. Kid, what are you sighing for? Hearing this, Qing Mashwan's fair little face instantly flushed red with anger. How could even Bingbing call her a minor when she was already teased for looking underage during her streams? I'm an adult already. I'm not a kid. Bingbing, don't call me that anymore. Though the words were meant to be intimidating, paired with her soft voice and fierce yet adorable expression, Su Bingbing couldn't help but laugh. Qing Moshuan was both angry and embarrassed, but she had no way to deal with Su Bingbing. All she could do was sit on the stool glaring at Su Bingbing with her big sparkling black eyes. Skewers are here along with your 2 bottles of beer. Enjoy, ladies. Fortunately, the skewers arrived quickly, or else who knew if Qing Moshuan puffed up like a pufferfish might have exploded from anger. Seeing the skewers covering half the table, Qing Moshuan immediately forgot her anger and began devouring them. Come on, Bingbing, let's have a drink. Then she picked up, or rather hugged, the beer bottle and took a big gulp. Don't ask, her hands were too small to grip it properly, so she had to hug it. 5 minutes later, Su Bingbing's mouth twitched as she looked at the little person across from her whose face was flushed red and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Let's keep, hic, drinking. Am not drunk yet. Hic, bang. The crisp sound of a head hitting the table. Had she really passed out after less than 1 bottle of beer? Su Bingbing was speechless again. If the kid couldn't hold her liquor, why did she insist on drinking? With another sigh, Su Bingbing realized there was no way to continue eating. Oh well, she'd just have to carry her home. Under the street lamp, a stunning beauty was carrying a little doll in a blue hoodie on her back. Not exactly a doll, but, well, close enough. Moshuan, you're so light. Su Bingbing alternated between carrying Qing Moshuan on her back and holding her in her arms. Qing Moshuan was completely dazed, her mouth mumbling unintelligible sounds like a doll being played with. It wasn't that Su Bingbing wanted to play around, it was just that Qing Moshuan was so soft, as if she had no bones and might fall apart with a little force. She kept slipping off Su Bingbing's back, so Su Bingbing had to hold her in her arms from time to time. More than anything, Su Bingbing was enchanted by the milky scent of the little one. Good thing I adjusted the host's weight a bit, or it would have been a disaster, the system silently sighed. But looking at the 32 kilograms on the panel, it felt strange and wondered if it had made her too light. Su Bingbing carried Qing Moshuan back without any effort, but any heavier would have been a struggle. Still, the journey had worn her out. As she carried her, Su Bingbing suddenly felt the weight on her back lighten. Lo and behold, the kid had done a backward somersault, and if Su Bingbing hadn't been holding her slender legs, she would have fallen to the ground. Tisk tisk, not bad, Su Bingbing remarked with a smile. With a smile on her lips, Su Bingbing looked at Qing Moshuan lying on the bed and sighed. An inexplicable urge guided her, and she inexplicably went to the bathroom to get a towel, then wiped Qing Moshuan's entire body before changing her into a nightgown. She could swear she wasn't coveting Qing Moshuan's body. Well, she was. Qing Moshuan lay sleeping soundly in bed, yet her consciousness had long drifted elsewhere, into the system space fully unlocked by the system. System, when I get married in the future, should I marry a boy or a girl? She asked casually, idly picking at her fingers. Well, I haven't considered that. It's entirely up to you, host, the system replied, uncertain how to answer. I myself am a boy, so marrying a boy is something I can't accept psychologically. But if I marry a girl? Qing Moshuan trailed off, unsure how to continue. In this world, although there were many homosexuals, few dared to make it public. Suddenly, Qing Moshuan's mind turned. System, what is your main mission? The system was bewildered. Why would she ask that? To mold you into the most formidable lowly in this world. Then can you solve any difficulties I encounter along the way? Qing Moshuan blinked her big eyes, eagerly awaiting the system's response. What's wrong? The system vaguely sensed something amiss. Finding a partner counts as a difficulty, doesn't it? How about you help me out? Qing Moshuan revealed a sly smile, yet another figure surfaced in her mind. Damn, I knew something felt off. So this is where you were leading me. Just say whether you'll handle it or not. If not, I'll slack off and stop doing missions. Qing Moshuan crossed her arms, looking confident. She was certain the system would give in. Fine. It'll handle whoever you like. They'll help you pursue them, all right. The system was helpless. What a misfortune to have such a host. That's more like it. Qing Moshuan smiled faintly, already scheming in her heart. Still not up. The sun is already shining on your bottom. Su Bingbing's voice was gentle as she gazed at the adorable one on the bed, reaching out to touch the soft little face, feeling deeply satisfied. Forced awake, Qing Moshuan was a bit dazed, with a strand of bed hair wobbling adorably with her movements. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Bingbing's delicate and beautiful face. Moshuan stretched, and instantly the room seemed filled with a faint milky fragrance. Moshuan, why do you have a milky scent on you? Su Bingbing sniffed curiously. Huh, do I? Qing Moshuan lifted her arm and smelled it. Damn, there really was a milky smell. Damn system, get out here. Qing Moshuan shouted in her mind. Coming. What now? Not that, why do I have this milky scent all over me? Qing Moshuan asked irritably. Oh, you mean this body scent? It's a bonus from the full system unlock. There are 2 other options. One is the scent of amplified desire, and the other is the scent of amplified bestial desire. Just hearing the names, she knew they weren't good things. Far worse than her current milky fragrance. Su Bingbing watched the little one drift into a daze again and couldn't help but chuckle softly, leaning forward. Suddenly, a delightful jasmine fragrance invaded Qing Mo Xian's nostrils, forcibly interrupting her conversation with the system. Whoa, those big white bunnies again. Seeing them once more, Qing Mo Xian's face reddened predictably. Bingbing Jia, why are you so close? She said shyly, her tone tinged with nervousness. I was just wondering why you kept spacing out. Su Bingbing straightened up and patted the little one's head. It's already lunchtime, and you're still not up. Oh, okay, I'll get up now. As Qing Mo Xian rose, she froze. How had she ended up in a yellow Pikachu nightgown? I remember I was drunk last night and didn't change clothes, Qing Mo Xian murmured softly, but Su Bingbing heard it all. You were sleeping too soundly. I had no choice but to wipe you down and change your clothes. Su Bingbing's tone carried a hint of grievance. Oh, Qing Mo Xian's mind went blank. Did that mean she had been seen naked by Su Bingbing? Although Su Bingbing was someone she had once liked, now there was nothing. What's with the What's wrong with your best friend changing your clothes? Or would you rather sleep in sweat? Su Bingbing poked Qing Mo Xian's little head in exasperation. Qing Mo Xian's mind was completely occupied with the fact that she had been seen naked. She had lost all face. As she thought, her fair little face slowly turned pink. What's there to be shy about? We're both girls. What's the harm in seeing? Besides, yours aren't small either. Su Bingbing gestured meaningfully toward Qing Mo Xian's chest. Qing Mo Xian looked down and saw her own little white bunnies. Instantly, her pinkish face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Watching how easily Qing Mo Xian blushed, Su Bingbing suppressed her inner laughter. She was following Lu Yan's instructions just to see how this little one would react. This little one was so easily embarrassed. Well, it was only natural to be shy after being seen naked. She wondered what it would be like when she was pinned down later. Hee. The thought was thrilling. System, is there any way you can change my information or something? What do you want to do? The system asked, puzzled. I want to go back to school, you know. Otherwise, you'll just be lazing around here every day. Qing Moxuan shrugged, wearing a helpless expression. Just go buy an information conversion card from the system mall yourself. What? There's a system mall? She had no idea such a thing existed. Hey, after the system fully unlocked, you never even looked at the attribute panel. The system was speechless. Oh. Qing Moxuan opened the attribute panel and noticed a button labeled mall in the lower left corner, realizing that was it. After clicking it, holy crap, there's so much stuff. Wow. The mall had everything from clothes to daily necessities, food, drinks, toys, and tools. But what the heck were task points? System, why does it require task points to redeem things? What is that? Qing Moxuan's little mind couldn't figure it out. Those are task points awarded after completing tasks. By the way, you finished 4 tasks earlier, and I forgot to give them to you. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 40 task points. 40. That wasn't too bad, but looking at the items in the mall, they ranged from 1 task point to several hundred. Well, she was poor. Then out of curiosity, she tapped on other categories and spotted an information conversion card, so she curiously clicked on it. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the information conversion card. Damn, that fast. I was just curious. Can I return it? Qing Moxuan felt a pang of regret, annoyed at her own impulsiveness. 40 task points were gone just like that, especially since she had been browsing the food section, which had lots of delicious things that were dirt cheap. Since she had already bought it, she had no choice but to take a look. Information conversion card changes all the user's files to current information without altering inherent thinking. Note: novice item. So, this thing can change information. Are you blind? The explanation is right there. Did your IQ drop so low you can't even understand this? The system fumed, metaphorically stamping its feet, though it had no feet. Then, maybe you'll just give it a quick try. Without waiting for a response, Qing Moxuan directly clicked use. Suddenly, there seemed to be no change. Information conversion card used successfully. The new ID has been placed in the suitcase. Then Qing Moxuan curiously opened the suitcase. And she was utterly appalled. What on earth was all this? No wonder that brat Qing Moyun had been so secretive, storing that suitcase separately. Inside, there was a deathly Barbie pink and a dark red Lolita dress, so garish it stung her eyes. There was also a note that read, "Little sister, big bro had these custom-made just for you. Make sure to wear them." Qing Moyun dropped dead. Qing Moxuan tore the note to shreds in fury, and her shout reached Su Bingbing, who was watching TV in the living room. What's wrong, Xian? Why are you so angry? Su Bingbing looked at the little girl's fierce yet adorable expression, suppressing a smile, as she asked gently. My dear second brother. He really had 2 wonderful dresses custom-made for me. When she said wonderful, Qing Moxuan nearly ground her little teeth to dust. What dresses? They're so blinding. Su Bingbing also spotted the 2 Lolita dresses in the suitcase. Good grief, was this cosplay? Gothic Rose? Or a gothic little loli? Qing Moxuan helplessly pressed her forehead. She noticed the receipt tucked in the corner, custom haute couture, Deathly Barbie 100 yuan. Dark Knight Lolita 14900 yuan. Qing Mashuan thought selling second brother, second young master of the world's second largest conglomerate, slightly flawed 2 yuan with free shipping. After stuffing those 2 garments into the bottommost layer of the wardrobe, Qing Mo Xian found an ID card in the compartment of her suitcase. Name Qing Mo Xian, gender female, date of birth May 24, 2004, ID number. I can't fabricate this. I didn't expect this to be quite convenient. Qing Mo Xian looked at her own photo on the ID card, her lips curving into a crescent moon. Right, she almost forgot the important matter. She pulled out her phone, suppressing her anger as she called her second brother. Hello, my dear little sister, what's up? As soon as the call connected, Qing Mo Yun's cheeky voice came through. Second brother, help me re-enroll for admission procedures. I want to go back to school. Qing Mo Xian forced a smile, but her molars were clenched tightly. All right, what major do you want to study? Hearing this, Qing Mo Xian grew dejected, her earlier anger vanishing completely. Business administration, she said listlessly. Studying business administration would allow her to intern at the family company after graduation. It was actually a decent choice. What's wrong? Weren't you ready to cut ties with the family over that thing back then? Why the change of heart now? Qing Mo Yun's tone was laced with provocation. Enough, don't ask so many questions. Just get it done quickly. She then swiftly hung up and threw herself onto the bed, pulling the covers over her head to sleep. Putting aside these heartaches, she decided to sleep and tomorrow accompany Sister Bing Bing for shopping. Sister Bing Bing, let's take a break. I feel like if I walk any longer my calves are going to fall off. Qing Mo Xian trudged slowly behind Su Bing Bing, her face a picture of utter despair. Why had she in a moment of impulse agreed to go shopping with Su Bing Bing? Now she wanted to slap her past self twice. Su Bing Bing wore a black dress, her stunning figure drawing the sidelong glances of countless men, especially since she was followed by an adorable little girl. This drew the attention of half the people in the mall, their eyes fixed on the 2 of them. Su Bing Bing didn't care, but Qing Mo Xian couldn't bear the stares. If there were a crack in the ground, she would be the first to crawl into it. Being watched by so many people was mortifying. Su Bing Bing looked at the exhausted Qing Mo Xian, then turned and picked her up. The sudden loss of ground left Qing Mo Xian flustered. She could only grab at whatever was within reach, finally clinging tightly to Su Bing Bing's neck. Sister Bing Bing, put me down. Though a bit angry, Qing Mo Xian was now more embarrassed. The contact of their bodies made her acutely aware of Su Bing Bing's soft warmth. What's wrong? Can't I hold you for a while? Su Bing Bing looked innocent. What was the big deal? Besides, this little milk bun smelled so nice. Qing Mo Xian's face flushed red, feeling like a kettle just boiled over. It wasn't that she was shy. While being watched by so many people, of course she was shy. Su Bing Bing watched her bashful expression, something crossing her mind, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. No, I won't wear it. I'd rather die than wear a skirt. Qing Mo Xian's face was stubborn as she resisted the blue crystal princess dress Su Bing Bing handed her. She had a pile of skirts at home, so why did Su Bing Bing insist on taking her to see more, claiming that a girl's wardrobe must be abundant? But what was this children's clothing store all about? Su Bing Bing's mind turned, and she thought of a good trick. She coaxed, if you put on this dress, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Huh. Su Bing Bing had hit Qing Mo Xian's weak spot. For a foodie, gourmet food was irresistible. Sure enough, Qing Mo Xian's eyes lit up at the mention of food. She looked at the dress again. Whatever, it's not like she hadn't worn one before, and there was good food involved. Then, Qing Mo Xian walked out of the children's clothing store in a blue dress adorned with crystals. Damn, why did she listen to Su Bing Bing? And wearing such a dress was utterly humiliating. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Bing Bing saw the shifting expressions on Qing Mo Xian's face, and guessed what she was thinking. Sure enough, at the mention of food, Qing Mo Xian forgot all about the mortifying dress she was wearing and trotted happily behind Su Bing Bing. After all, what in the world could compare to good food? It seems this Su Bing Bing is quite interesting. She can make the host change. I need to raise her favorability, the system murmured to itself. Hey sis, your enrollment is all set. Qing Moyan's voice on the other end carried that roguish tone, truly unbearable to hear. Oh, okay, I got it. By the way, sis, what's up with your identity information? How did it all turn into a female's? Qing Moyan finally voiced his confusion, because when he was handling the enrollment procedures, he noticed that Qing Moxuan's identity information was somewhat off from before. All the details had been changed to female. You don't need to worry about that, oh, just know that I took care of it. Qing Moxuan didn't know how to explain this matter, so she could only brush it off. After hanging up, Qing Moxuan sighed. I never thought I'd get to return to campus again. Right, I haven't streamed in so many days. How about a live stream? Qing Moxuan muttered to herself. Last time she only streamed to complete a task, and hadn't gone live since. Now nearly a week had passed. Ding! System task incoming. Please conduct a 3-hour live stream immediately with no fewer than 500 concurrent viewers. Task completion rewards 50 task points, a random boost to attractiveness, and some attributes will level up. Task failure, random deduction of IQ points, not less than 20. Damn it. System, are you messing with me? Qing Mashuan couldn't help but curse. 50,000 concurrent viewers, 50,000. That required a huge celebrity status. She had no choice but to accept. With her IQ already reduced to 80, any deduction would be fatal, let alone a random drop of no less than 20 points. For a moment, Qing Mashuan became dejected. Host, don't lose heart. How do you know you won't get that many viewers if you don't try? Shut up. Just hearing you talk irritates me. Qing Mashuan puffed out her cheeks in anger. This damn system, though the rewards weren't. While she did crave those 50 task points to buy lots of goodies in the system shop. With a look of utter despair, Qing Mashuan walked over to the computer, and this kid planned to turn on the camera. The moment she opened the stream, the viewer count skyrocketed from 0 to 200 in less than 5 seconds. Holy crap, the streamer is live. Ahem. My wife shared my bed recently, so she's been away for a while. Please forgive us. Get lost upstairs. She's my wife. I can't help but sigh. If one had such a wife at home, even Huatoa couldn't cure him. Why the fancy words? Everyone here knows what's on your mind. No need to play the scholar. Fans are terrifying. In an instant, Qing Mashuan was startled by the overwhelming influx of viewers. She hadn't expected so many people to pour in the moment she started streaming. Her sluggish brain took a while to process, finally landing on one thought: so infamous. With that doubt, Qing Mashuan turned on the camera, and in her naturally milky voice said, "Today we won't be gaming. Let's just chat with everyone in the stream." For a moment, not a single comment scrolled by. Am I lagging? Qing Mashuan wondered, staring at the screen for a long time without any comments. Then with her next words, the stream exploded. Holy moly, so cute. My old man's heart is melting. Get lost upstairs. What kind of filthy language is that? You're polluting our fairy's eyes. Is this cuteness even real? I can hardly believe my eyes. Qing Mashuan watched the comments scroll by and twitched her lips. Humph. As a guy, well, as someone who used to be a guy, she knew exactly what this bunch of pervs in the chat were thinking. They just wanted to ogle her and fantasize. So this time she'd indulged them. Well, Qing Mashuan only did it to boost the stream's popularity, as she just wanted to complete the task. After only half an hour of streaming, she was already blushing from the barrage of comments, but the viewer count had peaked at 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been distributed, 50 task points, and your cuteness has been upgraded to the maximum level. As the system's voice sounded, Qing Mashuan was horrified to find that the viewer count had reached a terrifying 100. But when her eyes darted to the comments, what vulgar language! How could they even post that? Where were the dragon tooth moderators? Were they just sleeping on the job? Come and ban my stream. Qing Mashuan screamed internally. What were all those comments even about? What did they mean by saying she'd definitely be the bottom? Were they looking down on her that much? That line directly ignited Mashuan's fighting spirit. What do you mean, it'll definitely be the bottom? I'm telling you right now, I will never be the bottom. Just look at these sturdy muscles. With that, Qing Mashuan rolled up her sleeve to reveal her slender arm and flexed it. Well, her arm was really thin. Years later, Qing Mashuan wrote in her journal, boohoo. After all this time training in martial arts, I still can't beat Bing Bing. She bullied me again today. How pathetic, boohoo. After live streaming for over an hour, Qing Mashuan's face had been flushed red for the entire duration, the color only slowly fading after the broadcast ended. Why did those comments make me feel so embarrassed? I used to be a guy too, so why does this kind of topic still make me cringe? Qing Mashuan silently grumbled inwardly. The system chimed in, not me, absolutely not me. I couldn't have raised the host's feminine psychological index. If I did, I'd be a dog. Woof, woof, woof. After the stream, Qing Mashuan felt a wave of relief, but then her phone rang. Hello, are you the blogger Xian is the handsomest? A voice came through as soon as she answered. What's up? Something wrong? Oh, it's like this. We're staff from Longya platform, and would like to invite you to participate in a charity event. Do you have time? The woman on the other end sounded noticeably excited upon confirming Qing Mashuan's identity. Oh, the words "no time" stuck in her throat. Right on cue, the damn system popped up again. Ding, system mission, host must attend the charity event. Reward, upgrade host skin to perfection. Penalty. Stop. You don't need to say it. I don't want to know. He'll go alright. So when is it? Qing Mashuan asked the staff member. Hearing this, the staffer realized it was a yes, and quickly replied, it's on the 24th of this month, held at the Qinxin Group in the imperial capital. Qing Mashuan spat out the water she had just drunk, grabbed her phone, and nearly pressed it against the earpiece, shouting, where did you say it's being held? Qinxin Group. What's wrong? The staffer on the other end was clearly startled, stammering in reply. Hearing that name again, Qing Mo Xian was completely frozen in place. Why did Longya Platform have to choose Qingqing Group, of all places? Wasn't that asking for trouble? If she didn't run into that person, fine, but if she did, it would be a real disaster. How could she explain this to him now? Seeing that Qing Mo Xian remained silent, the staffer asked, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first." Qing Mo Xian didn't catch a word, her mind consumed by a single thought. Maybe I should just take the penalty and skip this. Going there would be worse than death. But trouble never comes alone. Damn, why does my stomach hurt so much? Qing Mo Xian curled up on the bed, her face pale and wan. "System, what's happening to me?" she asked, forcing herself to stay conscious. "Nothing serious, just your period starting." "You mother." Before she could finish, Qing Mo Xian fainted. Sorry, her constitution was a bit weak, and the pain knocked her out. To make matters worse, she had hypoglycemia and had forgotten to eat candy during the stream. As soon as Su Bingbing got home, she sensed something was off. A heavy coppery smell of blood filled the air. Realizing what it might be, she rushed towards Qing Mo Xian's room. The moment she opened the door, instead of the usual milky scent, she was hit by an overwhelming stench of blood. But Su Bingbing had no time to dwell on that. She saw Qing Mo Xian curled up on the bed, her face an unnatural white, and beneath her lay a pool of red. The sight struck Su Bingbing like a lightning bolt, freezing her mind. The shock was too immense. Fortunately, Su Bingbing reacted quickly. She scooped up Qing Mo Xian and dashed out like a madwoman, hailing a taxi to speed towards the hospital. Throughout the ride, she held Qing Mo Xian tightly, murmuring, "It's okay, you'll be fine. Don't be nervous. She'll be all right." In the hospital room, "Doctor, how is she?" Su Bingbing asked, anxiously grabbing the doctor's arm. "She's fine, just some menstrual irregularities and hypoglycemia," the doctor explained patiently. Hearing this, Su Bingbing let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was okay. After learning that Qingma Pavilion was safe, Su Bingbing returned to the hospital room to take care of Qingma Xian. Well, how should I put it? It wasn't wrong to call it care, but why was Su Bingbing always fussing over Qingma Xian? She kept touching and rubbing her as if playing with a toy. Qingma Xian seemed to sense something and furrowed her brows slightly, which reminded Su Bingbing of the important matter. Damn, how could she forget that she was on her period? After an unknown amount of time, Qingma Xian groggily opened her eyes only to see. What was Su Bingbing doing? Qingma Xian slowly sat up, looking at Su Bingbing sprawled on the sofa without a trace of ladylike grace. The corner of her mouth twitched. She wanted to say something, but found herself unable to speak. Moreover, she felt something strange down there. It was hard to describe exactly how. It felt like there was something. Don't overthink it. It's a sanitary pad, the system said, unable to stand its foolish host's confusion. Qingma Xian, what? A sanitary pad? Who changed it for me? Her mind was full of questions. First, how did she end up in the hospital? Second, wouldn't changing her pad mean they had seen everything? "Oh, you're awake," Su Bingbing said, returning to her cool, aloof demeanor as she looked at Qingma Xian sitting dazed on the bed. She walked over, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. "Here, have some water first." Qingma Xian looked at the person before her and instantly understood everything. Her little face turned visibly red. To cool herself down, Qingma Xian took the water from Su Bingbing and downed it in one gulp. But it seemed useless. Her face was still as red as ever. She was shy. How rare, how rare. Tisk tisk tsk. The host finally had the mindset of a girl. The system silently muttered to itself. Why is your face suddenly so red? Are you sick? Seeing Qingma Xian's flushed face, Su Bingbing grew worried and reached out to feel her forehead. But this small gesture made Qingma Xian even more shy. She wanted to pull back, but found there was nowhere to go. The soft, slightly cool palm rested on her forehead. In that instant, Qingma Xian felt as if an electric current had passed through her body, leaving her frozen in place. Strange, no fever. Why did her face suddenly turn red? Su Bingbing was puzzled, but soon realized, oh, this little girl was shy. Qingma Xian, a not-so-bright 145 centimeters tall, sweet, and cute little loli. Originally the third son of the world's second-largest financial conglomerate. Filthy rich, ranked second globally. She has two older brothers, the eldest Qingma Chen, a cold and aloof CEO, the second Qingma Yan, also a cold CEO by nature, but after gaining a little sister, he gradually became a doting brother and a goofball. Su Bingbing, a genius girl with intelligence near the limits of human potential, 172 centimeters tall. For now, that's all. Her background will be gradually revealed later. Readers can take a guess. There's a big prize for the correct answer. The story will gradually settle into its main plot. There may be a few bittersweet moments, so dear readers, please be patient. If you have any storylines you'd like to see, feel free to leave them in the comments. I might pick some to incorporate into the story. Everyone is welcome to participate. It was nothing serious, merely a case of low blood sugar and the arrival of a relative. Therefore, after waking up, Qing Maxuan went through the discharge procedures. Sitting on the sofa, Qing Maxuan held her stomach with one hand and a cup of brown sugar ginger tea in the other. This was not something Qing Maxuan wanted to drink, but Su Bingbing had forced it into her hands, insisting she finish it all. With no other choice, Qing Maxuan could only endure the stomach pain and drink the brown sugar ginger tea. It seemed the pain was easing. How can you not remember when your relative is due? Do you have any idea how much you scared me just now? Su Bingbing's tone carried a hint of reproach, causing Qing Maxuan, who was sitting on the sofa, to shrink her neck. By the way, this is for you. With that, Su Bingbing tossed a square package from her hand, and Qing Maxuan caught it perfectly. Then, her face flushed red, a deep crimson that spread instantly, because that square package was a sanitary pad. Damn it. Although her body was female, Qing Maxuan's heart was still that of a man. This feeling was no different from being told today that she was the dominant one, only to be forced into submission tomorrow. What's wrong? Is there something to be embarrassed about? Su Bingbing was puzzled. How could a sanitary pad make this little milk cub shy? Truly a young lady from a prestigious family. So easily embarrassed. Tisk, who knows what it would be like to have her pinned down? My mistake. Sister Bingbing, do you have time on the 24th? Qing Maxuan asked hesitantly. What's up? Is there something? Su Bingbing inquired while typing. Nothing major, just that I'm participating in an event for the Lanya platform, and it's on the 24th. So I wanted you to come with me. Qing Maxuan spoke with some restraint, knowing it wasn't easy to ask someone she hadn't known long to accompany her to an event. But upon hearing that Qing Maxuan was attending an event, Su Bingbing's eyes lit up instantly. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to foster their relationship? Alright, where is the event? Hearing Su Bingbing's agreement, Qing Maxuan became instantly excited. It's at the Qinxing Group in the Imperial Capital on the 24th. Okay, I've got it. Su Bingbing casually replied, sending the PPT she had just made to her teacher. By the way, have you sorted out your school enrollment? Su Bingbing asked as she shut down her computer. Qing Maxuan's little mind couldn't quite keep up. After her intelligence had dropped, her brain didn't support being asked questions while thinking. It was prone to crashing. And so she froze on the spot. Su Bingbing watched quietly as her mind churned for about 3 minutes before Qing Maxuan finally spoke. It's done. He'll be enrolling the day after tomorrow on the 22nd. You're quite busy then. Enrolling on the 22nd and going to a charity event on the 24th. As a transfer student, aren't you worried about falling behind in your studies? Su Bingbing teased casually. Well, Qing Maxuan hadn't really considered that. As a transfer student, she was already behind by half a semester. But if she kept attending events, what would be the difference between studying and not studying? He'll only attend this one event. He'll turn down all future ones. Qing Maxuan's small face was set with determination. Seeing Qing Maxuan's serious expression, Su Bingbing couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just kidding. By the way, what's your major? Economics and management. From the sound of it, you don't want to study that. It's not a bad field. Su Bingbing was baffled. What was this little milk cub thinking? Studying economics and management could later make her a good secretary. That plot line can be written later. I fell out with my family precisely because I didn't want to study economics and management. Qing Maxuan didn't want to hide anything from Su Bingbing. I was the young miss of the Qing family. Back then my family wanted me to study economics and management, but I insisted on studying traditional Chinese painting. That's how the relationship with my family soured. Qing Maxuan had originally wanted to say young master, but since her golden cudgel was gone, she had to change it to miss. After Qing Maxuan's 5-minute recount, Su Bingbing understood the whole story. So this little milk cub had ended up renting a house because of this. But then why are you studying economics and management now? Su Bingbing voiced her lingering doubt. Qing Maxuan sighed. I was bullied at my old school, so I wanted to switch majors. Well, to cover up the lies she had told before, she had to make something up. But Qing Maxuan was quite shocked by Su Bingbing's reaction. She hadn't expected that upon learning she was a young lady of the Qing family, Su Bingbing wouldn't be surprised, but rather extremely calm, betraying no emotion. Logically, she should have been shocked, then exclaimed, "Rich lady, I'm hungry, feed me." This made Qing Maxuan suspect had she known her identity all along. Qing Maxuan was merely speculating, unaware of Su Bingbing's true identity. Otherwise she would have understood why Su Bingbing remained so composed. She decided to keep the secret for now, promising to reveal Su Bingbing's background later. Qing Maxuan stood at the school gate, taking a deep breath of the campus air. Then, "Ugh, dog, if you dare drop that pile of crap today, they'll stick it back on you." Qing Maxuan, with hands on her hips, accused the big yellow dog in her childish voice, which had its legs spread at the entrance. This frightened the dog so much that its legs trembled, and it tucked its tail between its legs and fled. Su Bingbing covered her face, exclaiming, I can't face anyone anymore. My reputation is ruined by this little milk baby. Fortunately, it was Monday, and there were few people at the school gate, otherwise they would have witnessed a little girl in a blue Lolita dress, hands on her hips, accusing the big yellow dog. To prevent the child from doing anything more outrageous, Su Bingbing grabbed Qing Maxuan by the collar and rushed toward the administrative building. Nevertheless, many sharp-eyed students noticed and even took photos. It wasn't their fault, they were simply too conspicuous. Not to mention Qing Maxuan's Lolita dress. Su Bingbing was wearing a light purple JK skirt, looking like a stunning high school student. Coupled with their flawless appearances, they formed a brilliant sight on the university campus. So you're the new student Qing Maxuan, here to register. Lu Hongli's eyes sparkled as she looked at the exquisite little girl before her. Qing Maxuan's adorable face seemed so tender it could be pinched. Qing Maxuan felt a bit overwhelmed by the stare, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Bingbing, who was standing at the door. Then, that Su Bingbing actually took out her phone and snapped a photo of Qing Maxuan. I am your counselor. Your dormitory is in building 4, room 407. Lu Hongli, seeing Qing Maxuan's bewilderment, continued. I'll add you on WeChat later and send you the class schedule. Oh, okay, counselor. Qing Maxuan stammered, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Lu Hongli didn't say much more, just gave a few casual reminders. There's a class this afternoon, don't forget to attend. All right, teacher, I understand. With that, Qing Maxuan fled the office as if escaping a disaster. I never thought I'd return to school as a student in this lifetime. Qing Maxuan mused as she walked along the path, reflecting on everything. She had assumed that after becoming a girl she would have to bid farewell to her college life, which had only lasted half a semester. Now she was given the chance to continue her studies. Lost in her thoughts, Qing Maxuan failed to notice the person approaching from the opposite direction. Then, bang up. The sound of bodies colliding came first, followed by a childish exclamation of surprise. Qing Maxuan rubbed her head, her eyes welling up with tears from the pain, making her look pitiful to those around. Holy crap. Duh. Qing Machan. When Qing Maxuan met the handsome face, she blurted out in shock. Qing Machan looked at the girl, who seemed about to cry, full of confusion. Does this girl know me? Why does it feel so strange? Did that hurt? He asked gently out of politeness. His smile left Qing Maxuan momentarily stunned. Although it bore some resemblance to Qing Moyan's smile, it seemed much gentler. So is she falling for him? They're brothers. Seems like brother and sister. Damn. Qing Maxuan cursed inwardly as she snapped back to reality, then turned around and bumped into someone else. This time it was none other than Qing Moyan. Yes, Qing Moyan. Damn, why is he here too? This time Qing Maxuan truly broke down, sitting on the ground and bursting into tears. Qing Moyan, what's wrong, little sister? Did big brother bully you? Qing Machan, what's with this kid? I didn't do anything, so why is she crying? At home, Qing Maxuan was never afraid of her parents, as she often went against them. But she wasn't the ruler of the house. The only one she feared was her big brother. Just one look from his icy gaze could make her hair stand on end. Thus, no matter how angry Qing Maxuan was, the moment she saw her big brother, all her anger vanished. Not because her brother was particularly formidable. Well, he was. At just 25, he ranked 7th on the global rich list, founder of the Qinxing Group, the 5th largest enterprise in the country. Big brother, what are you doing here? This little sister was made to cry by you, it's not my fault. With that, Qing Mayan tried to make a quick escape. But could he get away? Stop right there. The principal just sent me a message along with a photo of the little girl who enrolled you. Qing Machan shook his phone, flashing a polite smile. Seeing that smile, Qing Mayan couldn't help but gulp. It's over, little sister. May you find your own salvation. If you want to blame someone, blame our brother for being too thorough. Qing Maxuan thought. Is no one going to care about me? I've been crying for so long, and no one's come to. Qing Machan held his phone, comparing it to the little girl before him. After a long moment, he set the phone down and lifted a finger to adjust his gold-rimmed glasses. Explain yourself, he uttered after a moment of silence. Qing Maxuan awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers, but then Qing Mayan interjected. Big brother, it's mealtime. Let's eat and talk. Qing Machan nodded, curious to see what surprise his second brother would bring. Qing Maxuan had been sitting on the floor crying for half an hour. His eyes were red and swollen, and he seemed dazed. He was dragged into the car by Qing Maxuan and taken to their family's Celestial Abode restaurant. Oh, you asked where Su Bingbing went. After Qing Maxuan reported, and she was called away by members of the student council. She was the student council president after all, and always busy. So after a lengthy hour and a half of psychological counseling and explaining the entire incident's occurrence and process, Qing Machan finally came to terms with the fact the child before him, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, was his mischievous third brother. Qing Machan calmly ate a peanut, then fainted. Qing Mayan and Qing Maxuan stared at each other, seeing nothing but confusion in each other's eyes. One was a goofball, the other lacked intelligence, but what could two such clowns discern? Inside the hospital room, Ching Moken's hands trembled as he drank water. Are you sure? Is it really our third brother? Still unable to believe it, he grabbed the second brother sitting by the hospital bed and asked, needing a true answer. Ching Mayun patted the eldest brother's hand. We did a DNA test. It's confirmed. He's our brother. Or rather our sister. Was this real? Ching Machen pinched his own arm. Ouch. It hurt. It was real. Damn. Ching Machen finally had a little sister. Though she wasn't the soft, fragrant little sister had dreamed of, it wasn't much different, was it? She was small but not in age. Who could have known how much had longed for a sister when their mother was pregnant with the third child? He had begged heaven and earth, even placing 2 statues of Guanyin in his room and worshipping them daily. Now that he truly had a sister, it all felt unreal. The shock was too great, his mind short-circuited, leading to his fainting spell. Seeing that the eldest brother was fine, Ching Mochuan wanted to leave, but met his brother's somewhat aggrieved eyes. What was that about? Why did it feel like he was abandoning him? With no choice, he had to soothe him. They'll return to the imperial capital in a couple of days. We can catch up then. Then Ching Mochuan dashed out of the ward, leaving the eldest and second brothers standing there exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what he meant. What did he mean by returning to the imperial capital in a couple of days? Had their sister changed her mind? Was she going to tell their parents? Ching Mayun wondered, unaware that his sister had become a streamer. Come on, for a business tycoon who pays attention to a gaming streamer. So this goofball, no, this second brother, lacked both taste and emotional intelligence. On the school forum, 2 posts were gaining heat at an astonishing rate. Shocking, a cute new girl arrives at school, and shocking, the cute sister has ties to the Ching brothers. What kind of relationship? Damn, what is all this? Ching Mochuan muttered, scrolling through the school forum and ranting. Su Bingbing stood beside Ching Mochuan, trying to calm the fuming boy. What's wrong now? What made our little cutie so angry? Ching Mochuan held up his phone for Su Bingbing to see. Look at the school forum. What is all this nonsense? That's my own brother. Besides being siblings, what other relationship could there be? Can't these people use their brains or do some research before writing posts? Don't write about brothers' ass. Ching Mochuan ranted on, completely unaware that he had slipped up. Su Bingbing affectionately ruffled Ching Mochuan's blue hair. Don't get upset. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria for lunch. This seemed to work. Ching Mochuan put away his phone and skipped along with Su Bingbing to the cafeteria. Spicy chicken pot, stewed pork. Ching Mochuan recited a list of dishes in her childish voice. Then, none of the spicy dishes she ordered, Su Bingbing said, immediately throwing Ching Mochuan into an emo mood. For Ching Mochuan, who couldn't live without spice, this was practically a death sentence. But Su Bingbing's icy glare settled everything, accompanied by a reprimand. Have you forgotten you're on your period? Do you want a stomachache? The scolding tone forced Ching Mochuan to lower her head like a child caught doing wrong by a parent. Seeing Ching Mochuan like this, Su Bingbing's heart softened. She gently stroked Ching Mochuan's head and said, "They'll make it for you after your period, okay?" Okay. Holy crap. Look, that's Su Bingbing. Isn't she just the campus belle? Holy crap. No, I'm not talking about Su Bingbing. I mean the girl sitting next to her. She's way too adorable. A boy grabbed his friend's arm and shook it frantically. The surrounding murmurs gradually made Ching Mo Xian stop eating. Su Bingbing noticed and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Is it not good?" Ching Mo Xian said shyly, "No, it's just that everyone around is talking about me." I. So what? You're this cute, and you can't let others say it. Su Bingbing reached out and pinched Ching Mo Xian's fair, tender cheek. Whether it was her eyes playing tricks on her or not, Su Bingbing always felt that Ching Mo Xian was growing more adorable by the day, her face so soft it seemed like water could drip from it. How could she not feel this way? After all, Ching Mo Xian had a system. Though it wasn't particularly useful, it could make her prettier. Systemachu. Who's badmouthing me? Sister Bingbing, I'll head to class now. See you later. Ching Mo Xian waved as she ran toward the teaching building. Su Bingbing nodded. Don't get lost. This remark made Ching Mo Xian puff up her cheeks in anger and protest in a babyish voice. How could I possibly get lost? I could find my way around this school with my eyes closed. And then, she actually did get lost. To fit her persona, the system had conveniently added a trait of being directionally challenged. So in a distance of less than 400 meters, Ching Mo Xian managed to lose her way. Damn it, what's going on? A ghost trap. Ching Mo Xian circled between a couple of buildings several times, completely unsure of where to go. Then she wandered into a small grove and stumbled upon a scene not suitable for minors. Well, not that kind of scene. It was just some schoolyard thugs who had climbed over the wall to extort money from college students. Ching Mo Xian, damn. Why does all the bad luck have to find me? She tried to sneak away, but just like in a movie scene, she stepped on a rock and went. Smack. She fell. Ow. That hurts. Qing Imo Xian rubbed her sore chest wanting to leave, but a voice behind her yelled stop. Her legs froze involuntarily. Seriously, with that noise, if those thugs didn't hear it, they'd have to be completely deaf. The moment the red-haired thug set his eyes on Qing Imo Xian, a greedy look emerged from deep within him, as if a tiger had spotted its prey. Little sister, want to come hang out with big brother for a bit? The red-haired thug flashed a sinister smile, as if he could devour her in the next second. As he walked toward Qing Imo Xian, the other thugs followed behind him like lackeys. Well, they were his lackeys. Qing Imo Xian was at a loss for a moment, frantically calling out to the system, "System, hurry up and return my power to me. If you don't, I'm done for. Alright, I'll give it back." Then a warm current spread from the top of her head throughout her body. Qing Imo Xian smirked inwardly and began her act. "Big brothers, can you please let me go? I'll give you however much money you want." Qing Imo Xian's pitiful expression, paired with her eyes that seemed ready to well up with tears, would stir pity in anyone. Well, this only made the group of thugs even more excited. The red-haired one in particular didn't bother to hide the greed in his eyes, as if he were staring at a piece of fat meat. "How much money do you have?" The red-haired thug smirked. "As much as you want, just as long as you let me go." Qing Imo Xian kept up her act. The red-haired thug leered at the little loli before him. "They say 9 out of 10 lolas are rich and the 10th lives in a villa. No lies there." In truth, Qing Imo Xian had wanted to give them a chance to back off. But seeing how things were now, let's just start fighting. Just as she was about to make a move, a flying kick shot past her face, sending the red-haired thug crashing into the wall. Well, a hero saving the damsel in distress. After kicking the red-haired thug to the ground, Suyu turned to look at Qing Imo Xian. "Are you alright?" Qing Imo Xian gazed at the handsome boy before her. His straight nose, peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, fair and clean skin, a blue tracksuit, and a headband, all exuding the sunny aura of youth. His looks would appeal to over 90 of girls, but unfortunately not to Qing Imo Xian's taste. As someone with a male mindset, how could she possibly like boys? Maybe you should worry about yourself first. Qing Imo Xian pointed behind, Suyu signaling an ambush. Suyu swiftly delivered a roundhouse kick followed by a left hook, taking down the blue-haired thug, who was sneaking up on him. The red-haired thug, now fuming, wasn't about to let it go. He called to his lackeys, "Get him. Beat that kid to death." Unknown Suyu's blackened belt skills were no problem, but fighting multiple opponents put him at a disadvantage. Suyu tensed up, and Qing Imo Xian noticed his predicament. The corner of her mouth twitched. This kid's combat ability isn't that high, is it? Oh, whatever, I'll handle it. Seriously, Qing Imo Xian was now at her peak strength. Taking on these thugs was a piece of cake. And so the next scene unfolded. A little loli, barely 1.5 meters tall, shielding a man nearly 1.9 meters in height behind her, facing 7 or 8 men over 1.8 meters tall. "Sister, we're sorry. We didn't recognize your greatness. Please let us go." The red-haired thug knelt on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, begging for mercy. Suyu, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. "What the hell am I seeing? A little girl shorter than my chest just took down a bunch of thugs I couldn't even handle." He felt like he might be losing his mind. Qing Moshuan brushed off the non-existent dust from her clothes. Well, there was some dust, actually, since she had gotten covered in dirt when she fell. After thoroughly dusting herself off, she swept a sharp gaze over the thugs sprawled on the ground and coldly uttered, "If I ever see you again, you're finished. Get lost." The red-haired thug then nudged his companions, who stumbled to their feet and climbed over the low wall to escape the campus. No sooner had they left than the redhead's expression shifted, turning icy as he gritted out, "Just you wait. You're done for." Inside the wall, Qing Moshuan and Suyu were oblivious. One was drained of strength by the system, panting heavily from exhaustion. The other was stunned by the scene, thinking, "What is all this?" Little sister, are you okay?" Suyu had just been wandering and ended up in the grove, where he saw a little girl being harassed by thugs. She then showed him what real martial arts looked like. How amusing. Qing Moshuan used to be a provincial-level free-fighting champion, but her current body just couldn't take the strain. Otherwise, if it were the old Qing Moshuan, she'd have turned into a muscular powerhouse. But for her now, what could be more comfortable than being a lazy slacker? "Little sis, please teach me. That straight punch you did was awesome." Suyu, acting like a total fanboy, trailed behind Qing Moshuan. She was getting annoyed by his persistence and just wanted to get back to class. But, do you know where the economics and management building is?" she asked awkwardly, still not sure of the way. "You're in economics and management too? What a coincidence." "Me too. Come on, let's go to class together," Suyu said, stepping ahead to guide her. But he kept peppering her with questions, driving her crazy. He asked why had never seen her before, then why she chose to study economics. His mouth chattered non-stop, as if it were rented, nearly splitting her head open. Finally, after enduring countless questions, Qing Moshuan reached the classroom door. Yet the moment she stepped inside, the once noisy classroom fell into dead silence. Lu Hongli, who was teaching at the front, noticed her and waved her over with a smile, then solemnly introduced her to the class. This is Qing Maxuan, a transfer student from another school. Let's give her a warm welcome. Hello everyone. My name is Qing Maxuan. I look forward to your guidance, she said, offering a polite bow with a graceful smile. The previously silent classroom erupted into applause and cheers. Whoa, isn't that the girl who was with the school beauty, Sue? Holy crap, it is. I love this loli. Come sit next to me. There's an empty seat. A guy shoved his buddy off the chair beside him. Once one person started, others followed suit, and the classroom filled with groans and laughter. Of course, amid the flattery, there were also sour voices of disdain. Isn't that the girl hanging out with the Qing brothers? Hey, what do you think her relationship is with them? Li Shiyu's tone was dripping with sarcasm as she nudged her best friend. Who knows? Maybe it's that kind of relationship, Mo Euro replied, her insinuation clear from her tone alone. Though their voices weren't very loud, everyone nearby could hear clearly. Still, most classmates chose to stay neutral and not get involved. Qing Maxuan, standing at the podium, naturally caught the remarks and decided to clarify. I'm sure you're all curious about why I was with the Qing brothers on the forum. Let me set the record straight. They're my brothers, my biological brothers. I'm the eldest daughter of the Qing family. Since the truth would come out eventually, she figured it was better to address it directly and discourage any ill intentions. The classroom exploded at her words. While they say 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich, no lie. Damn, if she were my girlfriend, I'd be on cloud 9. Shut up. She's right here. Tisk, I know you. You just want to live off her money. Listening to the chatter, Qing Maxuan's cheeks flushed. Being the center of so much attention was undeniably awkward. Lu Hongli noticed her discomfort and whispered, go find a seat. Class is about to start. Qing Maxuan nodded and slowly made her way to a corner seat in the back row. On the corner, she could sneak around without being noticed. Perfect. Qing Mo Xian had indeed underestimated her own influence. Throughout the lesson, barely any students paid attention to the teacher. Most kept turning their heads to gaze at Qing Mo Xian's adorable little face. Hey, doesn't that new classmate look just like that new streamer from Longya? Damn, now that you mention it, I remember. Aren't they identical, eh? Whispers rippled through the classroom, and Qing Mo Xian caught the gist of it. It seemed her identity as a streamer had been discovered. It really did seem that way. How my little disguise hasn't even warmed up yet, and it's already been exposed. Damn it. Qing Mo Xian cursed inwardly. But the gazes cast her way weren't just filled with admiration and envy, some carried jealousy as well. Take Li Shiyu, for instance, who had been speaking with sarcasm just moments ago. When she heard Qing Mo Xian admit to being the eldest daughter of the Qing family, it felt like an invisible slap stinging her face. Ridiculous. This isn't the imperial capital. The Qing family can't stir up any trouble here. Yuqing City is the domain of my Li family. Sure, the Qing family wields influence nationwide and even globally, but how could they bother with a minor family like ours in this small city? Li Shiyu plotted in her mind. No, she had to make this pampered young miss suffer. After all, she had been the department's beauty queen, unquestioned and adored by all the guys as their goddess. Why should Qing Mo Xian steal all the attention the moment she arrived? Qing Mo Xian felt a strange unease. She scanned the classroom, but found nothing amiss, so she decided to focus on the lesson. Someone's about to cause trouble, the system popped up to warn her. Qing Mo Xian was baffled. What are you talking about? What trouble? I remember that girl who tried to gaslight you earlier. Oh, you mean that ugly chick? She's the eldest daughter of the Yuqing Li family, and what did you just say to her? Can the Li family compare to mine? Not about families. She's still a young lady, you know. She's not as rich as me. You. Fine, you're really good at changing the subject. Anyway, just a heads up, Li Shiyu is plotting something. Got it. Oh, by the way, is there any way to boost my memory? What's wrong? Brain not keeping up. The system picked its nose indifferently. If you had any conscience, you'd give me back my IQ. I can't memorize a thing now. Qing Mo Xian stared at her notes, feeling her mind was completely drained. There is a way, actually. It's called photographic memory, available in the system shop. Hearing this, Qing Mo Xian nodded and opened the blue projection screen, invisible to others, to find the shop. Damn, 200 mission points. That expensive? You might as well rob me. There's a discount now, 75 off. Interested? Yes. The moment Qing Mo Xian heard about the sale, she agreed without a second thought. Alright, mission accepted. Host must wear a blue sailor uniform to the library. Reward a 75 discount coupon and help thwart Li Shiyu's scheme. Failure penalty, become Li Shiyu's plaything. At the mention of the penalty, Qing Mo Xian couldn't help but shiver. She had no desire to become anyone's toy, even if wearing a sailor uniform was utterly embarrassing. But being a plaything was even more humiliating. Qing Mo Xian clenched her small, delicate fists, resolved. Photographic memory, here I come. System, can't this skirt be a bit longer? Look how short it is. Qing Imo Xian stared helplessly at the miniskirt she was forced into by the system. No, this length is final. Take it or leave it, otherwise you're off to LB. Damn, you go to hell. Qing Imo Xian cursed outright. Then she sighed. Well, she had already accepted the mission. How could she back out? Embarrassing as it was better than becoming a plaything. On Weibo, a post was rapidly climbing the charts. Shocking. The new transfer student at U University turns out to be the Qing brothers' lover. Is it a moral collapse or a twisted humanity? Qing Moxuan, however, paid no heed to such trivialities. Well, given her intelligence, she couldn't have fathomed much anyway. On the other side, upon catching sight of the trending topic, old Master Qing nearly erupted in fury. Steaming with rage, he phoned Qing Machin and Qing Mayun, commanding them to return post-haste. Qing Yutong assumed his two sons had committed some impropriety, both smitten with the same girl, and he nearly fainted from vexation. Qing Machin and Qing Mayun exchanged bewildered glances. Why would the old man suddenly summon them? Nevertheless, defying his orders was out of the question, so they hastily drove from Yuqing City to the imperial capital. Yuqing City and the imperial capital were less than 100 kilometers apart, a mere half-hour drive. As the brothers stepped into the mansion, they sensed an unusual tension in the air. In the villa's grand hall, Qing Yutong, clad in a black suit and seated with an imposing dignity, emanated a chilling aura that pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Bai Ting gazed at her sons, her eyes hinting at something amiss. Father, why have you summoned us? After a long silence, the more vivacious Qing Mayun finally broke the stillness. The old master snorted coldly, then tossed his phone onto the coffee table. Do you two have any idea what you've done? The brothers exchanged a glance, then looked at the phone on the table, instantly grasping the situation. Well, were they dealing with a fool? Who would dare spread rumors about the Qing family? You two are no longer children, but you can't act in such a manner. Bai Ting, adorned in a brocade cheongsam, and seated with graceful poise, her beautiful face, tinged with anger and helplessness, exuded an aura of nobility as she spoke. Her words left Qing Machin and Qing Mayun staring at each other in disbelief. Had their mother actually believed the baseless rumors? What nonsense was this? Besides, the photo in the post merely showed the two brothers standing, with Qing Moxuan in the middle. It looked more like two fathers with a child, didn't it? Indeed, compared to Qing Mokin's 188 centimeters and Qing Moyin's 187, Qing Moxuan's mere 145 centimeters seemed utterly dwarfed, a veritable father and daughter tableau. Qing Moxuan sneezed. Who's speaking ill of me? Qing, you're 27 this year. Yun, you're 24. But you can't act like your third brother. That reckless lad is only 18, and he's in no hurry. The old master stared at them, his expression one of bitter disappointment. Yet whenever he mentioned the third brother, Qing Yutong grew irate. That boy had been mischievous since childhood, but his academic brilliance made him prone to defiance. Now he had taken up traditional Chinese painting, truly a source of worry. For a family ranked second internationally in business, to have a son studying Chinese painting, wasn't that a laughingstock? Father, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood what? That you two are dating the same person, or that you're planning to share this child equally. Qing Machin attempted to explain, but was immediately silenced by the old master's retort. Truth be told, the old master found the girl in the photo rather agreeable. She appeared pure and clean, like an untouched patch of pristine earth. Moreover, she was adorable, far surpassing those girls caked in cheap makeup and flashy attire. But the old master believed his two sons had both fallen for the same girl. This was utterly absurd. The brothers exchanged a look, reading a shared sense of exasperation and helplessness in each other's eyes. Though called the old master, Qing Yutong was barely over 50, in the prime of middle age. His years of navigating high-stakes business circles had endowed him with an innate imposing presence. For someone of his stature, only the Su family, ranked first in the global economy, commanded his deference, while other minor clans would humble themselves to curry favor. Thus, at just 52, Qing Yutong had earned the title of Old Master Qing. Alas, the old master seemed thoroughly convinced by the fabricated rumors. The brothers wished to clarify the matter, but it appeared futile. After all, what sane person would believe that a living, breathing young man had suddenly transformed into a girl? Now both brothers schemed to extricate themselves unscathed, shifting all blame onto the third brother. Though the image of that delicate, pitiable little face softened their hearts, they reasoned that saving their own skins was paramount. Surely the old master wouldn't harm a girl. Qing Moxuan sneezed again. What's wrong with me today? Why can't I stop sneezing? Tisk tisk tsk. It seems some reckless fools have already made their move. Ah, how pathetic, the system sighed. Qing Moxuan heard nothing. She was at the center of a storm of 10,000 gazes. A blue sailor uniform. The allure of a uniform. Wearing this outfit as she walked across the campus, Qing Moxuan captivated countless Lilican admirers. Now overwhelmed by embarrassment, her face a deep crimson, she only wished to hurry to the library. Finally, after enduring countless whispers and compliments, she saw the light of victory, only to freeze in shock. "Student, please show your student ID." Hiss. "I forgot to get my student ID. How troublesome. I was just one step away from completing the mission." But soon Qing Mashuan, with her barely 80 IQ, thought of a plan to charm her way through. Yes, that was it, to charm her way through. Instantly, Qing Mashuan suppressed her flushed face, replacing it with a pitiful, yet irresistibly moving expression. Her large dark eyes stared intently at the senior student on duty at the library. "Senior, I'm a newly transferred student. I haven't gotten my student ID yet. Could you make an exception?" Her tone carried a hint of grievance, and her glossy black eyes glistened with a layer of tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Who could resist this? The senior student, barely holding back a nosebleed, suppressed the restless flame within him. "Oh, a newly transferred junior. All right, go on in." Hearing this, Qing Mashuan's previously aggrieved expression instantly bloomed into pure joy. She bounced into the library, her short blue hair swaying with each hop. This sight melted the hearts of the old students who had followed her to the library, their gazes fixed on her like wolves eyeing a rabbit. Fortunately, the senior student at the door regained his composure quickly. Shaking off the brief distraction, he blocked the crowd, eager to rush in. "Show your student ID." "No ID, no entry." He then plopped down at the library entrance, using his own body to shield against the horde of perverts. Thankfully, there were no major issues inside the library. Li Peng. Damn, what was that guy doing here? Wasn't he a traditional Chinese painting major? Why was he in the library? To flirt. Indeed, Qing Mashuan's suspicions were correct. The moment she entered, Li Peng's gaze locked onto her. Luckily, Qing Mashuan only glanced at Li Peng from the corner of her eye, avoiding any awkward eye contact. But with her mission at hand, she had no choice but to steel herself and walk deeper inside. She grabbed a random book on economics and sat at a table by the window. Good heavens! Qing Mashuan stared at the book's contents, her forehead lined with frustration. She couldn't understand a word. Li Peng's gaze never left her. As a Lelican, seeing such an adorable creature nearly made him lose control of his restless heart. He wanted to rush over and hug her, maybe even give her a squeeze. While that thought was rather dangerous and could easily mark him as a pervert. To avoid such a disaster, Li Peng quietly waited for the right moment. When Qing Mashuan sat by the window, he knew his chance had come. He stood up and slowly approached her seat. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" At that moment, Li Peng appeared, quite refined, his gold-rimmed glasses making him look like a cultured scoundrel. Qing Mashuan looked at him, dressed in sportswear, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a history book, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "Sure, go ahead." Qing Mashuan's reply was calm, as if addressing a stranger. Well, for her now, she truly couldn't acknowledge him. "Miss, I haven't seen you around before," Li Peng remarked, puzzled. Such an adorable young girl would surely have appeared on the school's confession wall, yet had never seen her there. Qing Mashuan's mouth twitched again. She didn't really want to talk to Li Peng. Meeting her former roommate as a girl was awkward enough, and she feared he might discover something. But out of politeness, she replied, "I'm a new transfer student. Today's my first day. No wonder I haven't seen you before." "You're a new classmate," Li Peng said, visibly delighted. This way he could keep an eye on such an adorable girl. Just thinking about it excited him. Qing Mashuan exchanged a few casual words with Li Peng when the system suddenly popped up. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have earned the photographic memory skill and 30 mission points." Hearing this, Qing Mashuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could stop this awkward chat. She couldn't take it anymore. Just as Qing Mashuan was about to leave, Li Peng finally voiced his ultimate goal. "Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" Hearing this, Qing Mashuan instinctively handed over her phone, only to snatch it back, leaving Li Peng utterly bewildered. "Sorry, my boyfriend doesn't allow me to add other guys on WeChat." A thunderbolt seemed to strike Li Peng's mind. What? Such a wonderful girl already had a boyfriend. No way. He had to find out who this guy was. And then, he saw Su Bingbing and Qing Mashuan leaving the school hand in hand. So, was this girl a lesbian? It was a conclusion Li Peng refused to accept. But on second thought, maybe Su Bingbing and this girl were just friends. So, had he just been rejected by this girl? Damn it, let it all end. I'm tired. Tisk tisk tsk. Who would have thought Li Shiyu was so bold? She even alerted Qing Mashuan's family. Ah, that kid's really asking for trouble. The perspective shifted to the Qing brothers and the old master. Both brothers were inwardly debating whether to let the third sibling explain personally, ultimately deciding, "Third, your two elder brothers can no longer cover for you. Come explain yourself." Then, just as he stepped out of the school gates, Qing Mashuan was whisked away by a group of black-clad figures, leaving Su Bingbing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. "Wait, where's my big baby gone? Where's my big nursing bottle?" Fortunately, before Su Bingbing could call her father, a message from Qing Mashuan arrived. "My dad called me home. I'll be back tomorrow. This eased the tension that had gripped Su Bingbing. Thankfully, it wasn't a kidnapping, or she would have truly lost her oversized bottle. Explain yourselves. The old master's gruff and resonant voice rang through the living room. Qing Maxuan shrank his neck, standing between his two elder brothers, inwardly cursing furiously. Damn it, you two have no shame. When trouble comes, you always shove me in front as a shield. Qing Moyun and Qing Machan, sorry, but the most important thing now is that the old master believes that matter. We two brothers have no choice but to use you as a shield. After all, we're brothers. Sister, save us. From the brothers' eyes, Qing Maxuan gleaned some meaning, though reading it was truly exhausting. Craning his neck to look up at them was exhausting. In the end, the shortest of them, Qing Maxuan, stepped forward, for she was the only one in the family who dared to confront the old master Hedon, and the one who gave him the most headaches. After half an hour of psychological counseling and Qing Maxuan's detailed explanation of the entire incident, they ultimately confirmed something beyond scientific proof. Their third sibling had turned into a daughter and was now truly capable of bearing children. Though, while the old master was suppressing the urge to laugh inwardly, because gaining another daughter filled him with immense joy, Bai Ting, however, made no effort to restrain her emotions, smothering Qing Maxuan in a frenzy of hugs and ruffles, well, a one-sided tousling, until Qing Maxuan's head drooped in resignation. Bai Ting stood at 170 centimeters, ranked 14th on the world beauty list in her youth, with a figure surpassing that of models and an innate elegance and nobility that none could rival. Yet her frantic embrace of Qing Maxuan left no trace of a noble lady's demeanor. Wasn't this the picture of a mother who now only cared about her daughter? It wasn't just the brothers who yearned for a sister. Bai Ting had dreamed of having a daughter. Now that her dream had come true, how could she not be overjoyed? Ahem, though Qing Yutong longed to lift his daughter high in celebration, the gravity of the matter compelled him to question the brothers further. Finally, they confirmed that this girl was indeed the mischievous third child, as the old master had personally seen the paternity test report. Yet before their joy could fully blossom, the family was plunged into new worry. As the second largest conglomerate family in the world, the third child's identity, it was indeed a problem. The entire world knew the Qing family had 3 sons. Now a daughter had suddenly emerged. How were they to handle this? The 5 of them sat in the living room pondering for a long time, until the old master finally blurted out, "We'll announce that the third child was actually a daughter all along, but raised as a son to avoid trouble." The family largely agreed, though Qing Maxuan resisted somewhat. Well, she did resist, but given her current state, resistance seemed futile. She was smothered in kisses by her mother without even a chance to fight back. Our resignation. Really, host? Are you resigned? The system's tone was unusually excited. Get lost. Oh, it immediately turned pitiful. So, old man, how did you find out about this? Qing Maxuan voiced the doubt in her heart, though nestled like a baby in her mother's arms, she couldn't suppress her knack for infuriating the old master with her sharp tongue. But today the old master seemed oddly different. Go on, no manners. You're a girl now, be more refined. Why was his tone laced with laughter? Dad, I traced the trending topic. It was Li Shiyu, old Li's daughter from Yuqing City, who bought bots to stir up the hype. Qing Machan's face darkened. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let that matter slide for now. Just warn the Li family. Throughout this statement, the old master kept a cheerful demeanor, utterly shedding the burden of a family patriarch. Li Shiyu. Who's that? What trending topic? Qing Maxuan was baffled. Qing Mayun, noticing her confusion, handed her a tablet. Oh, so this was the trouble the system mentioned. I thought it was something serious. Hey, if you'd been born into any other family with daughters, you'd never have solved this trouble. This chapter is not meant to be a piece of writing, but rather a reaction to something I witnessed today that I simply cannot refrain from criticizing. Surely many of you are aware of those online fans who romanticize drug lords. When you see such videos, what crosses your mind? As for me, whenever I encounter these videos, I feel an inexplicable discomfort in my heart, a burning urge to lash out at them. They speak of the deep affection of drug lords, but do they truly understand what these criminals have done? Perhaps those who idolize drug lords are somewhat mentally disturbed. I cannot fathom how they can worship such heinous individuals or organizations. Do they even know why the world is united in its fight against drugs? Humans struggle to overcome their own inertia, and drugs are precisely hallucinogens that offer instant gratification, an ecstasy that can be summoned at will. If they were legalized, people would have far greater access to them, and once addicted, they might no longer function normally in daily life. Compared to the bliss of intoxication, the monotony of routine work becomes unbearably dull. Thus, humanity develops a dependency on such substances, even descending into madness for their sake. The entire world condemns drugs. Let me cite an example. Do you know what drug lords have done in Mexico? If not, allow me to explain. They have murdered police officers, kidnapped mayors, and even forced presidents to beg for mercy. According to statistics, nearly 100 mayors have been killed in Mexico over the past decade, and no fewer than 500 police officers fall to drug lords every year. I will not elaborate further here, those interested can look it up. How stringent is our country's anti-drug effort? Let me put it this way, if a thief breaks into a home and discovers drugs there, even if caught, he would still report it to the police. This is the spirit of a nationwide anti-drug campaign. Our nation has truly achieved universal resistance to drugs and a collective fight against them. For instance, in 2008, a British citizen named Akmal was sentenced to death by the Urumqi Intermediate People's Court for drug trafficking in China. The then British Prime Minister even naively attempted to use diplomacy to commute his sentence. But how could that be possible in a China united against drugs? In the end, Akmal's execution was carried out. Surely you all remember the Opium Wars in Chinese history. What were the soldiers of that era called? They were known as the two-gun army, one gun for smoking opium, the other for fighting. They went into battle while under the influence. This led to a drastic decline in China's military strength. It is no exaggeration to say that the Chinese people's aversion to drugs is etched into their very bones. Every Chinese citizen holds a resolute stance against drugs precisely because of the profound lessons of history. We will never repeat the same mistakes. Have you ever considered how many people are bearing the burden for us in this seemingly calm China? How many narcotics police officers are shielding the nation with their lives? Some of them cannot even have their photographs shown after death. Their identities are lost in the vast sea of anonymity. Why is that? Because many drug traffickers are ruthless. After narcotics officers disrupt their plans, they are brutally tortured and killed. Worse still, the traffickers hunt down the officers' families, seeking only a moment of sadistic pleasure. I cannot say much more here, but I must declare those damn fools who romanticize drug lords go to hell. So remember, every cent you spend on drugs could become a bullet fired at a narcotics police officer. My power may be insignificant, but I will do my utmost to denounce those who take pride in glorifying drug lords. This chapter might disrupt your enjoyment of the novel, and for that I apologize. But I simply could not hold back any longer. Let us all resist drugs together, starting with you and me, starting with everyone. Do not let the so-called deep affection of drug lords blind you. See the truth for what it is, and do not idolize the ruthless and the wicked. I apologize once again for affecting your reading experience, but I will strive to update with my best efforts from now on. Thank you all. Night fell. The silvery moonlight spilled like frost and snow into the room of Qingma Xian. She stood at the doorway, gazing at the chamber she had not set foot in for half a year, her heart brimming with warmth. The decor remained exactly as it had been 6 months ago, untouched, not even a speck of dust. Clearly the room had been tended to regularly. As she took in the sight, the corner of Qingma Xian's mouth twitched. Yes, she recognized some things from half a year ago, but why did they seem so embarrassing now? A separate alcove in the room housed a wall of figurines, all sharing one trait: they were scantily clad. Qingma Xian's cheeks flushed with shame as she stared. These were all her past collections, but why did they feel so mortifying now? Also, the host has such a hobby. The system's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Qingma Xian rolled her eyes dramatically. Who hasn't done foolish things in their youth? Knock, knock, knock. As she lay on the bed ready to sleep, she heard a knock followed by her mother's gentle, tender voice. Xuan Xuan, are you asleep? A shiver ran down Qingma Xian's spine at the nickname. The old lady had never called her that before. Why did it feel so cringy? Mom, what is it? I'm not asleep yet. Can mommy come in? Come in. The door opened. Bai Ting in a silk nightgown looked like a moonlit fairy despite being over 50. Mom, could you maybe tone down that expression on your face? Bai Ting's face was full of mischief, as if she were up to no good. Well, she probably was. She sat on the edge of Qingma Xian's bed and said softly, Xuan Xuan, let me ask you something. Just out of pure curiosity, do you like boys or girls now? Bai Ting's eyes sparkled with gossipy curiosity, making Qingma Xian's mouth twitch again. Just as expected, Qingma Xian sighed and said, Mom, you know I used to be a boy. Even though I'm a girl now, I can't possibly like men. That's fine, I don't mind. What I really want to know is, do you have a crush on someone? The nosiness intensified. At this, Qingma Xian's fair, delicate face flushed a tender pink, making her look especially enchanting. Bai Ting, the queen of gossip, understood everything from that reaction. She gave Qingma Xian a knowing look. What's that girl's name? Where does she live? How many people in her family? Has anyone been infected? Mom, stop being so nosy. Are you even my real mom? Qingma Xian looked helplessly at her mother. Nonsense. You're my own daughter now. Is it wrong for a mother to ask if her daughter has someone she likes? Bai Ting put on a slightly angry expression, but when she saw Qingma Xian's adorable little face, her anger melted away. The next second, her face shifted again. She clung to Qingma Xian's slender fair arm with a pleading look. Just tell me. Qingma Xian grimaced and pushed her mother away, clearing her throat. They'll say it once. Her name. is Su Bingbing. Even saying the name made Qingma Xian shy, as every time she remembered Su Bingbing's graceful figure and, never mind, wrong focus. Scene change. In the study, the three men stared at each other. The old man broke the silence. Ahem, how did the third child turn into a girl after being away for half a year? The two brothers were speechless. How would they know? Could they be watching him all day? But soon the old man's expression shifted from shock to joy. If he looked on the bright side, he finally had a daughter. The speed of his mood change was expected by the brothers. They had long anticipated the scene when their parents met the third child again. Honestly, the two brothers did like the old third, but forget it, let's not mention the old third. A sister is much better, soft, fragrant, and with that milky scent far superior to the rough-skinned old third. So you like this girl named Su Bingbing? Bai Ting hugged Qingma Xian excitedly, but then her expression fell, as if she remembered something. Compared to Qingma Xian, whose face was as red as a monkey's rear, Bai Ting was more worried about her two sons. The eldest was 27, the second 24, both well past the age for marriage. However, Bai Ting knew her sons were hopeless siscons. Now that they had a sister who knew when they would find girlfriends. But looking at the adorable little girl on the bed, her eyes lit up. Wasn't there a perfect tool right here? Xuan, can mom ask you a favor? Her pitiful expression. Was she learning from Qingma Xian? Well, Bai Ting was over 50, but with natural beauty and good skincare, she looked at most 30. Even though it was her own mother's pleading, Qingma Xian couldn't resist. Calming herself, the blush quickly faded. Qingma Xian pushed her mother away again. What is it? Just find a girlfriend for your two brothers. Qingma Xian nearly choked. Damn, wasn't that just finding sisters-in-law for herself? Mom, you just agree, won't you? Finding a sister-in-law for yourself isn't such a bad thing, is it? Though what his mother said made sense, something about it felt oddly off. Qingma Xian scratched his head in utter despair. Now that he had become a girl, he didn't know any female friends aside from Su Bingbing. His task of finding a sister-in-law for himself was truly difficult. His two elder brothers were handsome, wealthy, intelligent, and had built their own careers at a young age, all while bearing the prestige of the world's second-largest financial dynasty. But aside from these things, what else did they have? Well, these qualities were more than enough. There wasn't much more to add. Qingma Xian met Bai Ting's expectant gaze, opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words and finally managed to utter, "All right, I'll see what I can do." Swish, an advanced transition sound effect. And Ian, you two aren't getting any younger. When are you going to find yourselves partners? The old man looked at his two sons with hopeful eyes. The next second, Qingma nearly infuriated his father with one sentence. Big brother isn't in a rush, so I'm even less so. He even casually patted his elder brother on the shoulder. Qingma Xian shook him off with disdain. That I haven't met a girl I like, and I have no plans to get married. Nonsense. What do you mean no plans to get married? Do you intend to live your whole life like a toad croaking alone? The old man fumed, his beard bristling. He then pointed at the second son. And you? If your brother isn't in a hurry, shouldn't you set an example for him? The old man was red-faced with rage. After a long pause to compose himself, he declared, "He'll give you 2 months. If you still haven't found partners by then, get out of this house." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door, leaving the two brothers in the study to gaze at each other by moonlight. Two grown men staring into each other's eyes under the moon. How strange was that scene? But what the brothers were thinking was finding a partner in 2 months. How was that possible? Maybe they should ask their sister for help. Well, it seemed the whole family's thoughts were on the same track. Swish. In a rented room in Yuqing City, a graceful beauty in silk pajamas was drinking. By moonlight. How without the scent of milk for half a day, she couldn't sleep. Su Bingbing felt an emptiness without Qingma Xian by her side, as if something precious was missing. Unable to sleep, she could only drift under the moonlight, recalling that lovely visage. Replaying memories of the past, she felt her 19 years had been wasted. Life held nothing truly worth cherishing. But in her darkest moment, she encountered the sunshine of her life, like the sole ray of light piercing the darkness, pulling her from the abyss of despair. From then on, Su Bingbing felt her life had entered a brighter phase. Yet inexplicably, the old feelings of gloom and melancholy erupted once more. With 3 letters and 6 gifts, a proper wedding, a grand sedan, and a dowry of 10 miles, I will make the whole world know that having you is all I need in this life, she whispered softly, raising her glass to the moonlight. Swish. In a villa in the capital, the old man returned to his room only to find his wife was not there. He quietly crept to Qingma Xian's room. As he opened the door, the fragrance of osmanthus mingled with a milky scent rushed toward him. The aroma was intoxicating. Under the moonlight, the old man saw the figures on the bed. His wife was sound asleep, holding their daughter in her arms. The sight made Qing Yutang's lips twitch. How now that she had turned into a daughter, she was already stealing his wife. No, this daughter couldn't stay. He'd have to get rid of her. I'll forget it, head, deal with that later. For now, head, just enjoy having a daughter. The morning sunlight streamed into the room, casting its glow upon the faces of mother and daughter. The radiance stirred Qing Maxuan awake, but as she tried to rise, her mother pulled her back into an embrace. Why get up so early? Sleep a little longer. Qing Maxuan was once again drawn into the warmth of the blankets, inhaling the delicate fragrance of osmanthus, and soon drifted back to sleep. At 9 in the morning, the two slowly stirred from their slumber. What time is it? Qing Maxuan rubbed her head and picked up her phone to check. 9 o'clock. Damn, it's already 9. Bai Ting leaned against the headboard and stretched lazily. What's the matter? Why the rush? Qing Maxuan hurriedly threw on her clothes while explaining, I have an 8 o'clock class today. Crap, I've already missed it. Oh, that. I had your second brother ask for leave for you. Huh. Tracing back 2 hours earlier, Qing Mayun had intended to call his sister and mother for breakfast. But the moment he opened the door, he was met with his mother's icy glare. Qing Mayun awkwardly closed the door and pulled out his phone to call Qing Maxuan's advisor requesting leave. Bai Ting, having heard this from inside the room, had thus insisted on keeping her daughter in bed a little longer. The main reason was that Qing Maxuan carried a faint, alluring scent of milk that Bai Ting simply couldn't resist. Like a cat drawn to catnip, she had spent the whole night inhaling her daughter's fragrance. The irony was that Qing Maxuan remained blissfully unaware, sleeping like a log. I haven't seen little Xian all day, and I can't catch that milky scent either. How boring. Su Bingbing rolled around on her bed in utter despair. There was no way she could keep Qing Maxuan by her side forever, but then a thought struck her. Damn, she could confess her feelings. But the real question was, did Qing Maxuan even like her? What if she only saw her as a friend? And if she found out Su Bingbing was a lesbian, would she distance herself? These doubts plunged Su Bingbing into deep contemplation. Swish. Brother, what's the deal with the charity event your Qinxing group is organizing? Qing Maxuan asked her eldest brother, holding a piece of bread in one hand and a milk tea in the other. Qing Maxuan shifted his gaze from the computer screen to his sister. It's a joint charity event with Longya. It's just a name, really. Longya's true goal is to recruit popular streamers into their fold. That's the real purpose of this charity event. By the way, how did you find out? Qing Maxuan took a sip of her milk tea. A staff member from Longya invited me to participate. Oh, huh. His sudden exclamation nearly burst Qing Maxuan's eardrums. She covered her ears and glared at her brother in fury. Qing Maxuan awkwardly rubbed his nose before sitting down and regaining his frosty composure. Why did a Longya staff member invite you? I streamed a couple of times a while back, and then someone from Longya called me about this charity event. So, the Lolita streamer who caused such a stir recently was you? I suppose so. No need to suppose, it was definitely you. Qing Moyun's lazy voice drifted down from the second floor. Moments later, he descended the stairs wearing a Mickey Mouse pajama set. Qing Mayun looked as if he might fall asleep any second, teetering on the edge of slumber as he came down the stairs. Luckily, he made it safely. After all, if the head of a commercial empire were to trip in his own home, it would be a disgrace. Ew, what a childish pajama set. Qing Maxuan wrinkled her nose in disdain at her second brother's Mickey Mouse outfit. Then her brother grabbed her and started kneading her cheeks, literally rubbing her face. Don't get any wrong ideas. To make matters worse, Qing Maxuan was powerless to resist, forced to glare at Qing Mayun in sheer indignation. Truth be told, her second brother just wanted an excuse to pinch his sister's cheeks, so he used her teasing as a pretext. Ahem. Qing Maxuan interrupted Qing Mayun's antics. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Longya asked you to join their charity event, so did you agree? Qing Maxuan's little face was flushed with anger, her eyes practically rolling to the back of her head. She shot her second brother a glare before answering her eldest brother. I agreed. So you want to become a Longya streamer? Qing Maxuan looked at his sister with a hint of surprise. Qing Maxuan shook her head. No, I just did it for fun. I only streamed twice. Then do you have any intention of becoming a streamer now? Upon hearing her response, Qing Moken's tone returned to its usual calm. Why the hell would I want to be a streamer? Haven't plenty of people gone to jail over platform contract disputes? Why would I waste my energy on that? Indeed, given the Qing family's power and wealth, turning Qing Maxuan into a top-tier celebrity would be as easy as snapping their fingers. Why bother with streaming? How about this? They'll sign you as an artist under my Qinxing group. That way you won't have to deal with Longya's harassment. Qing Maxuan had his own motives for this suggestion. Not only would it protect his sister from Longya, but it would also give him the chance to see her every day. Haha. Even the outwardly cold and ascetic Qing Maxuan couldn't resist the allure of something adorable. Hearing this, Qing Mayun grew displeased. Brother, what do you mean by that? Signing her as an artist under your company? Are you deliberately trying to keep me from finding endorsements? Qing Maxuan cast a sidelong glance at his younger brother, and from his 37-degree mouth came words colder than zero. Yes. A hint of schadenfreude even flickered across his stoic face. Qing Moshuan watched the entire sibling squabble unfold, covering her face in embarrassment. Great, they've both lost it. One had completely shattered his icy persona, while the other. Wasn't his face a little too red like a monkey's backside? Sister Bingbing him back. At 2 in the afternoon, Qing Imo Xian finally returned, shouting as she pushed open the door. Hearing Qing Imo Xian's voice, Su Bingbing leisurely emerged from her room, but the scene shifted abruptly. One moment, she was an icy beauty, the next, she had Qing Imo Xian wrapped in her arms. In Su Bingbing's embrace, Qing Imo Xian faced an assault of facial cleanser, a bittersweet torment indeed. After this half-month, Qing Imo Xian had finally come to terms with her identity as a girl, though. System, I didn't interfere, it was all her own doing. I just tweaked a little. Well, no, I did nothing. Dinner time. Sister Bingbing, we're going to the charity event tomorrow. Are you nervous? Qing Imo Xian rubbed her little hands together, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing affectionately patted Qing Imo Xian's head. Why would I be nervous? And why should I be? This little one's train of thought is so novel. I am a bit nervous. While eating lunch at home, Qing Imo Xian received a notice from Longya that they would arrange a performance at the charity event where she would have to perform in front of an audience. Well, this was immense pressure for Qing Imo Xian, who had never been on stage. Su Bingbing guessed something, smiled gently at Qing Imo Xian, and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a performance." Hearing this, Qing Imo Xian stared at Su Bingbing in shock. Sister Bingbing, how did you know there would be a performance? Su Bingbing raised an eyebrow. I guessed from your expression. Damn, is she even human? She could guess that. Su Bingbing's IQ is 185, arguably the highest in this world. Guessing something like this is a piece of cake. Qing Imo Xian, shut up. It's all because of you that my IQ isn't even a fraction of hers. By the way, Xian, what talents do you have? Su Bingbing's sudden question caused Qing Imo Xian's mind to go blank again, leaving her sitting there motionless. Su Bingbing extended her slender jade-like fingers and waved them in front of Qing Imo Xian's face, snapping her back to reality. What just happened? Why were you spacing out? I was just thinking about what I can do, Qing Imo Xian said, scratching her head awkwardly. So what talents do you have? I write. What can I do? This question plunged Qing Imo Xian into confusion again. What could she do? She had no skills aside from being somewhat pretty, and the system hadn't given her any useful abilities. Well, she couldn't exactly perform car racing for the audience, could she? Host, have you forgotten about the mall again? This remark jolted Qing Imo Xian's dazed mind. Right, she had a cheat. Qing Imo Xian quickly wolfed down her food. I'm done eating. Then she dashed into her room, closing and locking the door in one fluid motion. Su Bingbing was left bewildered at the dining table. What's with this little one? Why so jumpy? In her room, Qing Imo Xian browsed the mall, searching for talent skills. Singing. That could work. Dancing. Not bad either. Rapper. Also an option. Basketball. No, that wouldn't do. Could she really perform a slam dunk on stage? With her height of less than 1.5 meters, what could she dunk? She could only dunk water. And don't ask why she wouldn't buy water. Nowadays, even buying water required facial recognition payment, and Qing Imo Xian's height was too short for the machine to scan her face. For a moment, Qing Imo Xian was caught in a dilemma, staring at her mere 100 task points. System, can't you give me a discount? No. Damn, could you not refuse so bluntly? Sure dear, no discount though. You, that cutesy voice gave Qing Imo Xian goosebumps. Just go back to your original voice. After a 10-minute deliberation, Qing Imo Xian chose an intermediate dancing skill. Don't ask why. It was because the others were basic, this one was intermediate, and it came with a free outfit. After purchasing the skill, Qing Imo Xian felt an incredible comfort throughout her limbs, with faint golden light shimmering. By the way, host, have you forgotten that you also have an advanced singing skill? Qing Imo Xian, you just. The system had anticipated this reaction and activated its shield in advance. Qing Imo Xian, with a look of utter despair, opened her attribute panel. Qing Imo Xian, female, age 18. 5 years old, bust B, height 145 centimeters, IQ 80, physique 4, weight 32 kilograms, skills advanced, singing intermediate, cooking advanced, racing, photographic memory, for learning intermediate, dancing system, clothing purple, Lolita X1, Cyan Hanfu X1 is system evaluation, possesses many skills. Though her IQ is low and physique weak, she is not a useless airhead. Seeing the Cyan Hanfu, Qing Imo Xian grew curious. What did it look like? System, what does the Cyan Hanfu look like? Just put it on and see for yourself, the system said, nonchalantly picking its nose. Then Qing Imo Xian clicked on the Cyan Hanfu. A flash of splendid golden light passed, and she stared at her reflection in the mirror in disbelief. The mirror no longer showed the little lowly from before, but a small figure clad in Cyan Hanfu, exuding an aristocratic aura. Still a little lowly, just in different clothes. but the cyan color accentuated her fair skin, making Qing Imo Xian particularly captivating. Her usual cuteness seemed somewhat subdued, replaced by a mature charm ignoring the height factor. Sister Bingbing, do I look good, oi? Qing Imo Xian knocked excitedly on Su Bingbing's door. When Su Bingbing opened the door and saw Qing Imo Xian, she was momentarily stunned, as if she truly beheld a refined young lady. Xian, this outfit. Su Bingbing pointed at Qing Imo Xian's clothes. Don't worry about the clothes. How about I wear this for tomorrow's performance? Qing Imo Xian said, brimming with excitement. Su Bingbing replied, struggling to restrain herself from looking at Qing Imo Xian, for in that moment Qing Imo Xian was dancing right at the peak of Su Bingbing's aesthetic ideals. This made Su Bingbing yearn to pull Qing Imo Xian into her arms and claim her. Perhaps it was time to get up, sleepyhead. Sister Bingbing, let me sleep a little longer. Qing Ma Xuan put on a coquettish expression. Su Bingbing wore a helpless look and coaxed. Have you forgotten what's happening today? What could it be? Just a charity event. Realizing this, Qing Ma Xuan sprang out of bed like a shot, grabbing the cyan hanfu by the bedside and pulling it over herself. Su Bingbing was speechless. Go wash up first. Half-dressed Qing Ma Xuan found this reasonable. Right, wash up first. What time is it? 8:30. Oh, 8:30. Oh, what? 8:30. Qing Ma Xuan's movements quickened, her toothbrush nearly blurring with speed. Don't rush, take your time. The charity event doesn't start until 10. Su Bingbing covered her face, not wanting to look at this silly girl. Sister Bingbing, I'm nervous. Sitting in the back seat of their Rolls-Royce Phantom, Qing Ma Xuan clung tightly to Su Bingbing's soft arm. Su Bingbing didn't pull away, letting herself be held, savoring the tender sensation against her arm. No need to be nervous. Just perform whatever you want on stage. Su Bingbing's tone was incredibly gentle, like coaxing a child, causing the driver to twitch the corner of his mouth. But I'm still nervous. The thought of a crowd watching her on stage was overwhelming pressure. Is everything arranged? Qing Ma Xuan wore an aloof expression as he instructed his assistant beside him. All taken care of. Special Assistant Wang replied succinctly, handing over the folder in his hand. Qing Ma Xuan glanced at the contents and gestured for Special Assistant Wang to leave. No sooner had Special Assistant Wang left than Qing Moken's expression shifted. His cold demeanor gave way to delight, even a hint of smugness. He photographed the document and sent it to his younger brother, typing, "Brother, you're not up to par. See how thorough I am as the eldest. Qing Mayan, go to hell. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I didn't idle either. I avenged A Xian by making the Li family go bankrupt." The image showed a contract where Qing Moyun withdrew investment from the Li family's mall, with the Li family also required to pay compensation. Qing Ma Xuan, Naya, our sister, is now a signed artist under my company anyway. Naya. Though furious, Qing Moyun couldn't curse his own elder brother. So he replied, drop dead. Qing Ma Xuan, Naya. Then he tossed his phone aside and switched it to silent mode, ensuring no interruptions during his sister's charity performance. Hello, are you Xian is the coolest? A plump, kind-faced, middle-aged woman approached Su Bingbing and inquired. Su Bingbing offered a polite smile and waved her hand. Not me. It's the one behind me. She stepped aside, revealing the little pendant behind her. Good heavens. Qing Ma Xuan, a social phobic, was clinging directly to Su Bingbing's back. Leveraging her height disadvantage, she stuck to Su Bingbing like glue, showing only half of her flushed, delicate face. That mere glimpse stunned Su Yan. This is the lowly streamer. Xian is the coolest. Damn, I've never seen a streamer whose filtered and real faces match so perfectly. Perhaps she didn't even use a filter. For Su Yan, who had met countless female internet celebrities, this was utterly astonishing. Let's head to the backstage first. Su Bingbing spoke to break the awkward silence. Su Yan snapped back to reality. Come on, let's go backstage. She turned and led the way into the banquet hall. But at the entrance, trouble arose. A crowd waiting in line watched as Su Bingbing's group walked straight and merely nodding at the security guard. This sparked resentment among those queuing under the scorching heat. Why can they just walk in? Exactly. Just because they're good-looking? Well, that seemed true. Aside from Su Yan, Su Bingbing and Qing Ma Xuan could be considered stunning. Hey, look at them. How can they go straight in while we have to queue? The security guard, annoyed by the noise, barked, if you're backstage staff, you can go straight in too. This shut up those who had spoken. They were merely spectators, not backstage personnel. Sister Bingbing, I'm so nervous. Already changed into a cyan hanfu, Qing Ma Xuan clutched Su Bingbing's small hand tightly. While Qing Ma Xuan's hand was smaller than Su Bingbing's, it was Su Bingbing holding hers. Su Bingbing offered a gentle smile and patted Qing Ma Xuan's head affectionately. Don't be scared. When you go on stage, imagine everyone in the audience as cabbages or radishes, anything but people. That way you won't be nervous. This left Qing Ma Xuan frozen on the spot. What? Imagine people as all kinds of vegetables. The entire charity event would last approximately 6 hours commencing at 10 a.m. and concluding at 4 p.m. As Qing Maxuan was a special guest, her performance was scheduled at the very end. In the lounge. Xuan, have you decided what act you'll perform? Su Bingbing gazed at the little one whose features were nearly scrunched together, a pang of sympathy stirring within her. I don't know what to perform. Qing Maxuan scratched her head, her small face etched with worry. Then what can you do? Su Bingbing's tone was exceedingly gentle. Me? What can I do? Eat. Qing Maxuan pondered over what she could possibly do when the system interjected abruptly. Have you forgotten you can sing and dance? This host. It's not a matter of low IQ, it's a complete lack of brains. This remark instantly illuminated Qing Maxuan, granting her a sudden epiphany. Oh right, I can sing and dance too. Upon hearing this, Su Bingbing was astonished. She could believe the little one had practiced singing, but dancing. That seemed far-fetched. Then how about you just sing a song when you go on stage? Su Bingbing probed tentatively. That's not impossible. Qing Maxuan replied with some hesitation as her stomach's alarm clock began to chime. Qing Maxuan's words, followed by the growl of her stomach, made Su Bingbing unable to suppress her laughter. How about we grab a bite first? Su Bingbing asked, her face brimming with mirth as she struggled not to laugh out loud. At the mention of food, Qing Maxuan's eyes sparkled. There were so many delicious eateries near her elder brother's company. It had been over 6 months since she last visited, and this time she intended to feast to her heart's content. Kuchua. SSS. SSS, spicy, spicy, spicy. Qing Maxuan exclaimed, sticking out her little tongue as she cried out from the heat, all the while using her chopsticks to shovel spicy chicken into her mouth. Su Bingbing was speechless. She poured a glass of water. If you can't handle the spice, why insist on eating it? Her tone carried a hint of reproach. SSS. It's delicious. Watching Qing Maxuan's silly antics, Su Bingbing changed the subject. Have you decided what song to sing this afternoon? Qing Maxuan looked puzzled. Sing. What's singing? Su Bingbing, seeing Qing Maxuan's bewildered expression, was so exasperated she nearly shouted, resorting to pinching Qing Maxuan's cheek. Did you forget again that you're here for the charity event? Sister Bingbing. In truth, Qing Maxuan felt a twinge of guilt, but the main issue was her diminished intellect now, and for a foodie the sight of food made everything else irrelevant. Forget it, no use getting angry. If she upset her little darling, she'd have to console her herself, and it wasn't worth ruining her own mood. Let it go, let it go. Su Bingbing's self-consolation. She took a deep breath. What song do you want to sing this afternoon? I want to sing Worthy of the World. Su Bingbing had just taken a sip of water to calm herself, but upon hearing the song title Qing Maxuan mentioned, she spat it out. She couldn't believe her ears and asked again, you want to sing Worthy of the World? Is that not okay? It was fine, how could it not be? But whether that childish voice of hers could handle such a high-pitched song was a question worth pondering. Kuchua directly fast-forward to 4 p.m. Next up, let's welcome the newly appointed special guest, Xian the coolest, who will perform the song Worthy of the World. When the host's voice rang out from the stage, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Some whispered among themselves. Hey, isn't Xian the coolest that Lolita streamer from a while back? Yeah, I never thought that streamer would become a special guest. Holy crap, my wife is here for Longya's charity event. Everyone report the top streamer. Of course, there were also some sour remarks. Oh, who knows if your beloved Xian the coolest isn't just some filtered face offline. Exactly, turn off the beauty filter, and who would recognize her? On stage, the host signaled for Qing Maxuan to come up, but the nervous little one was still clutching Su Bingbing's hand, reluctant to go. Su Bingbing's gentle eyes conveyed reassurance, silently promising she would be there with her. That tender, affectionate gaze calmed Qing Maxuan's nerves, and she stepped onto the stage with steady resolve. The moment Qing Maxuan set foot on the stage, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes converged on the figure in the azure hanfu, exuding a gentle, refined aura. A girl. A child. Holy crap. This. Some people couldn't even form coherent words. Hello everyone. I'm the streamer Xian the coolest. It's a great honor to be Longya's special guest today. So we'll be performing Worthy of the World for you all. I hope you enjoy it. Qing Maxuan clenched her palms tightly, as if that could ease her nerves, and introduced herself in her milky voice. The audience remained utterly still. Not because they were unresponsive, but because they were still stunned by Qing Maxuan's entrance, unable to snap out of it. But when Qing Maxuan's gaze drifted downward, she froze instantly. She spotted her eldest and second brothers seated at the judge's table, arching an eyebrow as they watched her. Damn, what were they doing here? Wasn't this just public humiliation? Fuck, Qing Maxuan grumbled inwardly. Yet as the music began to play, Qing Maxuan shed the nervousness from her introduction, as if she had transcended her surroundings. Her gaze shifted gradually, as though she had stepped into a warm, whimsical new world of chivalry. The thin ice of early spring, how many layers have you broken? Grinding a blade in chaotic dance hard to sever infatuation and resentment, night breeze drifts past pear blossoms brushing against wanderers entering the mortal world who can remain without a trace. As each lyric flowed from Qing Moxuan's lips, Su Bingbing realized this was no longer the naive childish voice. That voice, brimming with stories and deep emotion, seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life, enduring countless trials and tribulations, yet remained gentle and moving. The song continued, building toward its climax. I climbed 3,000 steps, a heart full of piety worshiped the Bodhisattva, burned incense to cultivate virtue alone, ask, not divide, not trace, not the yin and yang, illuminate the universe. I am only fit to drink and recite poems drunk. I am an ordinary person fallen into the vast mortal world, holding a solitary lamp to illuminate the pure six senses. Approach, not acknowledge, not mistake, not again. I remain unstained by the mundane. Qing Moxuan's voice seemed to narrate a tale of no regrets for the past, no fears for the future, of being worthy of this beautiful world. A world worth the blazing fireworks, the radiant sunset clouds, and the ordinary alleyways deep within blooming flowers. What harm is there in the mortal dust? Only take the morning dew about to roll off the emerald green leaves, only gaze upon the white-clad maiden passing by gracefully. Each is a beauty in its own right. Why disturb this tranquil passage of time? Since life is born as summer flowers, it should bloom brilliantly in its own splendor. Let the rain slant as it may, I will bloom resplendently, living up to this life, living up to this world. Fragrance abounds everywhere. This song touched every member of the audience, as if the melody had coalesced into a radiant light manifesting before each person's eyes. They yearned to reach out and grasp that luminescence, yet in the end their hands closed on emptiness. Climbing 3,000 steps only to behold your smile, as you glance back only to inadvertently fall into the mundane world, forgetting past and present lives, yet remembering only the image of that smile. Kuchua. As the music gradually faded, the audience remained immersed in the beautiful melody, unable to extricate themselves, as if only that song could reveal the true meaning of life. Even her eldest and second brothers on the judges' panel were captivated. Qing Moxuan's lips twitched. System, how can my singing be this powerful? So much time had passed, and no one had reacted yet. Hey, don't start flexing on me here. Everyone, what's wrong? Did I not sing well? Qing Moxuan put on a puzzled expression. As her voice echoed, the crowd slowly snapped out of the trance induced by her singing, all staring at the little lowly on the stage with disbelief. Holy shit, what the hell use are we? This is tens of thousands of times better than my skills. Judge Zhou, the third panelist, blurted out profanities. Zhou, a veteran in the music industry, had just thrust Qing Moxuan into the spotlight. For him to admit she was tens of thousands of times superior spoke volumes about her musical prowess. Though shocked, Judge number 1 Qing Moxuan maintained his cold, domineering persona. In contrast, Judge number 2 Qing Moyun gazed at Qing Moxuan like an adoring fan. The brothers had come to watch their younger sister ready to reveal their identity if the show mistreated her. But Qing Moxuan had given them a pleasant surprise. Excellent. Solid vocal skills, a gentle voice. A perfect 10. Qing Moxuan raised his scorecard as he summarized. Qing Moyun followed suit. And all 4 judges gave full marks. As Qing Moxuan left the stage, the charity event concluded. Yet her mind was spinning. Damn, I accidentally won first place. How many female streamers have I offended now? Backstage, however, a swarm of streamers surrounded her. Qing Moxuan stared at the group of women whose eyes gleamed with excitement, nervously swallowing. Ladies, is there something? Hey, are you pinching my cheek? Humph. And you're poking my head. Hey, don't pull my hair. It's not a wig. The streamers fussed over Qing Moxuan, treating her like a doll, touching her here and there. The little girl was utterly resigned to her fate. Fortunately, Su Bingbing arrived in time, snatching Qing Moxuan from a streamer's embrace and dashing out of the performance hall. Qing Moxuan, now completely drained, nestled quietly in Su Bingbing's arms, yearning for a peaceful nap. Su Bingbing looked at the weary little figure in her arms and felt an urge to squeeze her. Just a few steps out, they were surrounded again, this time by what seemed to be Qing Moxuan's fans. Hey, isn't that Xian the coolest? I think that outfit matches. Damn, it really is her. Why is she being carried? And why does she look so resigned? The fans chattered, trapping Su Bingbing and Qing Moxuan in another awkward situation. Luckily, 2 helpful figures arrived. A Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up before Qing Moxuan, its rear window lowering, sending some female fans into a frenzy. Holy crap. Isn't that the legendary Ice Gold CEO, Qing Moxuan? What's he doing here? No idea, but my husband is so handsome. Bullshit. He's my husband. Excuse me, I'm here to pick up my little sister. A deep magnetic voice came from the car, leaving everyone bewildered. Qing Moken's little sister. Wasn't that the heiress of the Qing family? How could she be in a place like this? To prevent chaos and stampedes, 4 bodyguards from the car behind the Rolls-Royce got out to maintain order. Under the escort of the black-suited bodyguards, the once crowded path parted, creating a route specifically for Su Bingbing and Qing Mashuan. Thus the crowd watched as Su Bingbing, holding the little girl, climbed into the Ice Gold CEO's car. The moment the car drove off, the crowd erupted. Holy shit. CEO Qing has a little sister. He said it himself. Now I'm dying to know. Is the sister the femme fatale or the lowly? That's a thought-provoking question. At a male dorm in U University's Fine Arts Department, 6 p.m. Hey, do you think Asian has forgotten about the meal he promised us? Li Peng said lazily. Now that you mention it, it's been almost a month, and there's been no word. Maybe he really forgot. For the stingy Wang Chong, any mention of a free meal was unforgettable. At Li Peng's words, he shot up from his bed. Forget it. He's not related to you too, so why would he treat you? Zhang Liang's remark jolted them awake. Indeed, why would he treat them? Just because they were roommates for less than a semester. Let's call Asian tonight and have a little gathering, Zhang Liang said slowly. Alright, I'll give him a call. Wang Chong pulled out his phone, found Qing Mokshuan's number, and dialed. A ringing phone jolted Qing Mokshuan awake from a deep slumber. Hello, who is it? She answered, her tone laced with irritation. The voice on the other end, Wang Chong, was taken aback by the childish lisping tone. He instinctively thought he had dialed the wrong number, but when he saw the name Qing Mokshuan on his screen, doubt crept in. Had he dialed correctly after all? Hello, who is this? I'm looking for Qing Mokshuan. The deep, slightly tense voice jolted Qing Mokshuan's mind awake. Damn it. Wang Chong. Oh no. She slammed the phone down, her thoughts tangling into a chaotic knot. Why was Wang Chong calling her now? Damn it, had she just exposed herself? A notification dinged on her phone. It was a message from Li Peng, who had mentioned her in the group chat. Li Peng, hey Xian, why is there a girl's voice on your end? Have you been hiding a girlfriend from us? Apparently Li Peng had overheard the female voice from the phone while Wang Chong was calling and mistakenly thought Qing Mokshuan had found a girlfriend. Wang Chong, hey Xian, you sly dog. I was going to treat you to a meal, and you go and get a girlfriend behind my back. Qing Mokshuan's mind was about to explode from reading the messages. Oh no. How was she supposed to explain this to them? Forced into a corner, she had no choice but to turn to the system for help. Ding. System quest: explain the situation to your former roommates. Reward 500 quest points, random boost to physical attributes excluding IQ and height. Penalty for failure, intelligence reduction. Qing Mokshuan, oh come on. This system was just stirring up trouble for the fun of it, a total jerk. In this situation, it had to give her such a lousy quest. But what choice did she have? The system held her by the throat. She couldn't afford to lose any more height or IQ. There was nothing left to lose. With a look of utter despair, Qing Mokshuan glanced at the time. It was already 5 o'clock. She opened the dorm group chat and found that Wang Chong and Li Peng had truly blown it up. The mentions had already exceeded 99. Zhang Liang, you two shut up. Xian, meet at Xian Pavilion at 630. Xian Pavilion was the largest hotel in Yuqing City, a 5-star establishment. It used to be called Yun Pavilion. Xian Pavilion. Damn, this was going to cost her. Wasn't this a property under her own name? Even though her second brother had transferred it to her a few days ago, still. Announcing her own business in her own restaurant. What kind of mess was this? Xuanchuan, why are you in such a hurry to get back to Yuqing? Su Bingbing asked Qing Mokshuan, puzzled. Bingbing, Jia, please don't ask for now. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Qing Mokshuan's mind was completely occupied with how she was going to explain things to those 3 idiots. Su Bingbing drove, glancing from the corner of her eye at the anxious Qing Mokshuan in the passenger seat. She didn't pry further. After all, she would take care of her own child. At the entrance of Xian Pavilion, Su Bingbing dropped Qing Mokshuan off and drove away. Don't ask where the car came from. Qing Mokshuan's second brother had just bought it, a white Civic. Qing Mokshuan stared at the opulently decorated Xian Pavilion before her. It was her own property, so why was she so nervous? Hey, why isn't Xian here yet? Wang Peng was getting bored waiting and started playing with his chopsticks. Send a message and ask, Zhang Liang said succinctly. Wang Peng nodded, then mentioned Qing Mokshuan again in the group chat. Where are you? We're all waiting for you in private room 888 on the 2nd floor. Xian, I'm at the entrance, coming in now. After replying, Qing Mokshuan clutched her phone and walked nervously into Xian Pavilion. Hello, do you have a reservation? A lavishly dressed waitress said to Qing Mokshuan with a smile. I am looking for someone. Whether from nervousness or something else, Qing Mokshuan's speech began to falter. Who are you looking for? The waitress asked. Forget it. She didn't want to talk anymore. Time to use her privilege. Qing Mokshuan cleared her throat, straightened her back, and put on a serious expression. Move the party in private room 888 on the 2nd floor to the VIP suite on the top floor. The waitress found it a bit amusing, but out of professional courtesy, didn't laugh. She merely said flatly, "That can't be done. The VIP suite is reserved for special clients." "Are you sure it can't be done?" King Makshuan pulled a small black card from her bag. The waitress was stunned at the sight of it. Wasn't that the Xian Pavilion Supreme black card? No, she had to look again. She scrutinized King Makshuan carefully. King Makshuan was dressed in a pink JK uniform and carried a white plush bunny bag. It was impossible to tell how wealthy she was. The waitress was torn, afraid of offending a VIP, but also worried the card might be fake. She hurriedly went to find the team leader. Before long, a man in a black suit rushed over. He took the black card from King Makshuan and examined it closely. What he saw was astonishing. On the back of the black card was an embossed gold character Xian. Every employee at Xian Pavilion had seen this card. There were only two. One was displayed in the boss office on the top floor for all staff to recognize. The other could only be held by the owner of Xian Pavilion itself. This proved that the adorable little loli standing before him was their boss. "Ahem, can we move to the VIP suite on the top floor now?" King Makshuan asked, putting on a serious face as she looked at the stunned team leader. "Of course, President Xian. Please follow me to the VIP suite on the top floor. We will invite the guests from room 888 up." The team leader, having regained his composure, flashed a smile and returned the black card to her with both hands. King Makshuan nodded with satisfaction and followed the team leader up to the top floor. "Hello, three distinguished guests. Please follow me to the top floor VIP suite." A female attendant in uniform smiled invitingly at the three men in room 888. The men inside were bewildered. What was happening? "What? You're moving us to a VIP suite?" Seeing their confusion, the attendant explained further. "Our boss has upgraded your room. Please follow me to the top floor." This only deepened their puzzlement. The boss? A room upgrade? A nascent thought stirred among them. Could Qing Mo Xian be the owner of this establishment? Click. "Please come in." The attendant opened the suite door and gestured for them to enter. The three were in a daze from the moment they ascended from the second floor. The top floor VIP suite of Xian Pavilion was reserved exclusively for special guests, national-level actors and singers. Never did they imagine they'd set foot in such a place. In a haze, they stepped into the lavishly decorated VIP suite, more 100-square-meter room gleaming with gold than a mere box. Besides the striking large round table of rosewood, it boasted a tea table and a 100-inch television. The opulence made Wang Chong and Li Peng swallow hard as they tiptoed in, wary of damaging anything. "You're here." A lazy, babyish voice echoed in the room, startling them. Then a little girl in a pink JK outfit with an extremely cute face emerged from an adjoining room. "Aren't you the schoolgirl reading in the library that day?" Wang Chong recognized her at once. "And you are?" Among the three, Zhang Liang remained the calmest. "Well, it's hard to explain. Sit down, let's talk over a meal." Qing Mo Xian replied, unsure how to broach the subject. "What You're a Xian." Wang Chong and Li Peng slammed the table and rose in unison. Qing Mo Xian rubbed her ears. "Quiet down. You nearly deafened me." She had just revealed her identity as a Xian, and the two were already this shocked. What exactly happened? Zhang Liang, unlike his two foolish friends, remained relatively composed though curious. "After that drinking session, I wanted to clear my head the next day. I felt drowsy, found a hotel, took a nap, and woke up like this." Qing Mo Xian shrugged. She couldn't exactly tell them about the system, could she? Wouldn't that get her locked up as a lunatic? Wang Chong and Li Peng's jaws dropped when they realized the little girl before them was once their good brother. Seeing their stunned expressions, Qing Mo Xian covered her face in embarrassment. "Can you two shut your mouths? Or at least wipe the drool off them?" Only then did Wang Chong and Li Peng notice their drool had pooled on the table. Blushing, they grabbed napkins to clean up. By the time they composed themselves, dishes began arriving. As each exquisite and costly plate was served, their jaws dropped again. "Why can't I enter the VIP suite? Who's in there? Do you even know who's here?" "It's the reigning film queen, Gu Qingqing." A somewhat elderly middle-aged man was shouting outside the suite. The noise was so loud that even the four inside could hear it. The captain guarding the door remained unfazed. "Do you know who's in this suite?" "I don't care who it is. I know the general manager of Xian Pavilion." "You're just a lowly captain barking at me. Believe me, I'll have him fire you." The middle-aged man continued to bellow. The captain smirked disdainfully at the red-faced man. "I don't care if you know the general manager. But if you so much as touch the people in this room, not even the current film queen or the mayor himself can save you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was startled inside, but to save face, he kept shouting, "I'll see for myself who's so almighty." He dodged the captain's block and flung open the door, revealing three handsome young men and an extremely cute girl. When the portly man's gaze swept over Qing Mo Xian, a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. "Just a bunch of brats, and you dare spout nonsense in front of me. You'll be out of a job tomorrow. The middle-aged man was furious, thinking the captain was mocking him. President Xian, my apologies. I couldn't stop him, the captain said hurriedly to Qing Imo Xian as the man barged in. Qing Imo Xian waved her hand dismissively and told the captain to leave. Before exiting, the captain shot the middle-aged man a venomous glare. But the man didn't notice. His eyes were fixed on Qing Imo Xian lecherous. Little miss, how about becoming an artist at my company? The annual salary is sky high. He approached her, casting a dismissive glance at the three boys, thinking just a brat and a little girl. What power could they possibly have? She's really quite a looker. He mused, his grin growing more sinister. But Qing Imo Xian remained composed, taking a sip of water and saying with a smile, really? $1 million a year? Ridiculous. As a nominal artist under her brother's company, she earned tens of millions monthly without lifting a finger, not to mention the income from Xian Pavilion and Tungtian Pavilion, 2 5-star hotels, plus the allowance from her parents. A quick calculation showed her monthly cash flow was just a few $100 million, mere pocket change. But the middle-aged man before her had no clue about Qing Imo Xian's true identity, assuming she was just a child from a moderately well-off family. Old Qing, so my world's second-largest financial group, is just moderately well-off. Let's see how powerful you really are. When Zhang Liang and his two companions saw the middle-aged man attempting to harass Qing Moshuan, fury instantly ignited within them. Although they had transformed from males into females, what righteous man could tolerate witnessing a girl being harassed by a scumbag right before their eyes? Seeing that the trio was about to act, Qing Moshuan shot them a meaningful glance, assuring them she could handle it. Turning back to the middle-aged man, her face instantly softened into a genial smile. Sir, you claim to offer a monthly salary of $1 million. May I ask where you hold such a prestigious position? Wang Gui snorted disdainfully. I won't hesitate to tell you. In the general manager of the Qingqing Corporation's Yuqing City branch. I have a meeting with Gu Qingqing today to discuss a collaboration. So be wise and vacate this VIP room immediately. His tone carried a hint of contempt. Wait, Qingqing Corporation? Isn't that my brother's company? So is the general manager of a Qingqing branch supposed to be impressive? Qing Moshuan feigned a troubled expression. What a joke. A branch manager trying to recruit an artist from the headquarters, and the chairman's own sister at that. Wasn't this sheer lunacy? Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's face darkened. Little girl, do you have any idea where Qingqing Corporation ranks nationwide? The chairman is the eldest son of the Qing family. Be smart and vacate this room now. Offend me and you offend the Qing family. Enough. Get the hell out of here. I am the third child of the Qing family. Qing Moshuan had grown tired of entertaining this man. She never showed mercy to those who invoked her family, and she cursed him out directly. Wang Gui stared at the girl who barely reached his chest, yet she exuded an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in him. But to save face, he had to tough it out. Just as Wang Chong was about to speak, a melodious female voice rang out from outside the door. Director Wang, what's going on? Are we still discussing the collaboration? A woman with a light natural makeup look, a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and long legs stepped in. Qing Moshuan sized up the female celebrity. Not as busty as Sister Bingbing, not as fair, not as beautiful. In short, she couldn't compare to Su Bingbing in any way. Seeing Gu Qingqing enter, Wang Gui hurriedly approached her, wearing a fawning smile, while pointing accusingly at Qing Moshuan and the others. Sister Qing, look, these 4 brats in the room won't give up the sweet. Let me see. Xian. The moment Gu Qingqing laid eyes on Qing Moshuan, her eyes lit up, and a slightly mischievous grin spread across her face. Qing Moshuan pointed at herself in confusion. You know me? It shouldn't be possible. How would a top-tier celebrity like Gu Qingqing recognize a nobody like her? Still being modest, huh? I'm in the middle of talking here, don't interrupt. Gu Qingqing nodded excitedly. Your singing video went viral online, it's all over the trending topics now. I never expected to run into you here. Huh? Qing Moshuan was even more bewildered. What was happening? But before she could dwell on it, Gu Qingqing eagerly handed her phone over. Xuan, I'm a fan of yours too. Can I take a photo with you? Qing Moshuan glanced at Gu Qingqing's phone and spotted the trending topics on Weibo. Shock. Lowly streamer appears at Longya charity event, also a special guest. Shock. The person President Zhou claims is 10,000 times better than him is just a little lowly. Shock. Lowly streamer Xian, suspected to be the young lady of the Qing family. Good heavens, Qing Moshuan had completely dominated the trending list. Gu Qingqing pulled Qing Moshuan into her arms, took out her phone, snapped a photo, then set her down with a satisfied smile. The entire sequence was executed in one smooth motion, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Qing Moshuan hadn't even had time to react. This scene left Wang Gui dumbfounded. What's going on? Have I offended some big shot? As this thought surfaced in his mind, Wang Gui began to tremble all over. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing had completely forgotten that she was there to discuss a collaboration. It wasn't her fault either. Given how explosive the trending topics were, if Qing Mashuan went out without disguising herself, she'd be devoured by the wolves outside, not even leaving a bone behind. Qing Mashuan, so I was just about to put on a little show. Why won't you give me a chance? No, I have to show off somehow. Qing Mashuan cast an icy glare at Wang Gui, who was standing to the side. Just that one look sent chills down his spine. Seeing the effect, she seized the moment to put on a show, her tone cold as she spoke. Oh, Director Wang, I forgot to mention. I'm a special contracted artist at Qingqing Corporation headquarters and the only daughter of the Qing family. So do you think a branch manager like you has any standing before me? Wang Gui, who had been trying to dismiss the thought in his mind, heard the words directly from Qing Mashuan's mouth, and his heart sank like a stone. It was over, completely over. Offending the young lady of the Qing family meant his days as branch manager were numbered. No, he had to see if there was a way to make amends. Beg for mercy, yes. Beg for mercy. Wang Gui, his emotions running high, knelt before Qing Mashuan and began apologizing. Miss, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I was wrong. Please don't fire me. As he apologized, he slapped himself repeatedly. He would do whatever it took to keep his job today. He had used his position as general manager of the Qingqing branch to bully many small families. If he lost this job, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bullying others with your power and oppressing small families. It seems you wield quite the authority as a manager. Qing Mashuan looked at Wang Gui, who groveled before her like a dog with a half smile. Miss, please don't fire me. I promise I'll never do this again. Just let me off this once. Wang Gui begged through his tears. How did Qing Mashuan know all this? The moment Wang Gui walked in, she had already sent a message to her eldest brother. That was why she had remained so composed throughout. Starting today, Qingqing Corporation will dismiss Wang Gui from the branch and never rehire him. Qing Mashuan glared at Wang Gui with what she believed to be a fierce expression. But in Gu Qingqing's eyes, it was utterly adorable. Wow, so cute. Those soft cheeks must taste sweet when kissed. Qing Mashuan. I just gave him the fiercest glare. How does that come off as cute? Gu Qingqing, Zhang Li Wang, the Qing family, and Su Bingbing, you're just too cute. That was nothing but a fierce and adorable look. Let's go eat somewhere else. I've lost my appetite. Qing Mashuan was a bit displeased. With so much delicious food just moments ago, she hadn't managed to eat much before this incident ruined her mood. By the way, Xian, how come you're the boss of Xian Pavilion? Wang Chong still found it hard to accept that Qing Mashuan had become a girl, and his speech was somewhat restrained. You mean Xian Pavilion? My second brother gave it to me. Qing Mashuan spoke casually, as if she couldn't care less about the establishment. Zhang Liang interjected, where to next? Qing Mashuan patted her stomach, still unsatisfied. How about we find a place to grab another bite? The other three nodded in agreement. Just then Li Peng chimed in. Why not go to Tengtian Pavilion? Its quality should be on par with Xian Pavilion. Where? Qing Mashuan looked at the three incredulously, suspecting she had misheard. Tengtian Pavilion, what's wrong? Li Peng replied, puzzled. Well, I'm also the owner of Tengtian Pavilion, Qing Mashuan said weakly. Of the two places they mentioned, both belong to her. Qing Mashuan. You're absolutely insufferable. A clatter sounded. Miss Xian, all your dishes are served. Please enjoy. A waitress with a pleasant face set down the last dish and smiled. Qing Mashuan nodded, signaling she could leave. As the waitress departed, Qing Mashuan thought to chat with her three friends, but Xuanbao, I'm here. That voice sounded awfully familiar. Damn, wasn't that Gu Qingqing's voice? How did she know I was here? Before Qing Mashuan could react, Gu Qingqing burst in, cheerfully striding straight toward her. Her gaze seemed off, like she was eyeing a piece of meat. Qing Mashuan thought, why is this person here again? Doesn't she have a job? She's so free. Damn, I'm not a cat, stop ruffling me. Qing Mashuan screamed, inwardly struggling in Gu Qingqing's embrace. But the actress' slender arms felt like unyielding iron chains, completely trapping her as she endured the assault of a soft, fragrant bosom. Zhang Wang and Li were utterly stunned. They had seen Gu Qingqing earlier, but they never imagined the aloof film queen would act this way around Qing Mashuan. Can you? Let me go first. Qing Mashuan's face was flushed red, nearly suffocating against Gu Qingqing's chest. Sorry. Gu Qingqing released her and quickly apologized. Qing Mashuan, seeing the genuine remorse on the actress' face, couldn't bring herself to say anything more and let it go. I have a question. Why do you like hugging me so much? Qing Mashuan asked after catching her breath. Without any celebrity airs, Gu Qingqing replied. You're just too adorable. I can't help but want to hold you. And you're so soft, like a plush toy with a milky scent that's incredibly comforting. As she spoke, a look of pure bliss spread across her face. Qing Mashuan's mouth twitched as she screamed internally, are you that bored? Hugging me every chance you get? Am I a pillow? Besides, I already have Sister Bingbing. I can't be swayed by anyone else. So are you my fan? Gu Qingqing nodded enthusiastically, her slightly curly hair bouncing with the motion, showing just how vigorous she was. By the way, what's this collaboration you mentioned earlier? Qing Mashuan recalled the topic from before. The question made Gu Qingqing's face turn crimson. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find words glancing at the three others. Qing Mashuan understood immediately she didn't want to speak in front of outsiders. Let's talk outside then. Qing Mashuan felt a thrill. No wonder her mom loved gossip, it was so exciting to hear secrets. In another private room, Qing Mashuan sat across from Gu Qingqing feeling speechless. How could a top actress be so bad at controlling her expression? Her face was bright red. And after entering the room, she said nothing, only letting out an occasional silly chuckle. So what exactly is this collaboration? Qing Mashuan asked one last time, trying her luck. He'll only tell you. Actually, I. Gu Qingqing's face grew even redder, leaving Qing Mashuan utterly exasperated. Damn it. Doesn't she know how infuriating it is to leave a sentence half-finished? Actually, I like Qing Machin. After confessing, Gu Qingqing covered her flushed face with her hands shy. What you like my eldest brother? Qing Mashuan was stunned. Did celebrities have such peculiar tastes? Liking someone as cold as an iceberg might as well be liking a block of wood. A thought flashed through Qing Mashuan's mind. Wasn't mom asking her to find a match for her brother? Here was a perfect candidate. Qing Mashuan eyed the beautiful woman across from her with a mischievous grin, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. Seeing Qing Mashuan spill the beans, Gu Qingqing felt as if her face were scorched by fire on the verge of melting away. Hey, I'm curious, why do you like my big brother? This stirred Qing Mashuan's gossipy curiosity. Gu Qingqing calmed herself slightly, feeling her face cool down, and said, he's so handsome and wealthy, who wouldn't like him? As she spoke, the tall and charming figure of Qing Machin surfaced in her mind, causing the blush that had just faded to bloom anew. This. Never mind, scene change. Walking back on the road. Xian, can I pursue you? Wang Chong asked with a foolish happy grin. Get lost, you brat. If you dare pursue me, you'll break your legs. Qing Mashuan said disdainfully. What's the big deal? You're a girl now, and so beautiful. Can't us guys pursue you? Wang Chong suddenly looked pitiful, a thin layer of mist forming in his eyes. Stop acting. You're the only one who can sugarcoat freeloading so elegantly. Li Peng gave Wang Chong a thumbs up. This was just brotherly banter. If they actually pursued her, where would she hide her face? And what about her Bing Bing? Hey host, have you forgotten something? Qing Mashuan, what could I have forgotten? I don't recall. I don't know. Do you remember what you said in the system space before? Who did you say you liked? Qing Mashuan, Su Bingbing. Why? Nothing much, I just returned from headquarters and checked on Su Bingbing. It seems she likes you. Qing Mashuan. Shesh. Don't stammer. At a loss for words. By human standards, Su Bingbing's feelings might be considered sapphic. Qing Mashuan, so. Bingbing and I share a mutual affection. Bingo. Your little mind finally caught on. I can only tell you she likes you, the rest is up to you. Honestly, when Qing Mashuan learned that Su Bingbing liked her, she was incredulous, but mostly overjoyed. Knowing Su Bingbing reciprocated her feelings, the love she had hidden in her heart could finally be revealed. It was a pity Su Bingbing didn't have a system, or she would have pinned Qing Mashuan down long ago. Bingbing, let me ask you something. Do you have someone you like? Qing Mashuan asked cheerfully, her mouth too full of food to stay shut. Su Bingbing was puzzled. Why was this child so excited after coming home? So that's what she wanted to ask. She replied with a smile, yes I do. Why? Does Xian have a crush too? I have someone I like too. You tell me who you like, and I'll tell you who I like. Qing Mashuan was now like a child exchanging secrets. Su Bingbing didn't answer, just gazed at her tenderly, thinking to herself, children will be children. Matters of the heart aren't casually shared. Pity that my love must remain buried. Boom. A thunderclap roared outside the window, followed by the patter of raindrops hitting the ground. Perfect chance. Qing Mashuan thought, if you want pursue me, then let me pursue you. Aunt. A girl's scream echoed in the room. Qing Mashuan covered her ears, tears glistening, as she looked at Su Bingbing. What's wrong? Su Bingbing sat beside her worriedly. Qing Mashuan immediately threw herself into Su Bingbing's arms, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. In a sobbing voice, she said, thunder. I'm scared. Su Bingbing gently patted her back, soothing her. Don't be afraid, it's just thunder, nothing to fear. But where Qing Mashuan couldn't see, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of Su Bingbing's lips. Meanwhile, Qing Mashuan was completely faking it, inwardly delighted. System, with your acting skills, even if they gave you an Oscar, the statuette would say it's unworthy. Nightfall. Rain poured outside the window as thunder rumbled, as if to shatter the very sky. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a trembling childlike voice tinged with tears. Bingbing, yeah, I'm scared. Su Bingbing opened the door to find Qing Mashuan standing in a milky white loungewear, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up pitifully, her small face twisted in distress. Su Bingbing lifted Qing Mashuan into her arms, her voice dripping with tenderness. What's wrong? Can't sleep alone. Qing Mashuan nodded. The thunder outside is too loud. I'm still scared. Though her face was streaked with tears, her heart was secretly brimming with delight. Qing Mashuan thought, hee, I finally get to sleep with Bingbing Jia. Su Bingbing placed the soft, squishy Qing Mashuan by the bedside and coaxed softly. You can sleep with me tonight. Seeing her goal achieved, Qing Mashuan's heart raced with excitement. To avoid revealing her scheme, she suppressed her smile and nodded. Sit here for a moment, I'm going to take a shower, Su Bingbing said with a smile as she left the room. The moment Qing Mashuan heard the bathroom door click shut, the excitement she had been holding back erupted. Gone was the tearful look from moments ago as she rolled back and forth on the bed in sheer ecstasy. After a few minutes, Qing Mashuan finally took in the details of Su Bingbing's room. How strange. Why was Bingbing Jia's room decorated so plainly? Her little mind was puzzled. The room's decor was simple: a yellowish-brown wooden bed, a large dark wardrobe, and a desk, nothing else. Compared to Qing Mashuan's own pink-adorned boudoir, Su Bingbing's room resembled the understated opulent bedroom of a domineering CEO from a novel. With a soft click before Qing Mashuan could ponder further, Su Bingbing opened the door and stepped inside. Su Bingbing was wrapped in only a towel, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Through the mist, the outline of her form was faintly visible. Her long jet-black hair laden with moisture rested gracefully on her flawless back. Her immaculate face bore a hint of rosy flush adorned with tiny droplets of water, as if her delicate skin could be pinched to yield moisture. Qing Mashuan stared at Su Bingbing, who now looked like a lotus emerging from water, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Her fair cheeks began to redden visibly. As Su Bingbing stepped out of the bathroom, she met Qing Mashuan's dazed gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Caught off guard, Qing Mashuan's face flushed even deeper. She fidgeted with her pajamas, trying to ease the awkwardness while scolding herself inwardly. Qing Mashuan, how useless are you? Why are you so shy? You know Bingbing Jia likes you, yet you still don't dare to confess. How cowardly can you be? Qing Mashuan felt as if she were being roasted over a fire, trapped between two difficult choices. Su Bingbing watched the blushing little girl, head bowed, lost in thought. Xuan, have you taken a shower yet? Huh? Su Bingbing's sudden question broke Qing Mashuan's train of thought. She replied instinctively, not yet. Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Su Bingbing's lips. Then go take a shower first. This suited Qing Mashuan perfectly. All she wanted now was to cool her head with cold water. She dashed out of the room and rushed toward the bathroom. As the bathroom door clicked shut, she let out a long sigh. How useless are you? All those confession lines you rehearsed. Why can't you utter a single one? Why do you have to blush over nothing? Isn't it just looking at your future wife? Qing Mashuan mocked her reflection in the mirror. Tisk tisk tisk, what a ruthless soul, scolding yourself, the system couldn't help but remark. Oh, come on. Don't kick me when I'm down. Help me think of a way to confess to Bingbing Jia. Qing Mashuan said, rubbing her head in frustration. Hey, race, a tip: alcohol gives cowards courage. But I can hold my liquor forever. Think back. Remember the time you got dead drunk after less than a bottle of beer? The system said with disdain. That seems right. Qing Mashuan replied, a bit embarrassed, recalling how she had stumbled around after that beer. Then a spark of inspiration hit Qing Mashuan. That's it. I have a system. Go get some alcohol, get drunk, and confess to Bingbing Jia. She opened the system store and searched for drinks, but after rummaging for a long time, she found no beer, liquor, or even wine. Sitting in the bathtub, Qing Mashuan felt defeated. Without alcohol, she couldn't muster the courage. She still blushed at the sight of Bingbing Jia. How could she confess? Host, I have a special vodka-filled chocolate. Want it? What use is a liquor-filled chocolate? Isn't it just syrup inside? No. This chocolate is filled with vodka. 1 piece gets you tipsy, 2 knocks you out, and 3 sends you to the hospital. Hearing this, Qing Mashuan's eyes lit up. You're not lying to me, are you? As a powerful system, how could I deceive my host? This chocolate is on sale. Only 400 task points to get it now. Get lost. I've barely saved up 600 task points, and you want to swindle 400 out of me. It's not me who's going to confess. Spending is your choice. Besides, with 200 task points left, you can still buy plenty of snacks, the system said nonchalantly. After a 10-minute standoff, Qing Mashuan gritted her teeth and uttered a single word: buy. Deducting 400 task points from the host. Obtained a box of vodka-filled chocolates. After bathing and slipping into her pajamas, Qing Mashuan gazed at the brown box that had materialized in her hands, captivated by the exquisite lettering. The words vodka liqueur chocolate were embossed with a gilded technique rendered in a delicate calligraphic script, the entire packaging exuding a blend of simplicity and luxury. System, do you mean this liqueur chocolate really gets you drunk with just 1 piece? Qing Maxuan opened the box and took out a chocolate, finding it no different from the syrup-filled liqueur chocolates she usually bought, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "What nonsense? Don't you trust me? If you don't believe it, pop one in your mouth and try." At the system's words, Qing Maxuan placed the liqueur chocolate into her mouth. As the chocolate entered, it had the same bittersweet taste as ordinary chocolate with nothing unusual. She gently bit into it with her teeth. A cool liquid with a hint of sweetness flowed onto her tongue, carrying a faint aroma of alcohol. Qing Maxuan chewed the chocolate and said, "System, are you messing with me? How is this any different from regular liqueur chocolate? And it's supposed to be especially strong. You're kidding me. If this were truly ordinary chocolate, spending 400 mission points on a box like this would be a total ripoff. You have 3 seconds, get back to your room quickly. Are you talking nonsense? 3 seconds. He'll give you." Before she could finish, Qing Maxuan sensed something wrong. Why is the room starting to spin? Her face was slowly turning red at a visible rate, and her consciousness was gradually fading. Qing Maxuan shook her little head, forcing herself to stay awake, and staggered as quickly as possible into Su Bingbing's room. "Finished bathing? Then come to bed," Su Bingbing said calmly, sitting on the bed reading a book. "Bingbing Jia, like you, I want you. To be my wife." Mid-sentence, Qing Maxuan let out a tipsy burp. Su Bingbing expressionlessly set the book aside and looked up at Qing Maxuan, who was teetering against the doorframe, sensing something amiss. Qing Maxuan was straining to support herself, her face flushed with a silly smile, her large grape-like watery eyes fixed on Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing was deeply captivated by those limpid eyes, so clear like an untouched pure land, like a mountain stream, revealing no trace of any other emotion in their gaze. Su Bingbing lifted Qing Maxuan onto the bed and said sternly, "How did you end up drinking? Who was it that swore off alcohol last time?" Whether Qing Maxuan heard her or not, she just kept staring at Su Bingbing with that silly smile, which drained all of Su Bingbing's anger. "Be good and go to sleep. No, you have to promise to be my wife before I sleep." Qing Maxuan's flushed little face was filled with stubbornness, her slender arms tightly wrapped around Su Bingbing's waist. Su Bingbing let out a soft laugh. "All right, I promise you." She gently tousled Qing Maxuan's hair, her face full of affection. Hearing the answer she wanted, Qing Maxuan finally released her grip on Su Bingbing, and soon her steady breathing filled the room. Su Bingbing looked at Qing Maxuan's adorable sleeping face, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. "I thought it was my unrequited love, but I never expected it to be mutual. I love you too." A night passed without a word. It was past noon when Qing Maxuan slowly awoke, but she couldn't remember anything from the previous night. "Did I confess yesterday?" she asked herself in confusion. Damn. All she could recall was eating a liqueur chocolate after her bath and nothing after that. Qing Maxuan annoyedly tapped her head, trying to jog her memory about whether she had confessed, but it was no use. Qing Maxuan. She only then noticed she was in Su Bingbing's bedroom. "So did I confess yesterday?" she asked herself again. Could it be that after eating the chocolate you passed out drunk in the bathroom, and Su Bingbing carried you back to the bedroom? This thought plunged Qing Maxuan into further confusion, her features almost scrunching together. But soon she perked up again, clenching her small fists. "I must tell Bingbing Jia that I like her too." Qing Mo Xian steeled herself, determined to express her feelings to Sister Bingbing. As she mentally coached herself, she walked toward the living room. Upon entering, she was stunned. Wasn't Sister Bingbing supposed to be in class? Why was she in the living room? Su Bingbing, dressed in a beige loungewear set, sat on the living room sofa. Looking up, she caught sight of Qing Mo Xian emerging from the bedroom. "Awake, are you? Since you're up, have something to eat," Su Bingbing said with a gentle smile. Qing Mo Xian's face flushed slightly. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She stood there dazedly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. All that self-reassurance was utterly useless. "Oh, say something. Speak up." The system feigned concern for her, but was actually eager to watch the drama. After a long pause, Qing Mo Xian mustered her courage, met Su Bingbing's gaze, and blurted out what was in her heart. "Sister Bingbing, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Finally, Qing Mo Xian gathered the nerve to utter those words. As soon as she spoke, she realized she might have said more than she intended. Su Bingbing looked at Qing Mo Xian's earnest expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She walked over, picked Qing Mo Xian up, reached out, and pinched her little nose affectionately. "Do you know you already said this yesterday?" she said with tender indulgence. "Oh, I said it yesterday." Qing Mo Xian scratched her head awkwardly. Damn, if she had known she had already confessed once, she wouldn't have gone through it again. Not bad. Qing Mo Xian, go to hell. Did you know I already said it once? A host, I'm out of battery. Ask me again when I get back. Epsilon, 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 whoosh. Did you just say you want me to be your girlfriend? Su Bingbing's face was full of smiles, but to Qing Mo Xian, that smile seemed rather terrifying, like a lion spotting its prey, the look before the hunt. "Sister Bingbing, Qing Imo Xian wanted to say something, but didn't know what because she had indeed just asked Su Bingbing to be her girlfriend. What is it? What do you want to say? Su Bingbing's lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Qing Imo Xian, who was backed against the wall waiting to see what explanation this little one could come up with. Qing Imo Xian opened her mouth, but still couldn't find the words. Her face flushed as she looked up at Su Bingbing. If you have nothing to say, then from now on you're my girlfriend, Su Bingbing said, leaning down to look directly into Qing Imo Xian's eyes. Their eyes met, and Su Bingbing leaned in for a kiss. Those alluring red lips pressed against Qing Imo Xian's delicate cherry-like mouth. At that moment Qing Imo Xian's breath stopped, her body frozen. She felt as if time itself had halted, as she could hear nothing from the outside world, only the rapid beating of her own heart from nervousness. Thump thump thump. Feeling her heart racing, Qing Imo Xian's mind went blank. Just before she suffocated, Su Bingbing released her lips. Qing Imo Xian collapsed weakly, kneeling on the floor, gasping for air. Su Bingbing watched the little one sitting on the ground, savoring the sweetness lingering on her lips. From today on, I'm your boyfriend, Xian Xian. Though Su Bingbing's tone was light and cheerful, the words seemed to be a declaration of sovereignty. No, I want to be the boyfriend. I want to be the top. Upon hearing this, Qing Imo Xian blurted out what was truly on her mind. What did you say? Su Bingbing lifted Qing Imo Xian from the floor and tossed her onto the sofa, using her own body to pin Qing Imo Xian down completely. I said, I want to be the top. Qing Imo Xian said weakly, her voice barely a whisper. Oh, and what abilities do you have? Su Bingbing looked at Qing Imo Xian with a teasing smile. Before Qing Imo Xian could finish, Su Bingbing kissed her again. System not suitable for minors, the rest will have to wait until tomorrow. Nightfall. The weather in late May already carried the sweltering heat of summer. In a pink room brimming with youthful vitality, Su Bingbing forcibly pinned Qing Moxuan beneath her, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she said, You're my girlfriend now, happy. Qing Moxuan's delicate face had turned a deep crimson. She dared not meet Su Bingbing's enchanting, soul-stirring gaze, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. She struggled to free herself from Su Bingbing's embrace, but the more she resisted, the tighter Su Bingbing held her. Finally, Su Bingbing pressed her entire body against Qing Moxuan. What? Is your big sister's favor not to your liking? Still trying to escape? Su Bingbing's eyes locked onto Qing Moxuan's flushed face, her lips curled in a faintly mocking smile that never faded. Bingbing Jia. Before Qing Moxuan could finish, she felt a warm sensation on her cherry lips, leaving her mind blank once more. MMPH. A suffocating feeling made her instinctively struggle, but her slender arms were firmly restrained by Su Bingbing, completely immobile. This time Su Bingbing pulled away from the cherry lips that carried a rich, milky fragrance. If she hadn't let go, Qing Moxuan would have fainted. Yes, this child simply didn't know how to breathe while kissing. Do you not know how to breathe when you kiss? Su Bingbing looked at Qing Moxuan pinned beneath her. Though her tone held a hint of reproach, the smile on her lips never wavered. She had fulfilled her wish, so of course she was delighted. After a long pause, Qing Moxuan's flushed face finally squeezed out the words, I don't know. I've never kissed anyone before. Then let your big sister teach you properly today. With that, Su Bingbing leaned in to kiss her again. This time she pulled the blanket over them, lying completely atop Qing Moxuan. Before long, something was slowly pushed out from the gap in the blanket and fell to the floor. A bundle of clothes. Beneath the blanket, a curvaceous girl with flawless skin and a smile on her lips pinned a petite, yet impeccably proportioned lowly beneath her. The two of them fooled around until 2 in the morning before Su Bingbing finally fell asleep. If Qing Moxuan hadn't passed out, she could have gone on a while longer. Yes, Qing Moxuan had fainted. At 10 in the morning, Qing Moxuan woke up feeling sore all over her back, aching as if it might break. She slowly sat up in bed, dressed, and prepared to get something to eat. But as she reached the door, she inexplicably turned back to look. That glance was fateful. On the pale yellow bedsheet was a glaring patch of crimson, marking Qing Moxuan's transition from girl to woman. That single glance sent the blush Qing Moxuan had barely managed to suppress surging to its peak, as if steam might rise from her entire body. TSK tisk, still shy, are we? Do you know I watched all night long? Qing Moxuan, you can see that. Of course I can. To be honest, Su Bingbing is pretty fierce. Knock you right out. TSK tisk, such stamina. Qing Moxuan, you watched the live show. You deserve to die. Well, look who's getting angry. So what if I watch the live show? Come on, I helped you win Su Bingbing over. Instead of thanking me, you're cursing me, biting the hand that feeds you. Upon hearing this, Qing Moxuan's blush, already born of shyness, spread to her neck from anger. She looked like a boiling kettle, as if steam were rising from the top of her head. Su Bingbing had intended to call Qing Moxuan for breakfast, But when she pushed the door open, she found her standing still, fists clenched, lost in thought. What's wrong? Are you sick? Why are your face and neck so red? Su Bingbing asked, puzzled, as she quickly walked over to Qing Maxuan and gently turned her head from side to side. Qing Maxuan, still cursing the system in her mind, was startled by Su Bingbing's sudden actions. Her flushed face was full of confusion as she looked up and met Su Bingbing's deeply concerned eyes, instantly recalling the events of the previous night. She slowly lowered her head again. This sequence left Su Bingbing bewildered. Looking up, she spotted the red patch on the bedsheet and understood everything in an instant. How the little milk baby is shy. Su Bingbing's delicate face was full of smiles. Bingbing, Jia, can you stop calling me a little milk baby? I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a woman now, Qing Maxuan said bashfully. Then what should I call you? Wife. No, call me husband. Oh, you want to try what we did last night again? Su Bingbing grinned wickedly as she lifted Qing Maxuan into her arms. I'm wrong. Call me whatever you want, just not little milk baby, Qing Maxuan said, trembling uncontrollably at the memory of the previous night. Qing Maxuan, humph. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. One day I'll show you my prowess. System, give me some powerful martial arts manuals. I must show this little girl what I'm made of. The wind carries a distant flute. Fortunately, Su Bingbing hadn't forgotten that both she and Qing Imo Xian had classes that afternoon. She merely held Qing Imo Xian and kissed her for a while. With a rustle. Bingbing, Jia, why do I feel something's off? Qing Imo Xian stood side by side, with Su Bingbing on campus, observing the situation around them. Su Bingbing glanced around and noticed a large crowd gathering at the foot of the Economics and Management Department building, which also struck her as unusual. That's near your classroom, isn't it? Su Bingbing pointed at the gathering. Qing Imo Xian nodded. That's exactly why I say something's not right. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Look! Isn't that Qing Imo Xian? Following the cry, all eyes converged on Su Bingbing and Qing Imo Xian. Did they just call my name? Qing Imo Xian whispered to Su Bingbing. I feel like they're coming for me. Su Bingbing crossed her arms, looking as if she were watching a show. Just see for yourself. Aren't they heading your way? When Qing Imo Xian raised her head to look back, she noticed the surging crowd heading in her direction. Instantly, a wave of nervousness washed over her, and she sensed something ominous. Sure enough, once the group recognized Qing Imo Xian, they all rushed toward her simultaneously. Most were male, but there were also many females. Yet they all shared a common trait, undisguised greed gleaming in their eyes. What is this all about? Qing Imo Xian grew tense, her voice trembling as she tightly gripped Su Bingbing's clothes. Su Bingbing remained relaxed. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably your fans. Fans? Am I that famous? Qing Imo Xian's small head was filled with great confusion. Hadn't she only live-streamed and participated in an event? How could she have so many fans? Do not utter such mortal words lest your whole body ache. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Su Bingbing scooped up Qing Imo Xian and bolted, leaving the crowd behind in the dust. Ridiculous. A bunch of homebuddies. Even at their peak, they've barely reached an average of 6 points. Against Su Bingbing, who could exhaust Qing Imo Xian to unconsciousness, they stood no chance. Pant. Damn. Su, the campus beauty. How can she run so fast? How is she sprinting so fast while carrying Qing Imo Xian? Is Qing Imo Xian made of balloons? The group gasped for breath, gradually slowing their pursuit. Su Bingbing ran straight to the school administration building before daring to set Qing Imo Xian down. Qing Imo Xian immediately let out a loud wail. Teacher, help! The cry startled half the teachers in the building, who poked their heads out to see who dared to make such a racket. Oh, and Lu Hongli also looked out, spotting her own student. Qing Imo Xian, what's the matter? Lu Hongli asked, puzzled. Teacher, why is there a crowd chasing me? Qing Imo Xian shrank her neck, pointing at the surging students outside. Lu Hongli shot a piercing glare at the group. Seeing the counselor, everyone dispersed. Why would they provoke the counselor? Provoke the counselor? Only if you don't want to be targeted. Lu Hongli rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Maybe Qing Imo Xian is just too popular. Those people were probably fans. Su Bingbing nodded in agreement, then patted Qing Imo Xian's head. That's so like you. Being a streamer has made you almost as famous as a Bliss celebrity. Qing Imo Xian scratched her head in frustration, pouting. If I'd known there'd be so much trouble, I'd never have joined that event. All she wanted was to be a lazy fish, as she had no desire for fame. Wasn't a peaceful life good enough? By the way, Qing Imo Xian, the school's anniversary is the day after tomorrow. Would you like to perform a show? Lu Hongli's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qing Imo Xian. Qing Imo Xian refused, shaking her head like a rattle drum. No, I won't. Rather than flaunting her skills in public, she preferred staying home watching cartoons. Quest-triggered host must participate in the school anniversary and secure first place. Reward 200 quest points and upgrade host skin to peak level. Ching Mo Xian, is there any event you want force me to join? Do you have a grudge against me? How could that be? Think about what this system is for, to help you become the world's top-tier lowly. So first let you gain fame, then establish your reputation. Isn't that wonderful? Ching Mo Xian, humph. Do you think I believe you? After Ching Mo Xian refused, the light in Lu Hongli's eyes quickly dimmed. But soon she shifted her target. Then Su, would you like to participate in the anniversary? Su Bingbing said nothing, merely gazing tenderly at Ching Mo Xian. Ching Mo Xian, who was in the middle of a mental argument with the system, sensed the awkward silence. She looked up to see an embarrassed Lu Hongli and Su Bingbing staring at her. Bingbing Jia, is there something on my face? Ching Mo Xian asked, puzzled. No. Then why have you been staring at me? Su Bingbing, because you're beautiful. I want to devour you. Ching Mo Xian thought to herself, I just turned down the advisor. How can I tactfully agree now? Oh well, embarrassing as it is, I have to complete the mission. He'll go for it. She encouraged herself internally and said, teacher, I've reconsidered. He'll participate in this school anniversary event. This left Lu Hongli utterly bewildered. Wasn't this little girl afraid of becoming too famous and getting swarmed by fans? Why had she suddenly changed her mind? Could it be that all heiresses were this capricious? Shrugging it off, she figured that with Ching Mo Xian's participation, the economics and management department would surely steal the spotlight at this year's anniversary. If Xian joins, then he'll join too. Su Bingbing gazed at Ching Mo Xian with a beaming smile. See, I'm looking out for you. You said you'd participate, so I'm in as well. In the dormitories, whether for boys or girls, everyone was buzzing about this year's school anniversary. Just then, everyone received a message simultaneously. Whoa, both Su Bingbing and Ching Mo Xian are performing at this year's anniversary. No way. The icy beauty and the adorable little lass. This year's event is going to be electrifying. A crowd huddled over their phones, fervently discussing the performance list released on the school's official website. Xian, what act are you planning for the anniversary? Su Bingbing asked, watching Ching Mo Xian bury her face in her meal. I'm thinking of singing, but my songs tend to blow up. I need to come up with something low-key that won't draw too much attention. After saying that, Ching Mo Xian dove back into her food. Su Bingbing's lips twitched, and she awkwardly covered her face. You're only interested in food, nothing else. Hee slurp. Xian, is your birthday on May 24th? Yeah, why? Ching Mo Xian looked up, locking eyes with Su Bingbing, her curiosity evident. How did Bingbing know her birthday? Su Bingbing caught on easily and chuckled softly. I saw your ID card in your room yesterday. It seems you didn't celebrate your birthday this year. May 24th. Wasn't that the day of the charity event? Ching Mo Xian had completely forgotten her own birthday. I've been too busy. Forget it, well, do it next year. She dismissed it as if it were someone else's affair. Su Bingbing grew anxious and slammed the table. How can you say that? A birthday isn't something you just skip. No, we're making up for it tonight. Later, Su Bingbing presented a beautifully ornate cake before Ching Mo Xian. Happy birthday. Make a wish. Wearing a birthday crown, Ching Mo Xian closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently wished, May Bingbing and I be together forever, and I want to be the dominant one. After making her wish, Ching Mo Xian asked Bingbing, why did you insist on me having a make-up birthday? She voiced her earlier curiosity. I'm your husband. I'm afraid I'll forget your birthday, so I'm doing this to etch it into my memory, Su Bingbing replied, rambling nonsense while slicing the cake. In truth, Su Bingbing had only used this as an excuse to get into bed. Under the guise of a birthday, she aimed to make Ching Mo Xian's night unforgettable. Oh, Ching Mo Xian murmured thoughtfully, and then a plate of cream landed precisely on her face, the speed of the assault catching her off guard. Bingbing, what are you doing? Humph. Ching Mo Xian feigned a little anger, but it was merely a ruse to smear cream on Su Bingbing's face. Su Bingbing, who had been laughing at Ching Mo Xian's transformation from a baby to a cream-covered one, immediately stopped smiling when she saw the anger. She gently wiped the cream off Ching Mo Xian's face. It's just a bit of cream. Why get so mad? Take this. Ching Mo Xian reached out her small hand, but in an instant Su Bingbing trapped her body between her legs, making it impossible to reach the cake on the table. Oh, trying to fight back, are you? Su Bingbing's lips curled into a sly grin, though Ching Mo Xian didn't notice. Still fixated on the cake, she wanted to fling. Su Bingbing forcibly turned Ching Mo Xian's little head and kissed her directly, eliciting a soft gasp. Su Bingbing's alluring red lips pressed against Ching Mo Xian's cherry-like mouth. As the kiss deepened, Su Bingbing felt it wasn't enough. She scooped Ching Mo Xian up and carried her toward the bedroom, murmuring, today's your makeup birthday. I'm going to make sure it's unforgettable. Su Bingbing thought, hee little darling, tonight I'll show you my prowess. System Sigh, I'm in for another sleepless night watching this. Tisk tisk tsk. In a maiden's chamber adorned with pink Peppa Pig decorations, pink wallpaper, a pink computer, a pink cabinet, and Patrick Star ornaments, Qing Moshuan pinned beneath Su Bingbing endured the suffocating assault of a facial cleanser and struggled to utter her last words. Sister Bingbing. I haven't showered yet. I smell. What smell? All I catch is a milky scent. A greedy smile curled at the corners of Su Bingbing's lips as she carried Qing Moshuan into the bathroom. Sister Bingbing, are you coming in with me? Qing Moshuan asked shyly. Su Bingbing replied, continuing to undress. As the white shirt slipped from her delicate shoulders, Qing Moshuan felt her nose threaten to bleed, but she held back, though tears of drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Holy crap! Sister Bingbing's figure is absolutely incredible. Qing Moshuan glanced down at herself. If Su Bingbing's was the norm, then hers. Damn, an airport. While scrubbing Qing Moshuan's back, Su Bingbing marveled. Xuan, your skin is so flawless. What brand of skincare do you use? Qing Moshuan had no idea what to say. I've never used skincare, it's natural. Then she flashed a smug grin. By the way, Sister Bingbing, why are yours so much bigger than mine? She pointed at herself, then at Su Bingbing, only to have Su Bingbing affectionately pat her head. You're still young, you'll develop later. But Sister Bingbing, you're only 1 year older than me, Qing Moshuan whined. Haven't you heard that a girl changes 18 times before she's fully grown? A single year can make a world of difference, Su Bingbing explained. Actually, I'm quite envious of your skin. I'm naturally gifted, Qing Moshuan declared proudly. The system, hey, have you forgotten about me? Without me, would you have such radiant skin? Such stunning looks? Qing Moshuan, huh? I don't want this beauty, give me back, big dragon. The system played dumb blah blah blah. After the bath, Su Bingbing carried a blushing Qing Moshuan back to the room. Sigh, I wonder what's going on in that little girl's head. They're already a couple, so why is she still shy about bathing? Snuggle up. Sister Bingbing, don't stay up too late tonight. I have an early class tomorrow morning, Qing Moshuan pleaded in a tone almost desperate. Su Bingbing chuckled softly. Alright, I know. Then she pulled the blanket from the foot of the bed over them, trapping Qing Moshuan securely. Did you learn anything from what I taught you yesterday? Oh, learn. Before Qing Moshuan could finish, Su Bingbing kissed her. The system, great, I'm going to be force-fed again. I might as well die. But I have to watch till the end before I go. Oh. Qing Moshuan couldn't help but gasp, acutely aware of the warm, moist sensation on her chest and the places being touched. What's wrong? Su Bingbing asked. Nothing, Qing Moshuan stammered, her face crimson. Even though this was the second time, she still couldn't help but blush. This time Qing Moshuan didn't faint, she simply fell asleep from exhaustion. The previous day's fainting was because Su Bingbing had been too energetic, leaving Qing Moshuan utterly drained until she passed out from low blood sugar. Otherwise, Su Bingbing could have kept going a while longer. Qing Moshuan and Su Bingbing lingered under the covers until well past 11 before finally drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Qing Moshuan was roused by the blaring alarm clock. Ah, the woes of an early 8 o'clock class. Bingbing, you were too fierce. It hurts so much. Qing Moshuan felt as though her waist was about to snap, her entire body aching, as if she had been marinated in vinegar. Still not getting up. Don't forget you have class this morning. Su Bingbing leaned against the doorframe, a smug grin on her face. I have no class this morning. Bingbing, could you maybe not be so rough next time? My whole body is killing me. Qing Moshuan blinked, her large jet black eyes casting a resentful gaze at the triumphant Su Bingbing by the door. They'll think about it, Su Bingbing said aloud, but inwardly she thought, humph. Next time you dare to call yourself my husband, I'll make you try out the toys in my shopping cart. The pitiful Qing Moshuan was forced out of bed, her delicate face etched with melancholy. Oh, when will this college life ever end? I want to graduate. Then I won't have to suffer through early classes anymore. Qing Moshuan screamed internally, her spirits utterly deflated even as she ate breakfast. Qing Moshuan's state worried Su Bingbing. When she left for school, Su Bingbing quietly followed behind. She sensed that something bad was bound to happen today. Sure enough, just as they exited the neighborhood, a black-clad figure snatched Qing Moshuan into a van, leaving Su Bingbing hidden in the shadows, utterly stunned. The van was exceptionally shabby, nothing like the Qing family's cars. Suddenly, a dreadful thought exploded in Su Bingbing's mind. My pillow has been kidnapped. Meanwhile, Qing Moshuan, who had just been taken, was trudging along listlessly when a van pulled up in front of her. A man in black stepped out and covered her mouth with a cloth. Oh no, I must have been kidnapped. This time Qing Moshuan's little mind caught on quickly. She had been through this before. Before she could react, she felt dizzy and light-headed. Damn it, the cloth is drugged. On the other side, Su Bingbing pulled out her phone and made a call, suppressing her raging fury as she gritted her teeth. Activate satellite positioning and find the location of this number as fast as possible. Then she hung up and sent Qing Moshuan's phone number over. Let me see which fool wants to die by touching my pillow. Su Bingbing clenched her phone so tightly that cracks appeared on the screen, then she hurled it to the ground. Phone, you're noble, you're great, your pillow got caught, and you smash me. Gotcha. Brotherly, I've caught Qing Mashuan. Can you let me off now? Wang Gui grinned obsequiously, bending over to curry favor with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, president of the Li Group, was Li Shiyu's father, the same Li Group that had been sanctioned by the Qing family. Li Qingshan replied, indifferently gritting his teeth. She's the one who cost my Li Group its biggest mall. I will have my revenge. Yes, mister. Li is right. It's because of her that I've ended up like this. Wang Gui pointed to his tattered clothes and the 2 scars on his face. After Qing Mashuan fired him, those he had wronged came seeking vengeance. Now he placed all his hatred squarely on Qing Mashuan. And about the money you promised me, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, you'll get your share after it's done, Li Qingshan said calmly. The Qing family has only this one daughter. The ransom won't be small. Your cut is guaranteed. Yes, mister. Li, such an enlightened man, surely won't shortchange me. But I have one question, Wang Gui said, his face beaming with a smile that concealed deep disgust. Speak your mind. After the Qing family pays the ransom, do we send her back, or? Wang Gui made a throat-slitting gesture. Send her back. Do you think we'd survive if we did? Better to take the money and flee far away. Li Qingshan burst into manic laughter. His gaze fell on Qing Mashuan, bound and unconscious, and he sank into greed. I wonder what the Qing family's young lady tastes like, ha. Li Qingshan seemed to lose all reason. Take a couple of photos and send them to the Qing family. Let them see what their daughter looks like when she's been defiled, ha. Li Qingshan took 2 pictures and sent them to Qing Machin. Li Qingshan, President Qing, take a look at your precious sister. How does she look now, ha? On the other side, Qing Machin woke up in the morning feeling a strange unease in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Just then his phone notification sounded. He picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Li Qingshan. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, but the next second when he saw the picture, veins bulged on his forehead and his face darkened ominously. The picture showed Qing Mashuan covered in dirt, her hands and feet bound, leaning against the wall, lifeless, her condition unknown. Just then Li Qingshan's call came in. Qing Machin answered directly. Hey, President Qing, did you see what I sent you? Ha. Li Qingshan's smug tone made Qing Machin want to kill him on the spot. But he suppressed his anger and said in a voice as cold as ice, speak. How much do you want? Qing Machin understood that the priority was to stabilize Li Qingshan's emotions and not provoke him. Ha, President Qing knows me well. Not much, just 5 billion. I guarantee your precious sister will return safely. Li Qingshan dared to ask for such an exorbitant amount because he knew how wealthy the Qing family was. A mere 5 billion was like pocket money to them. Fine. Send me your location. They'll deliver the ransom in half an hour. Good. He'll wait. If I don't see the ransom in half an hour, I can't guarantee your sister's life, ha. With that, Li Qingshan hung up. Qing Machin listened to the dial tone, a terrifying chill radiating from his body, making the room feel several degrees colder. Hey, second brother, Xian has been kidnapped. Go to the bank and withdraw 5 billion. Come with me to Yuqing City. What? Xian has been kidnapped. Damn it, which bastard wants to die? Wait till fucking kill him. Qing Mayun roared, his body trembling uncontrollably with rage. After hanging up at Qinxing Group and Feiyun Group, where Qing Machin and Qing Mayun were respectively, a terrifyingly chilling voice echoed simultaneously. All bodyguards in the group follow me. The bodyguards shuddered at the icy tone of their 2 CEOs. Then a spectacular sight unfolded. Hundreds of cars lined up neatly, driving in an orderly fashion on the road, drawing the attention of passers-by, many of whom took out their phones to capture this magnificent scene. These hundreds of cars all shared one destination, Yuqing City. Kucha. How is it? Found it yet? Su Bingbing in a stretched Lincoln typed rapidly on her keyboard, anxiously asking Suyu, who was also typing on a computer beside her. Sis, don't rush. The signal on the other end is too weak and the location keeps flickering. It's not easy to pinpoint. Cold sweat dripped from Suye's face as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Inside, he wondered who could have made my sister care so much. Su Bingbing's face was terrifyingly dark. She said coldly, "It'll boost the signal. You handle the positioning." Her fingers moved even faster over the keyboard. Okay. Suyu swallowed hard and replied, feeling a shiver of fear. Damn. Who's the idiot that dared to mess with my sister? They'll mourn for him for a while. Then Suyu exclaimed, found it. Su Bingbing quickly looked at the computer screen showing the location. Qing Makshuan's phone was traced to an abandoned factory in the mountains behind Yuqing City. Drive, head to this place. Su Bingbing's face was dark and terrifying, faint veins appearing on her forehead, making Suyu swallow any thoughts of asking who she was dealing with. Inside the factory, host, wake up. If you don't wake up, you're going to die. The system was extremely anxious, shouting in her mind. If it had a physical form, it would have slapped her awake. Through the system's persistent calls, Qing Mashuan gradually regained consciousness. But the scene before her left her stunned. A group of burly men covered in tattoos were playing cards at a small table nearby. This sight filled Qing Mashuan with fear. She tried to move only to find her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound completely immobile. Qing Mashuan system, where am I? What's happening? Oh, my little ancestor. You're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, you'd have been killed. The system almost cried. Qing Mashuan, so I've been kidnapped. Damn. You only just realized that. The system couldn't help but facepalm. Could this host be any more hopeless? Qing Mashuan, then give me back my power, and I'll kill them. Kill them? What nonsense. Even if I give you your power back, can you move? Look at yourself. Can you even move? The system sighed. There's a small knife in the shop. Buy one yourself. Qing Mashuan was speechless. My hands and feet are tied. How am I supposed to buy it? Oh right, that's a problem. If nothing unexpected happens, someone should come to save you, but you have to hold on until then. The system felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. Hey little sister, you're awake. One of the card players noticed Qing Mashuan was awake and teased her casually. Another man punched him playfully and said with a grin, tisk tisk tsk. Looks like your knockout drug isn't strong enough. She's awake already. Staring at their ferocious faces, a deep fear rose from within Qing Mashuan, and tears slowly filled her eyes. Tisk, look at you guys scaring the little sister to tears. Don't forget she's our golden goose, ha. This remark drew a roar of laughter from the group. Qing Mashuan shrank her neck, trying to back away, but the ropes held her tight, and the wall behind her left no room to retreat. Old Four grabbed something to stuff in the little sister's mouth, so she doesn't start crying and disturb us. Got it. A scar-faced man picked up a cloth from the table, a greedy look on his face as he approached Qing Mashuan, making her tremble with fear. Fortunately, the scar-faced man did nothing more than stuff the cloth into Qing Mashuan's mouth before turning back to join the others in their card game. Qing Mashuan frantically searched her mind for a way to save herself, wondering if she could break the rope. Yet after struggling for nearly 10 minutes, her wrists were rubbed raw and bleeding, but the rope showed no sign of loosening. Qing Mashuan thought, is this where I meet my end? No, I am still young, only 18. Don't panic, let me think of something. The system exerted its strongest mental faculties, seeking any opportunity for deliverance, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Eureka! Host, I recall you usually keep your phone in your right pocket. Try shifting your body slightly to get it out. Following the system's advice, Qing Mashuan carefully moved her body, but accidentally aggravated the wound on her wrist, causing her to wince in pain. Yet she could not afford to worry about that now. A self-rescue was paramount. Through Qing Mashuan's relentless efforts, the phone slid out of her pocket. She sighed, inwardly grateful that she was wearing a skirt today, how otherwise retrieving the phone would have been far more difficult. Using her body, she cautiously maneuvered the phone within reach of her hand. Success. Good, now try to call your brothers. Hearing the system's instructions, Qing Mashuan fumbled to find the power button on her phone. She remembered that pressing the power button 5 times would trigger the SOS emergency contact feature, and her contact was Qing Mashuan. With one press, she could call her eldest brother. What are you doing? A frigid voice interrupted Qing Mashuan's actions, startling her so much that she trembled. She looked up to meet the gaze of a grotesque, inhuman face. The man was Wang Gui. Wang Gui glared at Qing Mashuan with seething hatred. The young miss of the Qing family, how wonderful. What would it be like to let the Qing family watch their only daughter die? Huh. Wang Gui was almost delirious, a terrifying grin spreading across his monstrous face, sending a tremor through Qing Mashuan's heart. But now, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, she could not even speak. The tears in her eyes betrayed her fear. Gritting her teeth, Qing Mashuan forced back her tears and glared at Wang Gui with fury. Oh. Don't look at me like that, it scares me, ha ha ha. Look at your situation. How dare you still be so arrogant? Wang Gui was like a madman, his laughter shifting from manic to icy cold in an instant. Wang Gui sneered at Qing Mashuan's terrified expression and then instructed the men playing cards nearby, hang her up. If the Qing family doesn't show up in 15 minutes, slit her throat. Was she truly going to die? Qing Mashuan thought to herself as her consciousness began to blur. Her head felt as heavy as lead and her breathing grew labored. Brother Wang, I think time's almost up. The Qing family hasn't come yet. Should we just finish her off? A man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder said to Wang Gui. Are you stupid? At least wait until we get the money before killing her. If you kill her now, you won't get a single cent. Wang Gui rapped the man's head in frustration, but before he could finish, his words were cut off by the ringing of a phone. All right, you keep watch. We'll take this call. With that, Wang Gui walked toward the factory entrance, answering the phone as he went. Hello, Boss Li. Are you ready? Time's almost up. Take the money and run. Li Qingshan grunted in acknowledgement. Remember, get the money and then finish the job. I understand, Boss Li. Before Wang Gui could finish, he was crushed by the collapsing factory door. Standing at the entrance was a girl with a high ponytail dressed in a light blue tracksuit, her figure alluring. Su Bingbing cast an icy glare into the factory, taking in the sight of a group of stunned burly men and Qing Mo Xian, who was hanging upside down from the rafters. A fierce killing intent radiated from her. Qing Mo Xian saw someone approaching, but after being suspended for so long, blood had rushed to her head, blurring her vision. Damn it! Someone's here. What the hell are you waiting for? Wang Gui, his legs pinned under the factory door, roared at the men standing there dumbfounded. The group snapped out of their stupor, and a dozen burly men grabbed whatever weapons were at hand. Machete, steel pipes, everything. Su Bingbing merely watched coldly. What did it matter if they had weapons? Anyone who touched her precious pillow would die. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression darkened. Watching the dozen men close in on her, she sneered inwardly. With just a single indifferent glance, the dozen men were frozen by her icy stare. It was as if the gaze of death himself was reaping the remnants of lost souls. Any last words? Soon you won't be able to speak them. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Su Bingbing's lips, her killing intent utterly unconcealed. Damn it, you bitch. Don't act tough here. What are you idiots standing around for? Get her. Wang Gui was still howling behind Su Bingbing. His shout wiped the smile off Su Bingbing's face. She spun around and delivered a kick directly to Wang Gui's head. Annoying. Su Bingbing picked at her ear. As for Wang Gui, after being struck in the head, he collapsed to the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, lifeless. The others were stunned by the scene. They could hardly believe that this slender girl possessed such explosive power. Come on, brothers. I don't believe she can beat all of us. Some still thought they could overpower Su Bingbing with numbers. Sis, hurry. Qing Mo Xian isn't looking good. Su Yu shouted. Taking advantage of the fact that all eyes were on Su Bingbing, Su Yu had already stealthily lowered Qing Mo Xian from the rafters. But seeing Qing Mo Xian's dazed state, he couldn't help urging Su Bingbing to finish things quickly. Su Bingbing flexed her wrists, the crackling of her bones heralding the countdown to these people's lives. She grabbed the steel pipe from the man on her left, kicked him flying, then swung the pipe at the head of the man on her right. She blocked a cleaver swinging down from the front with the pipe, kicked that man to the ground, then picked up a fallen cleaver and wielded both weapons. The clash of metal and cries of agony echoed through the factory until, with the clatter of iron on the floor, the battle ended. Su Bingbing stood drenched in blood amidst the fallen like an avatar of slaughter. This sight shocked Su Yu to his core. He had always known his sister trained in martial arts for years and was formidable, but he had never seen her in such a state. Su Yu looked at Qing Ma Xuan lying in his arms and sighed inwardly. Classmate, what's your relationship with my sister? How could she go so crazy for you? After finishing the fight, Su Bingbing wasted no time and quickly walked over to Su Yu and Qing Ma Xuan, carefully checking their injuries. Up close, Qing Ma Xuan finally saw Su Bingbing's beautiful face. Mustering her last ounce of strength, she whispered, Bingbing, you're here. Then she fainted. Su Bingbing grew frantic, cradling Qing Ma Xuan as she ran outside. Xuan, you must be all right. Nothing bad will happen to you. Who the hell touched my sister? Get out here. Before Su Bingbing could leave the factory, she heard the furious roar from outside and frowned. Su Yu asked, why are there more people? Is this never going to end? That should be Zhuangshuan's brother. You stay here and explain things to them. I'm taking Xian to the hospital. With that, she rushed out with Qing Ma Xuan in her arms, got into her car, and sped away. Qing Ma Xuan watched the car disappear, his heart sinking. Lao Er, take the men inside to check things out. I'm going after that person. All right, big brother, go ahead. Qing Ma Yun acknowledged, and then shouted to the group of black-suited bodyguards, keep an eye out. Don't let anyone slip away. He then led the swarm of bodyguards toward the factory entrance. But when he reached the door, he was stunned. Holy shit. What the hell? Did this kid kill all these people? Because Su Bingbing had kicked the factory door open, the sight of Su Yu standing in a pool of blood shocked everyone present. Seeing their terrified gazes, Su Yu quickly explained, it wasn't me. My sister did this to save Qing Ma Xuan. In the hospital ward, Qing Ma Xuan lay quietly in bed, her face pale. A doctor was examining her. After a few minutes, the doctor let out a long sigh of relief and said to Su Bingbing, the patient is unconscious due to cerebral congestion and a mild case of meningitis. Nothing serious. These words eased the anxiety in Su Bingbing's heart. After the doctor left the ward, she walked to Qing Ma Xuan's bedside, slowly knelt down, and pressed the girl's delicate hand against her own cheek. I'm sorry. Your big sister was late. You've suffered. Su Bingbing's face was full of remorse, her eyes red-rimmed. She caressed Qing Ma Xuan's cheek with her other hand. Her eyes could no longer hold back the tears of worry which slowly trickled down from the corners. On the other side, Qing Ma Xuan was pushing his Ferrari to the limit, yet he still couldn't catch up with Su Bingbing's extended Lincoln. Damn, who is this? How can she drive so recklessly? He muttered under his breath, but his greatest concern was for Qing Ma Xuan. He had no idea if that woman was friend or foe. At the factory entrance, Qing Ma Yun, a social butterfly with a knack for mingling, chatted with Su Yu for less than 5 minutes. and the two had already become like brothers. A ringing phone interrupted their conversation. Qing Moyun glanced toward the source of the sound, and saw Wang Gui holding a phone, its ringtone piercing the air. Qing Moyun walked over. When he saw the name on the phone's screen, his expression soured. The caller was Li Qingshan, the patriarch of the Li family, whom he had sanctioned because of his daughter's slander against Qing Mashuan. Hello. Qing Moyun answered the call, trying to keep his voice low. Has the Qing family arrived? Remember, after you get the money, kill that girl, and then gather at the dock, Li Qingshan said, displeasure lacing his tone. Qing Moyun's face darkened. The dock, you say? All right. He hung up swiftly. Brothers, let's move. To the dock. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Su Bingbing's light blue tracksuit was stained with patches of blood. She paid no heed to the sticky sensation, her heart brimming with guilt, as she gazed at Qing Machuan's pallid face. I'm sorry, Xianxian. I came too late. You've suffered so much, Su Bingbing said, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Qing Machuan. Just then the ward door swung open. Su Bingbing turned to see Qing Machuan, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the sight of her. Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing remained silent, her gaze returning to Qing Machuan lying on the bed. How is Xianxian? Qing Machuan asked, his tone calm, but unable to hide the worry in his heart. Nothing serious. Just some meningitis. Hearing Su Bingbing's words, Qing Moken's anxious heart finally settled. The room fell into a deathly silence. You should go clean yourself up, Qing Machuan said, breaking the stillness and pointing at the stains on Su Bingbing's clothes. Su Bingbing had only just noticed the blood all over her. Her icy demeanor resurfaced, as if her tenderness was reserved solely for Qing Machuan. She couldn't let Xianxian see her like this. Given her timid nature, it would surely frighten her. Su Bingbing thought to herself, yet she couldn't bear to leave. Qing Machuan sensed her reluctance. Don't worry. They'll take good care of my sister. Hearing this, Su Bingbing slowly exited the ward after a long pause. No sooner had Su Bingbing left than Qing Machuan received a call from his second brother. Qing Moyun's furious voice blasted through the phone. Hey, big brother. Was it Li Qingshan who called you demanding a ransom? Yes. Damn it. Brothers beat him to a pulp, then throw him into the sea. The phone then transmitted the sound of a man's pained cries mingled with the clash of metal against flesh. What's going on over there? Qing Machuan asked, frowning. Qing Moyun then spent 2 minutes explaining to his elder brother how he had received Li Qingshan's call and its contents. Remember to chop him up finely, or the fish won't be able to eat him. Qing Moken's tone remained as cold as ever. Holy crap. Why don't you make Satan step down and take his throne yourself? Before Qing Moyun could finish, the call was cut off. Listening to the busy tone, he muttered under his breath, damn, as expected from the big brother. Even crueler than me. Brothers. He turned to see Li Qingshan lying on the ground, beaten to the brink of death. Raising a hand to signal his men to stop, he wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were fiercely intense as he looked down at Li Qingshan. Tell me, why did you have to kidnap my sister of all people? Qing Moyun sighed. If the old man finds out about this, don't even think about a glimmer of hope. He paused, then his tone shifted, turning vicious. Fine, today I, Qing Moyun, will show mercy and spare your life. But this matter won't be brushed aside. I think your Li group is quite nice. Give it to my sister as an apology. All right, I'll give you the Li group. Just as long as you let me live, Li Qingshan mumbled, prostrate on the ground. Since you're so sensible, I'll spare your life. Qing Moyun turned away. Let's go. Once Qing Moyun vanished from Li Qingshan's sight, the latter dragged his battered body upright, spat a mouthful of blood toward the direction Qing Moyun had left, and glared fiercely ahead. This grudge Li Qingshan will remember. One day I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. After dealing with Li Qingshan, Qing Moyun hurried toward Qing Moken's location. As soon as he reached the ward entrance, he ran into Su Bingbing, who had just returned after changing her clothes. Holy crap. Su Bingbing. Unlike the composed eldest brother, the second brother blurted out a curse. Su Bingbing cast a displeased glance at Qing Moyun, her voice icy. Don't disturb Xianxian. Realizing his voice had been too loud, Qing Moyun quickly covered his mouth, cautiously opened the ward door, and stepped inside. No sooner had he closed the door than his blaring ringtone of the most dazzling ethnic style erupted through the silent ward. Instantly, 2 icy glares shot toward him. He hastily lowered the volume, offered an awkward smile, and retreated back out. Hey Dad, what's up? You little rascal. What's going on? Your assistants just called me saying you two took all the company's bodyguards. What's the deal? Well, Caught off guard by the sudden question, Qing Moyun had no choice but to spill everything. But the voice on the other end was no longer calm. It was a sharp female tone. What? That single word nearly shattered Qing Moyun's eardrums, followed by Ting's piercing voice. What happened? How is my little girl? If anything happens to the third one, you two can forget about coming home. Qing Moyun was speechless and retorted, what did me and big brother do wrong? Why are we being punished when something happens to the third one? You two dare compare to her. The third one is my daughter now, what are you two? Qing Mashuan couldn't argue with that. In the Qing family, even a female cat was spoiled, let alone Qing Mashuan. It seemed their mother truly cared deeply for the third one. Alright, send me your location. Your father and I will be there soon. With that she hung up. Qing Mayun walked back into the ward, but when he saw Su Bingbing sitting by the bedside caring for Qing Mashuan, his curiosity got the better of him. He whispered, Su Bingbing, what's your relationship with my sister? Su Bingbing thought, is she my girlfriend? My little cuddle pillow. Would that be appropriate to say? After a moment's reflection she replied deliberately, she's my best friend. Damn, Qing Mayun blurted out only to receive 2 dagger-like glares. Ignoring them he continued, aren't you supposed to be the future heir of the Su family, cold and friendless? Sigh. Su Bingbing sighed. In the corporate world, everyone schemes against each other. Where are the true friends? That was her heartfelt sentiment. Before meeting Qing Mashuan, she had resigned herself to a life without friends. But after meeting her it was as if the chains binding her heart had found a flame capable of melting them, shattering the repression within her. To Su Bingbing, Qing Mashuan was not just a girlfriend, but a ray of light that redeemed her. Qing Mashuan's jet-black glossy eyes shone with a radiance untouched by worldly corruption, a scratch that they revealed a light unpolluted by the secular world. After an unknown period, Qing Mashuan's eyebrows twitched slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was, damn, what the heck? She was startled to find her second brother's big face right in front of her. That was no fun. Little sis, are you that disgusted with your second brother? Qing Mayun looked at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with hurt. Qing Mashuan pressed her forehead, and as she raised her hand, she tugged at the foreneedle. Hiss. She winced in pain. Qing Mashuan thought, huh? Where's this? What's happening? What occurred? She looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and belatedly realized she was in a hospital. Wait, wasn't I in the factory? How did I end up in the hospital? She murmured softly. Since you're awake, you'll go inform Mom and Dad, Qing Mayun said before leaving the ward. Soon several people entered. As soon as Bai Ting saw her daughter awake, she rushed over, cupping Qing Mashuan's face to examine it closely. Finding nothing amiss, she finally let go. Mom, I'm fine, Qing Mashuan said, exasperated by her mother's worried expression. You weren't this anxious when second brother was kidnapped. Why would I care about him? Is he a daughter? No. Only you are our precious girl in the Qing family. Bai Ting shot a glare at her 2 sons as she spoke. Hey, Qing Mayun tried to argue, but was silenced by a stern look from his father. Xuanchuan, I made you. Su Bingbing entered with a pot of chicken soup, a smile on her face, only to sense the awkward atmosphere. Su Bingbing. Bai Ting, still stroking her daughter's head, found the newcomer familiar and asked tentatively. Madam Qing, am Su Bingbing, she replied with a polite smile. Bai Ting looked at Qing Mashuan in astonishment. Don't tell me the Su Bingbing you mentioned is her. Mom, don't say that in front of everyone, Qing Mashuan said shyly, a faint blush spreading across her pale face. Do you know who she is? Bai Ting's voice suddenly rose, startling Qing Mashuan, who shook her head in confusion. She's Su Lai's daughter, the sole heir of the Su group. Qing Mashuan thought, damn. My wife is the daughter of Su Lai, the president of the Su group. Su Bingbing thought, what did you just say? Who's your wife? Looks like my shopping cart is about to be emptied. Alas, what is this all about? Qing Mashuan sat on the hospital bed, sighing deeply. What's wrong, host? Is something bothering you? It's been nearly a month since I turned into a girl, and I've been living in a daze. After returning to school for just 1 day of classes, I had to go join some charity event. No sooner had I come back than I got kidnapped, and tomorrow I have to attend some school anniversary celebration. I'm so fed up, Qing Mashuan complained vehemently. Hey host, don't think so gloomily. Look on the bright side. Being a girl has many perks. 7 days of pain every week, and with my anemic hypoglycemic body to boot. Didn't you find yourself a boyfriend? Oh no, not exactly a boyfriend. Let's just say. Forget it, you found a partner. Qing Mashuan pondered this, feeling the system wasn't entirely wrong, yet something about it struck her as odd. Evening fell. Su Bingbing peeled an apple by the bedside and said, Xuanchuan, maybe you shouldn't go to the school anniversary tomorrow. At this, Qing Mashuan bounced 3 feet high on the bed. No way. I have to go. She was after the reward. Of course, she couldn't utter the latter part aloud, lest Su Bingbing misinterpret her intentions. But can you really manage it? Su Bingbing's gaze fell on Qing Mashuan's wrists wrapped in bandages. Why can't I? Look at me, full of vitality. As Qing Mashuan stretched her arm, she accidentally strained the scraped skin on her wrist, wincing in pain. Fine, I'll let you go, but if anything goes wrong, he'll hold you accountable. Hee Sister Bingbing is the best. Qing Mashuan clung to Su Bingbing's arm, acting coy. By the way, are you really the eldest daughter of the Su family? She voiced the doubt that had been gnawing at her, more confirmation than a question. What's up? Su Bingbing replied with a gentle smile, her tone serene. Damn, why did you never tell me? You never asked. Qing Mashuan. I didn't. You really didn't. The system chimed in at the right moment. Xian, look what your second brother has brought for you. Qing Moyun burst into the ward holding a file folder with unbridled joy. What's got you so excited? Qing Mashuan cast a disdainful glance at her second brother, who was grinning like a fool. All the assets of the Li Group, including several hotels, a large shopping mall, and some small stores. Qing Moyun proudly brandished the folder. Your second brother got all this for you. Are you out of your mind? Qing Mashuan's eye twitched. I'm a freshman in college. How am I supposed to manage all these assets? Let alone the Li Group's holdings, just counting what I already have. Big Brother's branch company, the Shuanga, and Tingtian Pavilion you gave me, and the Shinju Tower that Grandpa transferred to me a while back. And now you pile this on me. Are you trying to work me to death? Qing Mashuan's face flushed with anger. Though she was the least capable in the family, she held the highest shares. The main corporation under Grandpa's control had 15 equity, Big Brother's company had 20, and second brother's company had 25. This was utterly overwhelming. Sorry, little sis, your second brother didn't think it through, huh? Qing Maiyun said with an apologetic chuckle. Alright, you can put it under my name, but he'll need someone to help manage it. Qing Mashuan didn't want to dampen her brother's goodwill. Truth be told, she just wanted more money. Got it. Your second brother will take care of it right away. With that, Qing Maiyun bounded out of the ward. Sai, what is all this? I'm just an economics and management student. Why is all this property being dumped on me? Qing Mashuan's troubled expression amused Su Bingbing. Haha, the future Su Group will also be under your management. Damn it, Sister Bingbing, you're setting me up? A group that big, and you want to burden me with it? Just kidding. Go to sleep now, or you won't wake up in time for tomorrow's school anniversary. As she drifted off to sleep, Qing Mashuan suddenly jolted awake. Did I forget something? System, that's right, your big brother is about to end up alone. At that moment, Su Bingbing was thinking one Qing Group plus one Su Group. And Mim Xian can definitely manage it. Perfect. After marriage, he'll be a kept man living off my wife. Old Master Qing was initially reluctant to let Qing Mashuan leave the courtyard to attend the school anniversary celebration, but he could not resist her coaxing. Daddy, just let me go. Qing Mashuan tugged at Qing Yutong's arm, acting spoiled. Sai, I really can't do anything with you. Go on then. Old Master Qing sighed helplessly, though the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Oh, Sister Bingbing, let's go. Seeing the old man relent, Qing Mashuan hastily pulled Su Bingbing into the car, fearing he might change his mind. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Bingbing gently ran her slender fingers through Qing Mashuan's blue hair. Your hair is long enough for pigtails. Want me to help you tie some? Huh. Qing Mashuan was a bit dazed looking at her somewhat lengthened hair. It's so short, can it even be tied? Su Bingbing pondered for a moment. A single ponytail might be a stretch, but twin pigtails should be possible. Without waiting for Qing Mashuan's agreement, Su Bingbing took 2 small hair ties from her wrist and began to work. But as she parted the hair, she exclaimed in surprise, your hair is naturally blue. I don't know why either. It's been blue since I was a child, Qing Mashuan fabricated on the spot. Fortunately, Su Bingbing didn't press further and continued tying the pigtails. Before long, 2 lively little blue ponytails adorned either side of Qing Mashuan's head. She shook her head and the twin tails swayed with an adorable charm. Truly cute. Su Bingbing smiled at her handiwork. Indeed, twin pigtails were the most endearing hairstyle. How adorable my little milk bottle was. Sister Bingbing, why are there so many people? At the backstage entrance of the performance hall, Qing Mashuan tugged at Su Bingbing's clothes with a troubled expression. Su Bingbing crouched down gently and patted Qing Mashuan's head. What's so many people? When you participated in charity events, tens of thousands of spectators watched you, and you weren't stage frightened. Why are you scared of a school anniversary? Qing Mashuan stammered. I guess so. Just then someone ran over and spoke respectfully to Su Bingbing. Chairperson, everything is ready. The school anniversary will begin at 10 o'clock. Su Bingbing nodded. All right, go ahead. Then she turned back gently to see Qing Mashuan's astonished expression. Chairperson, you're the student council president. A bewildered Qing Mashuan was even more confused. What's the matter? What about being student council president? If the principal hadn't forced me to take the role, I wouldn't have wanted it. Su Bingbing shrugged helplessly. Qing Mashuan thought the student council president status is second only to the deans, even higher than the counselors, and you're telling me you didn't want it. Sis, don't just stand there, we need to go in. A shout from the distance interrupted their conversation, and both turned to look. There Suyu walked toward them in a blue hoodie paired with black shorts. His fashion sense was questionable. Suyu, what are you wearing? It's hideous. Su Bingbing couldn't stand her foolish cousin's outfit. Sister Bingbing, you know Suyu. Qing Mashuan looked up at Su Bingbing, who smiled lightly. He's my foolish cousin, and also the head of your department's arts and culture department. Sis, don't I look good in this? Su Yes' clear eyes were full of grievance. Su Bingbing glanced at him impatiently. Don't make me smack you. The words made Su Yu shudder. Su Bingbing's 12 years of martial arts training were no joke. With his scrawny arms and legs, he couldn't last a single round. Sis, I'm sorry, alright. Su Yes' aggrieved expression vanished instantly when he saw Qing Moshwan, his eyes sparkling. Moshwan, may I call you that? Qing Moshwan nodded. Sure. Su Yu glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I need to head to the front hall first. See you later. With that, he ran off. Today's school anniversary would draw nearly the entire school, so the Arts and Culture Department and Disciplinary Department had to maintain order in the front hall to prevent any incidents. Xuan, let's go too. Su Bingbing then pulled Qing Moshwan toward the backstage. But seeing a crowd gathered at the backstage entrance, they stopped and whispered. Sister Bingbing, I don't think those people are here for me, right? Qing Moshwan said. Hard to say. Maybe they're here for me. After all, in the campus bell of Su University, Su Bingbing said, flicking her loose hair. Ugh, Sister Bingbing, you're so narcissistic. Hearing this, Su Bingbing squinted, a dangerous smile spreading across her face as she kneaded Qing Moshwan's cheeks. Who's narcissistic, huh, my wife? Qing Moshwan, uncomfortable from the teasing, quickly begged for mercy. Sister Bing, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'm in the narcissistic one, definitely not you. Su Bingbing nodded in satisfaction and directly hoisted Qing Moshwan up. Forget whether they're here for us or not. Let's go in first. Meanwhile, at the school gate, 4 vehicles pulled in, a Maserati, a Rolls-Royce, and a Ferrari, followed by a motorhome. This caused a stir among the students present, who promptly whipped out their phones to capture the scene. As the cars parked within the school grounds, several people alighted from them. It was Old Master Qing and Madam Qing, along with the 2 Qing brothers. Though the old master was past his prime, his aura remained undiminished. Dressed in a black suit, his face bore no traces of age. In fact, it held a certain handsomeness. Madam Qing, despite being in her twilight years, retained her graceful charm. A brocade cheongsam accentuated her allure, making her appear remarkably youthful. As for the 2 Qing brothers, their extraordinary looks were beyond the reach of ordinary men, and their illustrious deeds set them apart among the new generation of youth. Anyone who used the internet recognized these 4. Moreover, the largest investor in Utah University was the Qing family, and their photos were even displayed on campus. Holy crap! Why are the Qings at our school? Sis, pinch me quick. Am I seeing my idol? Am I dreaming? Many girls swooned with infatuation. You actually pinched me. That hurts. Stop yelling and focus on the handsome guys. If only I could marry one of them. Don't daydream. Young Master Qing would never fancy you. Though the 4 could hear the heated discussions, none bothered to pay them any mind. To watch their daughter or sister perform, they had rushed through all their company tasks. Su Bingbing and Qing Moshwan burst into the backstage, both sighing in relief. The backstage area was spacious, accommodating over 100 people. For the school anniversary event, each department had performers. As one of the top economics universities in the country, Utah had 22 majors and over 200 students, with each major contributing several students to the performance. Oh no, I forgot to bring my performance outfit. Qing Moshwan suddenly realized she had left in such a hurry that she forgot her clothes. This outfit looks fine on you, Su Bingbing said, gazing at Qing Moshwan with growing fondness. Love is blind. Wearing this. It's not impossible. Qing Moshwan looked down at her cream-colored dress, then at her reflection in the full-length mirror. Not bad. Xian, big brother brought you clothes. Qing Moyan's shout drew every gaze in the backstage. Why are you here? Qing Moshwan asked, puzzled. You're performing, but didn't even bring clothes. Qing Moyan said, feigning disdain as he looked at his sister. Ouch. Mom, let go, that hurts. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Pinching your ear is the least of it. Bai Ting scolded, tugging at her second son's ear with exasperation. Apologize to your sister now. Sorry, little sis. Qing Mayun apologized reluctantly, his face full of grievance, and Bai Ting finally let go. Sweetie, Mom saw you forgot your clothes, so I casually bought a few hundred pieces for you to pick from. Bai Ting dropped a bombshell. Qing Moshwan was instantly stunned, speechless. Mom, I'm just participating in a school anniversary event, not some fashion show. I told you our daughter is just joining a school anniversary. She doesn't need that many clothes, Old Master Qing said as he leisurely stepped into the backstage. Stop bossing me around. I do as I please. Bai Ting showed her stubborn little girl side. Alright, whatever you say. Buy whatever you want. Old Master Qing quickly tried to appease his wife, seeing her upset. Where's big brother? Didn't he come? Qing Moshwan noticed everyone had arrived except her eldest brother and asked casually. Your big brother is waiting by the motorhome. Go find him there and change your clothes, Old Master Qing said, while soothing his wife. Hearing this, Qing Moshwan grabbed Su Bingbing's hand. Sister Bingbing, let's go change. The motorhome door slid open. Holy crap. The scene before her made Qing Moshwan curse. The entire interior of the motorhome had been gutted with 4 steel poles installed overhead, each laden with clothes. The leftmost column is my picks, the 2 middle ones are mom and second brothers, and the rightmost is dad's. Ching Machan explained. He had good taste selecting dozens of dresses in various styles. Bai Ting's choices were similar to his. But glancing at the right 2 columns, Ching Machuan's lips twitched. What the heck are these? Can these even be worn? True to form, second brother never failed to disappoint. A row of pink clothes gleamed brightly, but their sparkle was blindingly garish. As for dad's picks, well, old Master Ching was the real daredevil, a row of bright red outfits even worse than second brother's. It seemed she could only choose from mom and big brother's selections. The clothing dilemma gave Ching Machuan a headache. Sister Bingbing, which one do you think suits me? Aren't you singing Plain Face? That song's about first love. Go for a nostalgic first love look to match the mood. Su Bingbing analyzed as she explained. That pure white dress would be perfect paired with a light natural makeup look. It'll be stunning. As she spoke, a smile crept across her lips. Ching Machuan was bewildered. First love nostalgia. A dress. What was all this? Oh well, Sister Bingbing's advice couldn't be wrong. Soon Ching Machuan slipped into the white dress. The moment she stepped out of the motorhome, she stunned the onlooking. In her white dress, untouched by any rouge or powder, Ching Machuan appeared as pure as an ethereal fairy. The slight baby fat on her face only added to the tender innocence of a first love. Damn sis, you look freaking gorgeous. Ching Mayun blurted out in a rustic accent, only to receive a double whack from his parents, shrinking back in grievance. In truth, not only the students were stunned, but even Su Bingbing was momentarily lost. Gazing at Ching Machuan's milk-white skin, which seemed to glow against the dress, she was captivated. Sister Bingbing, when will our segment finally start? Ching Machuan asked, scrolling through her phone out of sheer boredom. Probably not until after 4 in the afternoon. Damn, it's only 2 now, we have to wait that long. Ching Machuan was on the verge of collapsing. She had no idea what the school was thinking assigning her, and Sister Bingbing the finale, dubbing it the grand finale of the anniversary. Ching Machuan rubbed her little stomach. I'm hungry. Su Bingbing was utterly speechless. You just ate not long ago. How are you hungry again? It's just so boring, so I want to eat something more, Ching Machuan said, poking her 2 little fingers together, her voice growing softer. Sigh. Su Bingbing let out a sigh. We probably won't be on for a while. Let's go grab a bite at the snack street near the school. Ooh. Sister Bingbing, I knew you were the best. Are you full now? Su Bingbing asked, holding a pile of food, her face full of helplessness. Hee am full, Ching Machuan replied, patting her full belly as she followed beside Su Bingbing. The 2 walked side by side along the maple forest path in silence. Well, forget silence, Ching Machuan's little mouth never stopped chattering. Next, let's welcome our student Su Bingbing to present a dance. How can I not sigh? As the host's words fell, thunderous applause erupted. Finally, I get to see the school beauty Su dance. I'm so excited. Brothers, I want to pursue Su the school beauty. What do you think? Hey buddy, Su is mine. You don't stand a chance. What are you 2 saying? Who do you think Su is? She's always cold to everyone. Have you forgotten how she scolded young Master Lu before? The discussions among the crowd below rose and fell, but as Su Bingbing entered in a plain blue hanfu, the hall fell into dead silence. Hello everyone, I am Su Bingbing from the Department of Economics and Management. I will now present a dance for you all. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Just that opening line drew thunderous applause from the entire audience. As the music began, Su Bingbing took a fan from behind her, holding the embroidered silk fan before her face with one hand, forming an orchid gesture in front of it. As the lyrics of the song filled the air, Su Bingbing on stage moved with the melody. Her graceful dance, like a willow in the wind or a lotus in the water, left the audience holding their breath. Her long sleeves and brocade moved with the dance, fluttering like a butterfly in flight and settling like a butterfly resting on a flower. Her dance was light and agile, gentle and lingering. Her beautiful face radiated joyful emotions like a spring breeze brushing against sleeves moving with the wind. This year marks the 60th anniversary of our school's founding. 60 years have passed like a fleeting moment, yet they hold the history of our school's growth. Next, we have the final student to present a song. Let's give a warm welcome. Applause sounded from the audience, but it wasn't as enthusiastic as it was for Su Bingbing. Hey, did the host forget to mention who it is? Yeah, not only did they not say who, they didn't even mention the song title. This host is terrible. Principal dock his pay. He can't even remember such a thing. Ching Machuan, dressed in a white gown, stepped onto the stage with a light and cheerful gait, leaving everyone in the audience dumbfounded. Damn, she was stunningly beautiful. When Ching Machuan reached the microphone, which was taller than herself, she was a bit troubled and quickly called out, "Can someone help me adjust the microphone? I'm not tall enough." Ha ha ha. Qing Moxuan's words were also picked up by the microphone and echoed throughout the hall, causing countless people in the audience to burst into laughter, making Qing Moxuan feel so embarrassed she could have dug a hole to hide in. An assistant quickly came on stage to adjust the microphone for her and received a sweet smile from Qing Moxuan. Thank you. Ahem. Go ahead and perform. The assistant quickly coughed to suppress his emotions. Hello everyone. My name is Qing Moxuan, and I'll be singing a song called Plain Face. I hope you'll enjoy it. Qing Moxuan's milky voice made a group of perverts in the audience sparkle with excitement. As the music began to play in the hall, Qing Moxuan also put away her playful expression and entered hers. Another quiet night, I curl up alone in a rocking chair to cool off. I admit this is very peaceful, just like the old man downstairs. This song was very familiar to everyone. People of this age had basically grown up listening to Susan's music. When the music started, many began to hum along. The song stirred up many memories. The her in their memories seemed to overlap with Qing Moxuan on stage. The same youthful face, the same flowing white dress. With the same tender voice, she echoed in their memories. Back then when they listened to this song, they had her by their side. The two of them would just look at each other listening to the music, full of deep affection and infatuation. If I look at you again, would I still feel the same? Back then with no makeup, how pure it was. No practiced eyeliner, no need to blend foundation. Strolling through the rainstorm, I miss it, don't miss it. Missing it won't bring it back. As the song reached its climax, Qing Moxuan's little face no longer showed a solemn expression, but was relaxed and cheerful like the her in their memories. As the climax of the song built, the students below couldn't help but start singing along. For a moment, the entire hall echoed with song, as if in nostalgia, as if in remembrance. As the song entered its climax, once more the audience was moved by the emotion of the music. The entire performance hall was no longer a solo, but a chorus of thousands. Gradually, the singing grew louder and more synchronized. As the song faded, many found their eyes unknowingly moist, but it couldn't stop their nostalgic hearts. They all shouted, "One more song! One more song!" Qing Moxuan stunned everyone with her words. "No way! I'm starving. I need to go eat." The system twitched its mouth in disbelief. Nothing can stop you from eating, can it? Come on, little sister, let's toast to your stunning performance at today's school anniversary celebration. Inside the pavilion, Qing Moyun raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Hiss. Second brother I. Qing Moxuan, who got drunk after half a bottle of beer, didn't know how to explain that she once could drink an entire family under the table, but now couldn't handle a single drop. Before Qing Moxuan could figure out an explanation, Bai Ting directly grabbed her second son's ear. Drink, drink, drink. What nonsense. If you want to drink, go do it alone, don't drag your sister into this. Su Bingbing picked up a glass of juice nearby, poured some for Qing Moxuan, and said gently, "You'd better skip the alcohol and have some juice instead." Qing Moxuan nodded and downed the juice in one go. "He'll finish this too." Just then Qing Moxuan furrowed his brows and let out a sigh. "What's wrong, big brother? Why the worried look?" Qing Moxuan asked while munching on some sweet and sour pork, noticing her eldest brother's unusual demeanor. "Saw the company recently launched a new product, but we still haven't found a model for the promotional ad." "Saw." As Qing Moxuan spoke, his small eyes kept darting toward Qing Moxuan. "I thought it was something major. Just finding a celebrity to shoot an ad. Wait here, I'll get you one right now." Mentioning the ad reminded Qing Moxuan of someone who had a crush on her brother. "Who are you going to find?" Qing Moxuan asked curiously. He had originally planned to ask his sister to model, but hearing her say that it seemed she knew someone suitable. Qing Moxuan fiddled with her phone. "Gu Qingqing, isn't she perfect for the promotional ad?" Uft. Qing Moyun spat out the wine he had just drunk. "You know Gu Qingqing?" he asked in disbelief. Gu Qingqing, a beauty blessed with both acting skills and stunning looks, had won the International Best Actress Award, the Golden Bull Award, and a Grand Slam of Actor Awards, ranking just below national-level actors in the entertainment industry. "Yeah, what's the big deal?" She said she's my fan and told me to reach out if I ever needed help. Qing Moxuan said nonchalantly while gnawing on a pig trotter. "Oh, by the way, big brother, this Gu Qingqing has a crush on you." Her words were absolutely shocking. After saying this, Qing Moxuan felt the silence in the room and added, "I'm not lying, she told me herself." Ahem. Qing Moxuan coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Big brother, did you catch a cold? Why are you coughing?" Qing Moxuan's remark left Qing Moxuan speechless. Only Qing Moyun, who was grinning foolishly on the side, patted their eldest brother's shoulder. "Big brother, looks like you're quite lucky with the ladies, haha." Qing Moxuan shot a fierce glare at his second brother, but Qing Moyun acted as if he hadn't seen it, still chuckling to himself without a care for his eldest brother's authority. "All right, enough talk at the table. Let's just eat." Qing Yutong used his most authoritative tone to suppress the awkwardness at the table. After finishing the meal, they returned home. "By the way, Sister Bingbing, your dance was amazing." Qing Mashuan suddenly recalled the dance Su Bingbing performed at today's school anniversary celebration, Zinsai, which completely reshaped her understanding of dance. Su Bingbing smiled faintly. It's just dancing, nothing to brag about. For Su Bingbing, dancing was as effortless as drinking water. She had only watched the routine for Zinsai twice before the competition. Damn, you dance so beautifully, isn't that something to be proud of? Qing Mashuan didn't know what to say. That level of dance skill was at least advanced, far surpassing her own. Oh, you're so interested in dancing, want me to teach you? A smirk curled at the corner of Su Bingbing's lips as she slowly approached Qing Mashuan. Qing Mashuan felt a strange unease watching Su Bingbing like this. As the encroaching footsteps drew nearer, she instinctively stepped back, but was suddenly swept up into Su Bingbing's arms. What's wrong? Sister wants to teach you to dance, why are you hiding? Bingbing. MMPH. Just as Qing Mashuan tried to speak, Su Bingbing's bright red lips silenced her. Su Bingbing's hands began to roam slowly, attempting to remove Qing Mashuan's clothes. MMPH. Sister Bingbing, not in the living room, let's go to the bedroom. Qing Mashuan pulled away from Su Bingbing's lips, speaking with a hint of shyness. This played right into Su Bingbing's hands, and her smirk deepened. Are you sure you want to go to the bedroom? Qing Mashuan felt that Su Bingbing's tone was oddly suggestive, but she still nodded instinctively. At least the bedroom was better than the living room sofa. However, the moment she stepped through the bedroom door, Qing Mashuan was stunned. The room's lights had been replaced with a soft romantic amber glow, and the bed was strewn with red rose petals. At the very center of the petals lay a black square box. Bingbing Jia this. Qing Mashuan, gazing at the room transformed into a grove of dense forest and crimson blossoms, found herself momentarily flustered. Well, how do you like the scene your sister set up? A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Su Bingbing's lips, her eyes shimmering with an uncontainable seductive light. Qing Mashuan instinctively swallowed her gaze, darting towards the black box on the bed as she hastily tried to change the subject. Pointing at it, she asked, Bingbing Jia, what's inside that box? Su Bingbing looked at the black box on the bed, the mockery in her eyes deepening. Open it and see for yourself. Obediently, Qing Mashuan climbed onto the bed and lifted the lid of the black box. The contents within were rather indescribable. What on earth was all this? Why were all the prop items from the media production team packed into this box? This only added another layer of bashful crimson to Qing Mashuan's cheeks, who had just barely managed to suppress her tendency to blush. Su Bingbing thought, tonight, if I am the ravenous wolf and tiger, then you are the trapped rabbit in its cage. Even a wily rabbit with 3 burrows won't escape this garden. Bingbing Jia, no. Shoo, don't speak. Su Bingbing extended a finger and pressed it directly against Qing Mashuan's lips, forcibly silencing her. She could only use her bright mist-filled eyes to convey a silent plea, hoping to awaken the last shred of mercy within Su Bingbing's heart. At 2 in the morning, Su Bingbing released the now unconscious Qing Mashuan, then cradled her in her arms, inhaling the rich scent of milk as she drifted into slumber. The night passed without a word. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Qing Mashuan woke up in a daze. Damn, my waist is killing me. The slightest movement sent a searing pain through her lower back, as if it had been snapped in two. How did it feel last night? I was watching all night. Qing Mashuan, can you just go and die? Which dog's eye of yours saw that I felt good? It was worse than death. Tisk tisk tsk. Who knows who had that expression on their face, like they were still savoring the memory. Qing Mashuan, you think you ill? Just you go die? Don't cut in line without a ticket, or he'll slap you silly. After cursing for a full 5 minutes, Qing Mashuan finally let out a long sigh of relief. There was pleasure, yes, but she had been forced. Qing Mashuan system, do you have any martial arts secret manuals, or something? What do you want that for? The system picked its nose. Qing Mashuan, being the bottom all the time, can you stand it? I won't accept it. In this life, I absolutely must be the one on top. I do have some, but they aren't really suitable for you. Qing Mashuan, stop the nonsense, just give them to me. Fine. The sunflower manual. To practice this art, one must first sever their desires. The acupressure sealing art, can't touch meat or fish for life. The northern dark divine art, it will ruin your looks. These are the 3 choices. Pick one. The corner of Qing Mashuan's mouth twitched. The first one she couldn't practice, the second was impossible, and the third. Forget it. Qing Mashuan fell back into a state of dejection. Was she destined to be the one pinned down forever? But then the scene shifted. Her previously despondent little face was now filled with determination. Clenching her small, delicate fist tightly, she declared, I am going to train. I must defeat Su Bingbing and become the one in charge. Then, damn, why is this problem so hard? Qing Mashuan stared at the homework left for her, scratching her head in frustration. System, don't I have a photographic memory? How come I still can't solve problems like this? That's just memorization. You can remember it, but you can't understand it. Are you stupid? Oh, my brain isn't that sharp to begin with, and now I'm half a semester behind everyone else. I might as well not even go to university. Truly ruthless, even insulting herself for not being able to solve a problem. Then an idea struck her. Wait, didn't she have a few hundred mission points? Buying a skill related to learning should be quite easy. System, do you have a personal grudge against me? I only have 400 mission points, and this quick comprehension skill costs exactly 400. How could that be? My shop has clear prices. How could I have a grudge against my host? Don't you think so? Qing Maxuan thought for nearly 10 minutes before finally gritting her teeth and spending all her mission points to purchase quick comprehension. The moment she bought it, she felt her little head become light and airy, as clear and refreshing as if it had been emptied. This blissful sensation lasted less than a minute before vanishing. Qing Maxuan smacked her lips. Why couldn't it let me feel good for a little longer? She looked down at the problems on the desk again. Suddenly, the obscure and difficult questions from before became crystal clear. She couldn't help but exclaim, this skill is so useful. Doesn't this mean my IQ has increased? Friendly reminder, the full name of this skill is Learning Ability Quick Comprehension, and it is limited to learning knowledge. It cannot be applied to daily life. Qing Maxuan, screw you. While Qing Maxuan buried herself in solving problems at home, Su Bingbing was not faring much better. Having just concluded the school's anniversary celebration, Su Bingbing, as the student council president, had to handle the aftermath, thus she was occupied with school affairs. A knock sounded. Come in, Su Bingbing said, instinctively assuming it was a student council member reporting on work. The door opened to reveal Su Yu, who rushed in eagerly to speak. Sis, I need to tell you something. What is it? Spit it out. Su Bingbing didn't even lift her head, certain her foolish younger brother had no good news. It's just, Su Yu hesitated, his cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. After a long struggle, he finally blurted out, what's your relationship with Qing Maxuan from our class? Hearing this, Su Bingbing put down her pen and looked up at her brother, instantly understanding. Don't you dare set your sights on Xian. What? I like her. Exposed, Su Yu shed his shyness, but meeting his sister's icy gaze, he instinctively shrank back. You should know how ruthless I was when I saved Xian last time. If you want a taste, I don't mind loosening your skin. Su Bingbing squinted, flashing a dangerous smile. Sis, I was wrong. Su Yu's legs went weak at his sister's threatening expression, nearly collapsing. All right, if you have nothing else, leave. But take this warning, if you want to pursue Xuan, you'll have to get through me first. Su Bingbing turned back to her work, speaking flatly. Defeated by his sister, Su Yu is not one to give up easily. If you want to agree, you'll chase her myself. When I win her over, you'll have nothing to say. Meanwhile, Qing Maxuan stretched lazily. A whole morning, and I've finally finished half the semester's coursework. Without the skill of rapid comprehension, it would have taken Qing Maxuan 2 years to master this. I definitely need to treat myself well at lunch. She said this while pulling out her phone to call Su Bingbing. Hey Bingbing Jia, are you coming home for lunch? Not sure. I might be done with my work around 1. Disappointed at missing the chance to surprise Su Bingbing, Qing Maxuan's face fell, her small features etched with unhappiness. Seeing her like this, Su Bingbing laughed. Haha, just teasing you. He'll be home around 1230. Great. He'll cook and wait for you. No, don't cook. Wait for me to come home and do it. Su Bingbing shuddered at the memory of the last time she taught Qing Maxuan to stir-fry, resulting in charcoal-like braised pork that made them both sick. Bingbing Jia, I promise this time it'll be edible. If it's not, I'll eat it all myself. Qing Maxuan's face was resolute, radiating a I will succeed attitude. All right. He'll trust you this once, Su Bingbing said with a hint of skepticism. After hanging up, Qing Maxuan was overjoyed. Though she lacked talent for cooking, she had a cheat. The system's intermediate culinary skill had yet to be showcased. Qing Maxuan fetched a stool, stood on it to rummage through the fridge, muttering, Guobao pork, yu xiang ro si sour, and spicy shredded potatoes, mapo tofu. Good, these 4 will do. After gathering the ingredients, she moved the stool under the counter as her height required the stool's aid. With the click of a key turning in the lock, the final dish, mapo tofu, was perfectly plated. Qing Maxuan nodded in satisfaction at the 4 aromatic, visually appealing dishes on the table. So fragrant. Su Bingbing exclaimed as the aroma of food greeted her upon opening the door. Bingbing Jia, you're back. Qing Maxuan, having just taken off her apron, joyfully threw herself into Su Bingbing's arms, then pulled her hand to the dining table. Look, did I do well? She was brimming with excitement, like a child awaiting praise. Did you really make all this? Did you order takeout? Su Bingbing stared in disbelief at the dishes, which looked too perfect to be the work of the kitchen disaster that was Qing Maxuan. I made them all myself. There's leftover scraps from the ingredients in the kitchen trash. Qing Maxuan's excitement turned to grievance, pouting at Su Bingbing. But the next moment she froze. Su Bingbing lifted her by the waist and pressed her crimson lips against Qing Maxuan's cherry mouth. Qing Maxuan thought Su Bingbing is playing dirty. She kissed me, boo-hoo. The system retorted, huh? If you'd hide the joy on your face, I might believe you're wrong. After a hearty meal, Qing Maxuan patted her round little belly with satisfaction. This cooking skill was quite handy as she'd have to cook for herself again next time. Chuan, don't you have a class this afternoon? Su Bingbing asked casually while clearing the table. The words jolted Qing Maxuan awake. Her mind buzzed as she recalled she had a class at 2 o'clock. She pulled out her phone to check the time. Damn, it's 1:45. Bingbing, I've got to go to class. As she spoke, she downed the last of her juice, dashed out the door, and didn't even hear Su Bingbing calling after her. Hey, you didn't even bring your textbooks. What class are you going to? Su Bingbing watched Qing Maxuan run out of the house, then glanced down at the books in her hand, and shook her head. Silly kid heading to class without her books. Suddenly Qing Maxuan thought crash. Damn, why are there so many people at the school gate again? Qing Maxuan looked at the crowd gathered at the school gate, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She quickly pulled out her phone to check. Holy crap. The moment she opened Weibo, she was dumbfounded. Out of 10 trending topics, 7 were plastered with her name. Trending Yuda University's Bowtie's plain face takes you back to youth. Trending Qing family's daughter is a singing prodigy. Trending shock, a certain little lowly is incredibly wealthy. Trending white dress fluttering, doesn't she look like your first love? Qing Maxuan's rendition of plain face at the school anniversary event had stirred memories of youth, innocent faces, and bashful personalities. The 3 trending topics that weren't about her were all about Su Bingbing's performance of Wisai, leaving fans flooding the comments. No wonder she's the former beauty of Yuda University, a true stunner. That figure hee drool-worthy. How does she make an ancient-style dance so alluring? Her gaze is so captivating. As Qing Maxuan was engrossed in the trending topics, someone tapped her shoulder inopportunely. Xianxian, what's going on in that head of yours? Going to class without your books? Su Bingbing said, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she handed over the textbooks. Qing Maxuan felt a bit embarrassed. I was in such a rush that I forgot. Su Bingbing rolled her eyes and asked, class is about to start. Why are you still standing at the school gate? Without much explanation, Qing Maxuan handed her phone to Su Bingbing. Take a look at the trending topics. Wow, 10 trending topics. My wife takes 7, I take 3. Anyone would think Weibo belongs to our family. Su Bingbing teased. I'm the husband, Qing Maxuan retorted instinctively. Oh. Su Bingbing narrowed her eyes. Looks like last night wasn't enough. They'll have to turn up the heat tonight. Su Bingbing smiled dangerously like a lioness eyeing a rabbit. Remembering the events of the previous night, Qing Maxuan's body involuntarily trembled, and she nearly fell to her knees. Bingbing, I was wrong. What did you call me? Husband, I was wrong. Blushing with shame, Qing Maxuan forced out the words that went against her conscience. Su Bingbing nodded with satisfaction and resumed her approachable smile. Go on, I'll be waiting for you at home. She even formed a heart with her hands. Qing Maxuan's mouth twitched. Hopefully you'll get a good night's sleep tonight. Just as Su Bingbing left, Qing Maxuan turned around to see Su Yu pushing through the crowd, holding a huge bouquet of roses. Qing Maxuan thought, this kid isn't coming for me with that bouquet, is he? Damn it, I'm a guy. I don't swing that way. System, you don't have a dragon. Qing Maxuan, come over and see the surprise I've prepared for you. Su Yu, dressed in basketball gear with a headband, exuded the charm of a sunny youth. He stood at the edge of the crowd holding a bouquet of red roses waving at Qing Maxuan. Qing Maxuan thought, well, he really is coming for me. With no other choice, she had to go to class and at least get through the school gate. Now with Su Yu around, she decided to try and enter through the main entrance. As she neared the crowd, she caught glimpses of flickering candlelight through the gaps. As she drew closer, the crowd parted to make way. Suddenly, a new pattern made of red candles appeared before Qing Maxuan. Inside it crouched an idiot holding a bouquet of red roses. Qing Maxuan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Yu said solemnly, kneeling on one knee. Staring directly at Qing Maxuan. It's over. This kid's gone crooked. Before Qing Maxuan could figure out how to reject Su Yu, she saw a figure streak toward him like a meteor and execute a back suplex, slamming Su Yu onto the heart-shaped candles. How many times do I have to tell you, don't you dare make a move on Xianxian? Su Bingbing's face was terrifyingly dark as she looked at her foolish brother, though she refrained from further violence. Cough, sis. You're really trying to kill me. Su Yu forced out through the pain, struggling to prop himself up. Chuan, let's go. With that, Su Bingbing grabbed Qing Maxuan's hand and headed into the school, leaving Su Yu and the crowd staring blankly at each other. One person went over to help Su Yu up. You did. Did your confession fail? Get lost. If it weren't for my sister, I'd have succeeded. Beaten by his own sister, Su Yu's mind was full of questions. He couldn't understand why his sister was so protective of Qing Maxuan. Qing Mo Xian returned home with a dejected expression. After listening to her elder brother's whining pleas, she felt her worldview shattered. Yet for the sake of her brother's business, she still made a call to Gu Qingqing. Hello Xianxian darling, what's the matter? Gu Qingqing's slightly excited voice came through the phone. Sister Qingqing, are you interested in shooting an advertisement? Qing Mo Xian teased first. No, not interested. But what if it's for the Qingqing group? Qing Mo Xian's playful tone interrupted Gu Qingqing, leaving the person on the other end stunned. Xian. Xuanbao, did you just say which group? Gu Qingqing asked, incredulously, thinking she had misheard. Zhen. Xing. Group. This time Qing Mo Xian enunciated each word deliberately, fearing Gu Qingqing might mishear again. Odd. Gu Qingqing's sharp scream nearly ruptured Qing Mo Xian's eardrums, forcing her to quickly hold the phone away. Holy crap. Is the Qingqing group really letting me shoot an ad? For a moment, Gu Qingqing was overwhelmed with flattery, forgetting her earlier blunt refusal. Hey, you're a public figure. Can you stop cursing every other word? Qing Mo Xian pressed her forehead in exasperation. Sorry. Gu Qingqing realized her slip and quickly apologized, but couldn't contain her excitement. By the way, did the group say when? Tomorrow. My brother said to wait for us at the group. Tomorrow? That's so soon. Let me call my assistant first to cancel tomorrow's scenes. With that, Gu Qingqing hung up. Sigh, if Sister Qingqing knew how disgustingly my brother acts when he whines, would she still like him? Su Bingbing came out of the kitchen with dishes and saw Qing Mo Xian sitting on the sofa looking utterly lifeless. She asked with a smile, What's wrong, Xian darling? My brother wants me to go to his company tomorrow to shoot a promo for a high-end Lolita dress. Qing Mo Xian's reluctance was practically written on her face. Su Bingbing chuckled. What's the matter? Isn't it good for your family's business to have you model? But Qing Mo Xian lowered her head in disappointment. Su Bingbing understood the little one's thoughts. Fame brings trouble. This kid didn't want to be famous. All right then, shed reluctantly, offer a shoulder to lean on. With that, Su Bingbing scooped Qing Mo Xian up horizontally, and despite the latter's startled gaze, tossed her directly onto the bedroom bed. Sister Bingbing, what are you trying to do? Qing Mo Xian's heart pounded with tension as she met Su Bingbing's sly smile. The events of last night were still etched vividly in her memory. But Su Bingbing moved swiftly, leaping onto the bed and pinning Qing Mo Xian beneath her, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Xuan, what? Are you really resisting me? Under Qing Mo Xian's astonished gaze, Su Bingbing retrieved a strangely colored box from the cabinet nearby. TSK. The system was live streaming, unable to help but click its tongue. Qing Mo Xian, I'm going to. You. While I'm stuck here. You're still watching. Ill. System, curse all you want, I'll just mute you. At the classroom door, Su Bingbing repeated to Qing Moxuan several times, don't bother with that fool Suyu. Seeing Qing Moxuan nod obediently, she added, if Suyu causes any more trouble, come straight to me, and I'll kill him. Ahem. Qing Moxuan was startled. She could really be so ruthless toward her own cousin. As Qing Moxuan stepped into the classroom, the lecturer fell silent, and the gazes of the entire class locked onto the girl standing at the door. Teacher, I'm sorry I'm late. Qing Moxuan felt awkward and at a loss. Interrupting the teacher's lecture was also impolite. The teacher, seeing such a sincere and apologetic student, had nothing harsh to say and offered her an easy way out. Tell me the stages of quality management development. The development of quality management is divided into 3 stages: the quality inspection stage, the statistical quality management stage, and the total quality management stage. Not bad. Go find your seat quickly. The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Qing Moxuan let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this teacher was good-tempered and didn't give her any difficult questions. Wait. She had the skill of rapid learning comprehension. Even a tough question couldn't stump her. The teacher lectured all afternoon, and Qing Moxuan slept through it all. Finally, when the teacher dismissed the class, Qing Moxuan snapped awake, instantly grabbed her textbooks, and sprinted home like a 100-meter dash. Damn, I'm starving. After running 100 meters. Huff, huff. I can't go on huff. Well, that was indeed a 100-meter sprint. Ring, ring. Just then Qing Moxuan's phone rang. Leaning against a tree, she answered. Hello, who is this? The caller was clearly taken aback for a moment. Ahem, it's your big brother. Oh, big brother, what's up? Spit it out. Qing Moxuan's tone was flippant, exactly like her second brother's. Are you free lately? If so, come to my company and shoot a promotional video. They'll pay you. Qing Moxuan was still obsessed with seeing a promotional video filmed by his sister. I'm free, but didn't I already send Gu Qingqing to your company to shoot? You did say that, but there's one set of promotional material that's perfect for you. Qing Moxuan tried his best to conceal his inner joy, speaking in the calmest tone possible. What kind of promotional material is perfect for me? Qing Moxuan wondered inwardly. Wasn't her big brother's business about cosmetics, skincare, and high-end custom clothing? How could that suit her? Ahem. Qing Moxuan cleared his throat and said without changing his expression, your big brother recently expanded into high-end Lolita dresses, so I want you to help me shoot a promotional video. Tisk just to get his sister, a nominal artist, to come to the company. Ching Machin had gone so far as to expand the business. Damn it, I'm not going. His brother's words successfully stirred up the last shred of masculine pride in Ching Machuan's heart. Thinking of her future photos in Lolita dresses plastered on all kinds of advertisements. How embarrassing. Ahem, you're a girl now. Watch your language. But the next second Ching Moken's tone did a complete flip. Oh my dear little sister, please come. Brilliant. The ICCO, just to get a promotional video shot, had resorted to acting spoiled. This scene left the assistant who had just pushed the door open utterly dumbfounded. After cautiously checking that the boss wasn't looking his way, he tiptoed back out of the office. Holy crap. Was that just an illusion? The assistant couldn't believe it and slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp pain made him gasp. Holy crap. Has the boss been possessed? He quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to the employee group chat. Assistant, folks, what do we do if the boss has been possessed? The assistant was promptly greeted by a flood of question marks from the entire company. Assistant, I just saw the boss acting spoiled on the phone for real. Then came a bunch of expletives. Ching Machuan was covered in goosebumps from her brother's whining voice. You? Bro, stop acting spoiled. Where's your persona? The ICCO. Oh little sis, come to Big Brother's company. I'm begging you, okay? Ching Machuan was completely thunderstruck. Damn, is this my big brother? How disgusting is this? I haven't even acted spoiled yet, and he's already doing it. To avoid being grossed out any further by her brother, Ching Machuan clenched her little fists. Embarrassment be damned. It's still way better than being sickened by my big brother. Oh fine, I agree, okay bro. Ahem. As soon as he heard his sister agree, Ching Machin dropped his act and returned to his ICCO mode. June 19th, that's tomorrow. See you at the company, no exceptions. Ching Machuan thought, to be honest, big brother must have been possessed. How else could he have pulled off such a nauseating display of acting spoiled? System ahem, is it possible that he just wants to dote on his little sister? The night passed without a word. A ringing phone jolted Ching Machuan from her slumber. With a fierce temper, she declared that no one should disturb her sleep, or she would unleash a torrent of curses. Hello? Who's this? It's utterly heartless to wake someone up early in the morning, don't you know that? Ching Machuan's voice was dripping with irritation. The person on the other end, however, remained utterly unfazed. Hey Xinshin darling, when are we setting off? Their tone was exceptionally cheerful. Ching Machuan groggily pulled the phone away from her ear and glanced at it. Oh, Gu Qingqing. How impatient could she be? Calling at 610 in the morning. Ching Machuan snapped. Can't we just take it easy? It doesn't matter when we get there anyway. My brother couldn't care less. For someone who had only fallen asleep at 1 a.m., being woken at 6 was nothing short of a death sentence. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing grew shy and didn't know what to say. She hastily hung up the phone, acting like a love-struck fool. No, she was a love-struck fool. Ching Machuan slept straight until noon. If Su Bingbing hadn't called her for lunch, she might have slept even longer. At the dining table, Ching Machuan shoveled food into her mouth while her head kept nodding forward. She was still half asleep. Su Bingbing shook her head helplessly at the sight. Aren't you supposed to go to your brother's company to shoot a promotional video? When do you plan to leave? Huh? Ching Machuan, bleary-eyed, was caught off guard by the question. After a moment, she gasped. Oh no, I forgot. To be honest, it didn't matter if she went or not, but she had to get Gu Qingqing there. So she quickly wolfed down a few more bites and dashed for the door. Su Bingbing grabbed her arm. Come here, let your sister give you a kiss. Without waiting for a response, she planted a kiss on Ching Machuan's rosy lips. On the other side, Ching Machin wasn't having it easy. He was being driven mad by a second-tier actress. Sis, you've been resting since 10 a.m., and now it's 2 p.m. Are you going to shoot or not? He looked utterly pathetic. If this actress hadn't been pushed in by a business partner, the boss would have kicked her out long ago. Can't I rest if my whole body aches? Or does such a big company not allow its artists a break? Lu Xiaoye retorted angrily. Was 4 hours of rest really too much to ask? Quite the attitude. Ching Machuan's voice rang out from outside the studio. A petite, adorable figure then walked through the main entrance, clapping her hands. This immediately sparked Lu Xiaoye's displeasure. This is my studio. What are you doing here? She ordered her assistant, throw her out. The assistant, though reluctant, approached Ching Machuan and whispered, Little miss, please leave. Ching Machuan was stunned. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Furious, she snapped, This is my territory. How dare you act wild here without asking my permission? Lu Xiaoye laughed scornfully. Huh. If this is your territory, then I'm the chairman of Qingqing Group. Ching Machuan didn't bother with more words. She simply yelled, Bro, your sister is being bullied. Where are you? Lu Xiaoye burst out laughing and patted her assistant. Hey, look at this. Isn't she an idiot? Ha! The assistant could only laugh awkwardly. But as Ching Machuan's voice faded, a deep magnetic male voice came from outside the studio. I'm here. Can you stop shouting? You're about to shatter my eardrums. The voice grew closer, and soon a handsome man in a bespoke suit walked in. His first words left everyone in the room stunned. Qing Machin asked his assistant, "Why is Lu Xiaoya still here? Isn't it just one picture? Haven't they finished shooting yet?" Lu Xiaoya, as if not hearing Qing Moken's words to the special assistant, approached with a flattering smile. "Oh, hello, President Qing." Her face, built with artificial enhancements, twisted into such a smile that Qing Machin felt nauseated. "Aren't you just a picture? What haven't you finished shooting yet?" Qing Machin asked coldly. At this mention, Lu Xiaoya had a story ready, her face instantly turning aggrieved. "I drove hundreds of kilometers from the southern city, just wanted to rest a bit, but these staff keep rushing me to shoot." Lu Xiaoya squeezed 2 tears from her eyes, which she thought were enchanting, making her look utterly wronged, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Oh, then shouldn't I also get a rest?" Qing Mashuan interjected, beginning her own act, grabbing her brother's arm. "Brother, can I have a rest too?" Qing Machin saw through his sister's act, and replied coldly, "Our company doesn't need people who are unambitious and slack off. So either you shoot, or you leave." Lu Xiaoya felt awkward at this scene, as she knew it was a veiled criticism, but her goal was to seduce Qing Machin and create some scandal. With no other choice, she had to continue the charade. But just as Lu Xiaoya was about to put on a crying face, she caught sight of someone entering the studio, and her pupils contracted in shock as she pointed in disbelief. Gu Qingqing. "Oh, isn't this little sister Xiaoya? How come in a few months you've turned into a hen?" Outside, Gu Qingqing had overheard every word of their conversation. Lu Xiaoya quickly composed herself, putting on the airs of a celebrity. "President Qing, this isn't appropriate, is it? I'm here to shoot an ad. Why have you brought in someone else? What business is it of yours who I hire?" Qing Machin particularly detested employees who got in through connections. When his special assistant told him Lu Xiaoya was pushed in by a partner, his face turned ashen. Ridiculous, someone who got in through the back door dared to be so arrogant. "President Qing, if that's the case, then I want shoot." Lu Xiaoya's words were clearly a threat using the partner, but Qing Machin wasn't one to be intimidated. His face dark as a pot bottom, he said mercilessly, "Then get out of here right now and make room for my sister." Immediately, several bodyguards surrounded them, one making a gesture for her to leave. "Miss Lu, please." Seeing that even invoking the partner was useless, Lu Xiaoya stomped her foot in anger and shot a fierce glare at Qing Mashuan as she left the studio. "Naya, Naya, Naya." Qing Mashuan retaliated without mercy, sticking out her tongue and making faces which only infuriated Lu Xiaoya further, her face turning red with rage. After Lu Xiaoya left, the studio fell into silence. Qing Mashuan glanced at Gu Qingqing. Well, this sister was so bold just now she's wilting." Gu Qingqing's face was flushed, her eyes darting towards someone. Qing Mashuan followed her gaze and solved the mystery. "Our big brother is just too charming, isn't he? Ahem, sister, you and Miss Gu have traveled far. Go rest for a while." Qing Machin gently stroked Qing Mashuan's head, startling Gu Qingqing. Suddenly, Qing Mashuan puffed out her cheeks, furious, and pointed at the group of photographers, cursing, "Can you guys even shoot? It's been hours. How can you not get a few promotional photos done?" The photographers had no choice but to endure the scolding. After all, the boss himself demanded about 300 shots. Don't ask why, just say it's for screensavers. Seeing Qing Mashuan's mood, the special assistant knew she was fed up and quickly handed her a glass of water, comforting. "Miss Qing, these photographers are new interns, please bear with them." Hearing this, Qing Mashuan nodded, her anger subsiding. "Since they're interns, I'll give them another half hour at most." The special assistant breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't handle this little princess, he might as well kiss his job goodbye. "Miss Gu, please step a little to the side, yes, and point the thing in your hand at the lens." "Miss Gu, why is your face so red?" Gu Qingqing stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time, her eyes constantly drifting towards Qing Machin. As a film queen, she should have basic control over her expressions. In truth, Gu Qingqing wanted not to blush, but she was simply shy in front of the person she liked. Qing Machin pondered for a moment. "Miss Gu, perhaps we should shoot tomorrow. You need to get your emotional management under control first." This remark left Gu Qingqing deeply embarrassed. She usually nailed every scene on the first take, but facing Qing Moken's strikingly handsome face, she was overcome with shyness. On the way home, that evening, Qing Mashuan sat in her brother's car, watching him sigh. "What's wrong, big brother? What's troubling you so much? Is Gu Qingqing really a film queen?" The sudden question caught Qing Mashuan off guard. What happened? Did something go wrong? This Gu Qingqing couldn't even manage the most basic facial expressions during today's shoot. I'm starting to doubt if her film queen title is legitimate. Well, that's what someone with an emotional IQ of 0 would say. Qing Mashuan didn't want to listen to her brother's thoughtless remarks anymore. Could it be that she blushes because she sees someone? Qing Machin was confused. Is there someone in the photography crew that Gu Qingqing likes? Qing Mashuan, how to keep your sanity, stay away from big brother. Qing Machin took a deep breath. Is it possible that she likes you? This question stunned Qing Machan into silence. He refused to answer anything, leaving Qing Machuan frustrated. Brother, I just want to ask you, do you have any feelings for Gu Qingqing? If it weren't for Mom's request, I wouldn't bother finding you a partner. After a long silence, Qing Machan straightened up. I don't have anyone I like, and I have no plans to get married. Bullshit. Do you believe he'll tell Dad to kick you out? Seeing her brother's stubbornness, Qing Machuan was frustrated at his lack of ambition. Wait, wasn't the role reversed? This conversation left Qing Machuan furious. A beautiful woman was practically throwing herself at him, yet her brother showed no reaction. If it were Qing Machuan. Ahem, wrong track. Knock knock knock. Hello, delivery. Coming. Qing Mo Xian bounced down the stairs, opened the door, and finally got her long-awaited fried chicken. So fragrant. Qing Mo Xian couldn't help but exclaim as she smelled the aroma of the fried chicken, but the chill behind her shattered her brief moment of happiness. Isn't the food at home good enough? Why order takeout? Qing Mo Qian's cold voice came from behind. Qing Mo Xian trembled at the sound and turned around shakily to see her elder brother standing there with a gloomy expression. Why was there a hint of curiosity in your eyes? Want some? Qing Mo Xian held up the fried chicken, looking at her elder brother with anticipation. Sure, give me some. As the icy words left his mouth, Qing Mo Xian noticed the curiosity in her brother's eyes growing even stronger. Crunch. Hey big brother, that piece is mine. You've eaten so much already, can't you leave some for me? Qing Mo Xian ended up fuming over the fried chicken. At first, Qing Mo Chun put on gloves, staring helplessly at the chicken coated in sweet chili sauce. But soon Qing Mo Xian had to fight tooth and nail to snatch pieces from him. Oh, what are you two eating? Qing Mo Yun came downstairs yawning, only to see the two of them fighting over fried chicken. Big brother stole my chicken. Qing Mo Xian puffed out her cheeks and angrily accused her elder brother of his misdeeds. Fried chicken is high in calories. To help you become a proper lady, I need to eliminate these fattening foods for you, Qing Mo Chun said, with such righteous conviction that Qing Mo Xian almost believed him. That makes some sense, but not much. Hey, give me back my chicken. Realizing what was happening, Qing Mo Xian tried to snatch the last piece from her brother's hand, but the gap between 188 centimeters and 145 centimeters was too great. She could only watch as the chicken was about to disappear into his mouth. Huh. Stop fighting, you two. Give it to me. With that, Qing Mo Yun snatched the fried chicken from his elder brother's hand and shoved it into his mouth, revealing a look of pure satisfaction. So good. Then, the world seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by a series of screams and endless pleas for mercy echoing through the villa. Crunch. Ding system mission host must set up Qing Mo Chun and Gu Qingqing, creating an environment for them to be alone. Reward 200 mission points, max out random attributes. Failure, Qing Mo Chun remains single for life. Qing Mo Xian, what the heck? How is this a mission? Can I refuse? I still want to go back and hang out with Sister Bing Bing. Then let your brother stay single forever. Qing Mo Xian, fine, I'll take it. Damn it, if it weren't for getting my brother a girlfriend, I wouldn't take this ridiculous mission. The brilliant Qing Mo Xian racked her brain thinking about how to get her brother alone with Gu Qingqing. Sigh. It was indeed troublesome, since Qing Mo Chun had never even hired a female assistant, let alone dated. When it came to emotional intelligence, he was basically a block of wood. A light bulb went off in Qing Mo Xian's head. I'll ask second brother for help. With his carefree attitude, he's sure to come up with a good plan. As soon as the thought formed, Qing Mo Xian rushed straight to her second brother's company. Crunch. Standing at the foot of Feiyun Group's building, looking at the scale rivaling her elder brother's company, Qing Mo Xian couldn't help but exclaim, second brother has done well in the past half year. Just then a security guard at the entrance noticed Qing Mo Xian lingering and came over to shoo her away. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Move along. Wow. She was here to see Qing Mo Yun, and someone dared to stop her. No, I have to put on an act. Qing Mo Xian straightened her back. Inform your CEO. Tell your CEO to come greet me. The guard sneered coldly. You. Have our CEO come greet you. Do you even know who our CEO is? The second young master of the Qing family, little girl. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Qing Mo Xian couldn't be bothered to argue further. She pulled out her phone and called her second brother. Hey little sis, what's up? I'm at the entrance of your company. The guard won't let me in, and even used your name to show off. Why don't you come down and greet me yourself? Sure, wait 2 minutes. I'll be right down. With that, Qing Mo Yun hung up and took the elevator down. At the company entrance, the guard looked disdainfully at Qing Mo Xian's act and mocked, little girl, you should be honest. Don't think just because you pretended to make a call our CEO will actually come down to see you. Qing Mo Xian glanced at him coolly. In 2 minutes your CEO will definitely be here. If not, I'll leave on my own. The guard sneered inwardly. Kids will be kids living in a fantasy. The CEO was a man of great stature. Why would he come to greet this child? The security guard glanced at his watch impatiently. Little miss, it's been 3 minutes. You'd better leave now. Qing Maxuan, who was playing on her phone, looked up and swept her gaze over him, signaling with her eyes for him to look behind. The guard turned his head disdainfully. Boss, what brings you here? Whoa. His face changed faster than flipping a book, from utter impatience to a sycophantic smile in less than a second. Little sis, why didn't you tell your second brother you were coming? Come on, let's head to my office. Qing Mayun chuckled, reaching out to take Qing Maxuan's little hand, walking cheerfully into the company, leaving the guard dumbfounded in the wind. Cut to the top-floor executive office. The two whispered secrets quietly. Qing Maxuan's second brother, let me ask you something. How do you think eldest brother will ever find a girlfriend? Qing Mayun, you've stumped me. Should I calculate it? Qing Maxuan, oh, give me a break. What are you going to calculate? Fortune-telling for love? Palm reading? Or plug it into math to compute the probability of eldest brother's emotional intelligence landing him a partner? Qing Mayun, I just did a rough calculation. Based on eldest brother's EQ, the chance of him finding a girlfriend is negative 26%. Qing Maxuan's lips twitched. How did you figure that out? You don't need to worry about that. As if changing his demeanor, Qing Mayun said solemnly, all right, out with it. What did you come to see me about? Shoo. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear. Qing Maxuan pressed her finger to her lips, making a silencing gesture, which piqued Qing Mayun's curiosity, and he lowered his voice. Go ahead, what is it? You know Gu Qingqing, right? Gu Qingqing likes eldest brother. What? Qing Mayun's voice involuntarily sharpened. Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you to keep it down? Oh, someone actually likes that blockhead. Besides making money and bullying us two brothers, what else can he do? Qing Mayun simply couldn't fathom it. With all his own merits, how could he be inferior to eldest brother? And his secret admirer turned out to be a top-tier Alistair. Thinking of his own pitiful solitude, Qing Mayun couldn't help but feel envious. So we absolutely must seize this opportunity and make sure eldest brother finds a girlfriend. Qing Maxuan clenched her little fist with resolve, thinking to herself, it's really tough finding a partner for that wooden blockhead. Now that someone actually likes him, we can't let her slip away. Qing Mayun let out a lifeless hum. How tragic. Even eldest brother has someone who likes him. What about me? What's going on? Am I the only one left alone? Just a moment ago, Qing Maxuan had been so determined, but now she slumped onto the table, fiddling with the little ornaments her second brother had placed there. But how can we make eldest brother feel Gu Qingqing's love for him? Qing Mayun, lost in his sorrow, heard nothing. We have to create a space for them to be alone so they can grow closer and let Gu Qingqing confess her feelings to eldest brother. Qing Maxuan successfully steered the conversation back on track. Qing Mayun scratched his head in frustration. So let's come up with a plan. Hey, are you even listening to me? Qing Maxuan looked at her second brother's lifeless expression and sighed helplessly. It seemed that eldest brother, having a suitor, had dealt quite a blow to her second brother's fragile heart. Cut to little sis, is this really okay? Qing Mayun asked with a speechless expression, holding a huge bouquet of bright red roses, as he stealthily followed Qing Maxuan to eldest brother's company. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm sure my plan will absolutely succeed. Qing Maxuan said, wait here for me for a while. He'll go find Gu Qingqing first. Cut to the studio. Gu Qingqing was about to shoot her final promotional video, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Just then, half a little head peeked in through the doorway. Blue hair and big eyes stood out strikingly against the entirely green studio backdrop. Naturally, Gu Qingqing locked eyes with those dark, glossy orbs. Sister Qingqing, come here. Qing Maxuan reached out and beckoned to Gu Qingqing. What's wrong, my dear Xian? Is there something you need from your sister? Gu Qingqing felt inexplicably happy at the sight of Qing Maxuan, her tone laced with tenderness. First, come with me to a place. Qing Maxuan deliberately kept it a mystery. After all, a little suspense was. Are you sure you brought me to the right place? Gu Qingqing pointed at the CEO's office, before her a hint of shyness lingering in her tone. Don't worry about it, just follow me inside. With that, Qing Maxuan grabbed Gu Qingqing's hand and pushed open the office door. Big brother, I need to talk to you about something. Damn, you scared me. Qing Maxuan exclaimed, startled by Qing Maxuan's sudden outburst, unable to hold back a curse. After his words, silence fell upon the office. An awkward Qing Maxuan, a speechless Qing Maxuan, and a blushing Gu Qingqing. Ahem. Qing Maxuan cleared his throat, trying to dispel the awkwardness and salvage his image as the formidable CEO. Xian, next time knock before entering the office. Brother, I came today to ask you to sign Gu Qingqing as our brand ambassador. So do you agree or not? Qing Maxuan's expression practically screamed, dare you disagree? Overwhelmed by the proposal, Gu Qingqing quickly waved her hands in refusal. Xian dear, there's no need for that. Just filming a promotional video for Qingqing Group is already the greatest honor. Don't interrupt. Qing Maxuan cut off Gu Qingqing mid-sentence and raised an eyebrow at her elder brother, thinking to herself, if you refuse you'll be alone forever. Perplexed by his sister's antics, Qing Machin turned directly to Gu Qingqing. Would you be willing to become the spokesperson for my company? The sudden question left the already nervous Gu Qingqing even more flustered. She fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her demeanor exceptionally uneasy. Let me check with my agent first. After speaking, she quickly pushed open the office door and fled. Qing Mashuan watched Gu Qingqing's retreating figure, then shot her brother a glare of utter disappointment, her eyes screaming with an attitude like that you'll never find a partner. Xian, I don't quite understand your reasoning. Why do you want me to sign Gu Qingqing as the company's spokesperson? Qing Machin couldn't suppress his curiosity, for a man with an emotional quotient below zero could never grasp matters of the heart. Qing Machin, you're such a blockhead. What else is in that brain of yours besides money? Do you want to end up alone forever? Qing Mashuan scolded her brother angrily, gritting her teeth in frustration. I gave you a chance and you wasted it. How many times have I told you? Gu Qingqing likes you, yet you can't seize this opportunity. Instead of getting angry at his sister's reprimand, Qing Machin let out a sigh. Xian, your big brother may be handsome and wealthy, but beyond that I have nothing to offer. With empty sleeves, how dare I lead a beautiful woman astray? Qing Machin, I truly love you. Gu Qingqing, who had been on the phone with her assistant outside the door, overheard the entire conversation between the siblings. The moment Qing Machin finished speaking, she rushed in urgently to confess her feelings. As she spoke, Gu Qingqing's eyes reddened and tears cascaded down her face like a bursting dam. Qing Machin, do you remember? 18 years ago you saved a little beggar at Dahlia Manor. You bought her new clothes, treated her to a meal, stayed at the manor for 7 days, and left her a sum of money before you departed. And that little beggar fell in love with you 18 years ago. When she discovered your identity, she pushed herself relentlessly, striving, fighting, and working hard, just to be worthy of you. And that little beggar was me. I struggled for 12 years to become a film queen, starting from the humblest extra roles to this moment of glory, all just to be worthy of you. By the end, Gu Qingqing's voice was choked with sobs. She slowly crouched down, consumed by sorrow, as if her very soul had crumbled. Qing Machin wanted to comfort her, but found no words. Qing Mashuan, having heard the entire story, shot her elder brother a dagger-like glare before crouching beside Gu Qingqing to console her. Supri. SS. Qing Mayun burst through the office door, clutching a bouquet of red roses, his smile slowly freezing. The atmosphere seemed off. Bewildered Qing Mayun was met with icy glares from two people and could only retreat silently from the office. Qing Machin let out a long sigh. Actually, back then I liked you too. Qing Machin sank into recollection, murmuring half-consciously. As the heir of the Qing family, I was raised to prioritize the clan's interests above all. When I was 9, I accompanied my father to the Great Willow Hamlet for a field survey to establish a tourist community. At this point, Qing Machin abruptly lifted his head. In truth, I knew nothing of love back, then yet my heart stirred only for you. These words made Gu Qingqing, who was still immersed in grief, slowly raise her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. As their gazes met, the air seemed to freeze. A love that is mutual often manifests in such moments. The thoughts of the other can be read in their eyes. Gradually, Qing Mashuan sensed a peculiar atmosphere brewing in the room and quietly slipped out of the office. Qing Machin gently helped Gu Qingqing, who had been sitting on the floor, to her feet. Outwardly, he appeared calm and composed, but inside, he was a bundle of nerves. Gu Qingqing was no better off. As Qing Machin helped her up, her cheeks began to flush crimson. She desperately wanted to rest her head on his shoulder. Second brother, do you think that blockhead of an eldest brother can understand Gu Qingqing's feelings? The door to the office was cracked open by the two outside, who whispered to each other. Qing Mayun watched the scene, grinding his molars in frustration. Did big brother trade all his emotional intelligence for IQ? This is the moment to kiss her. Qing Mashuan grabbed the bouquet of roses from his second brother, swiftly tore the flowers into petals, and winked playfully. Watch me. Qing Mashuan flung the office door open, startling the two, who were lost in their budding romance. Qing Machin quickly hid his arm, which had been resting on Gu Qingqing's shoulder behind his back, and awkwardly touched his nose with the other hand. A rain of petals is coming. Qing Mashuan shouted, flinging a handful of rose petals into the air. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a cascade of red petals, the subtle fragrance of roses permeating the office. Gu Qingqing and Qing Machin glanced at each other, then at the shower of petals before them, and exchanged a knowing smile. Qing Mayun nearly choked on his tears at the doorway, biting hard on the collar of his suit jacket until it tore. This is killing me. Big brother has found someone, and with little sister's looks, shall have no trouble finding a partner. Am I destined to be alone forever? Gotcha. Mission complete. Host has earned 200 mission points. Leg attributes upgraded to peak. Host, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Ching Mashwan tsk tisk, I didn't know you could flatter. Hey, this isn't flattery, oh, it's a heartfelt compliment. You're truly adorable. Ching Mashwan, oh, can I trade my adorableness for a dragon? In your dreams. You were the one who agreed to become a girl. Now you want a dragon. Get lost. Ching Mashwan, look, you're getting worked up, Naya. System. Feeling an urge to kill her. Gotcha. Few mission complete. Big brother has a girlfriend now. Time for me to go back to Sister Bingbing. Ching Mashwan stretched as she walked out of the Qinxing group building. She hadn't seen Su Bingbing all day and missed her dearly. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Hey Sister Bingbing, what's up? When are you coming back? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Without my big cuddle pillow I can't sleep. Of course Su Bingbing wouldn't say that last part. Don't worry, I'm heading back today. He'll be home in about 2 hours. Saying this, Ching Mashwan felt a little thrill. Alright, I'll have dinner ready for you at home. Love you, moi. Sister Bingbing, could you not be so cutesy? It gives me goosebumps. Su Bingbing's usual icy demeanor when she acted coy was enough to make one's hair stand on end. What did you say? The tone on the other end grew noticeably heavier with a hint of anger. Sister Bingbing, I didn't say anything. I'm getting in the car now, gotta go. Ching Mashwan quickly hung up. Oh no, I slipped up. This is a disaster. Bingbing, I am back. As soon as Ching Mo Xian opened the door, she saw Su Bingbing's stunning face, clouded with an ambiguous expression. Su Bingbing's lips curled into a smile, but her face was terrifyingly pale. Oh, isn't this our busy Miss Ching? Didn't you say you despised me? Why did you come home then? Ching Mo Xian instinctively swallowed her saliva. Bingbing, listen to me. I just spoke too fast without thinking. Just treat my words like a fart, ha. Ching Mo Xian tried to laugh it off and change the subject. Oomph. Su Bingbing was quite proud. Don't change the subject. How are you going to apologize? If I'm not satisfied, I'll choke you. What the heck? Where did that choke come from? Then, he'll let you decide my fate. Ching Mo Xian cautiously probed. No backing out. Su Bingbing, satisfied with the outcome, felt inexplicably relieved. Time to play with the pillow. Bingbing. How about we eat first? Ching Mo Xian touched her protesting stomach and spoke timidly. Lost in her imagination, Su Bingbing subconsciously blurted out, right, eat first, otherwise you won't have the energy later. Huh, you heard nothing, let's eat first. Swish. Such incidents had happened many times before, so Ching Mo Xian no longer blushed. Tsk tisk, looks like I need to boost your stamina next, otherwise with your physique another kidnapping, and you'd be done for. The system appeared munching on melon seeds. Ching Mo Xian, then how about returning my previous power to me? In your dreams. Hiss. It's not that hard to give it back, but have you ever seen a 1M45 lowly bending steel bars with her bare hands? The thought alone is cringeworthy. Wrong. Even with your original power, you couldn't bend steel bars, you're still a waste. Ching Mo Xian. If you had a physical form, I'd crush you to pieces. Ching Mo Xian, then how do I boost my stamina? Learn martial arts. Learn kickboxing. Or learn free fighting. I think the host should learn martial arts best. The system analyzed seriously. Think about it, after learning martial arts you won't have to be the submissive one anymore. Instead you can suppress Su Bingbing. Isn't that great? Ching Mo Xian's eyes lit up, her mind conjuring an image of herself effortlessly pinning Su Bingbing down after learning martial arts, even imagining Su Bingbing begging for mercy. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. But the system remained silent, merely snickering to itself. Martial arts, after all, aren't something just anyone can persevere with. First fists, then legs, then grappling, weapons, internal arts, all in one. Given Ching Mo Xian's frail frame, she probably couldn't even get through the basic training. However, the system didn't know just how great the allure of martial arts was for Ching Mo Xian. This was a height unattainable in a lifetime, a dimension above Su Bingbing, a pinnacle that could elevate her to binary avant-garde. Time flies so fast. Before I know it, it's almost time for the holidays. Ching Mo Xian gazed at the date, June 21st on the calendar, letting out a sigh of lament. It had been a month since she had transformed into a girl, and this month of life had been profoundly rewarding. She had gained a school beauty as a girlfriend and received the utmost care from her family. It was quite wonderful. This is all my doing, the system declared with immense pride. 2 hours of chatting were omitted in between. Forget it, I'm done talking with you. I'm going to recharge. With a sudden whoosh, Ching Mo Xian sighed. Even with summer break approaching, classes still had to be endured. The tedious lessons were nothing short of torture for someone with a cheat like her. Ching Mo Xian lay listlessly on the desk, the soreness in her waist making it hard to fall asleep. I must talk to Sister Bingbing next time and ask her not to be so rough, she muttered softly while rubbing her waist. But as she rubbed, something fell off. Hiss. Something inside her body seemed to want to flow down. Damn, a dreadful premonition surged in Ching Mo Xian's heart. Could I be getting my period? Post this is the second time your aunt has visited. Surely you haven't forgotten the date. Qing Mo Xian retorted. I remember nothing. I've only been a girl for a month. How could I keep track of so many things? Oh, then you're in for an awkward situation. As if her words were a prophecy, a male student sitting in the front row touched his nose. Why does it smell like rust? Do you smell it too? He nudged his buddy with his elbow. Thus the two began searching for the source of the rusty smell. At that moment Qing Mo Xian felt utterly mortified. So that was the source of the rusty scent she had noticed earlier. Dressed in a light blue JK uniform, her face was slightly pale, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead from the abdominal pain and heaviness. She could only try to hide herself as much as possible, burying her head in her arms and pretending to sleep to ease the embarrassment. With no other choice, Qing Mo Xian attempted to message Su Bingbing, who was busy praying she would see it. Xian, sister Bingbing, help. My aunt has come. Qing Mo Xian hadn't held much hope, but Su Bingbing replied, instantly come to the restroom on the east side of the second floor. Seeing the message, Qing Mo Xian endured the throbbing pain in her abdomen and raised her little hand. Teacher, may I go to the restroom? Instantly, the entire class attention was drawn to Qing Mo Xian, almost making her want to dig a hole and hide. The teacher on the podium also cast a glance, understood her condition upon seeing her state, adjusted her glasses, and smiled kindly. Go ahead, but come back soon. With the teacher's approval, Qing Mo Xian kept her head down, afraid someone might notice something amiss, and hurriedly fled the classroom, walking quickly toward the restroom. At the restroom door, Su Bingbing leaned against the doorframe, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly panicked. The last incident had truly frightened her. Qing Mo Xian almost jogged the whole way, but she was terrified of leaking, so her steps were small and quick. The moment she saw Su Bingbing, it was as if she had found a savior, and she quickened her pace. How could you not even remember when your period is due? Su Bingbing's cold, scolding voice rang out, freezing Qing Mo Xian in her tracks. She stood still, a flush of shame spreading across her face. Sigh. Su Bingbing let out a sigh, took off her jacket, and gently tied it around Qing Mo Xian's slender waist. Qing Mo Xian was stunned by this tactic of a slap, followed by a sweet date. She looked down blankly at the jacket tied around her waist, then up at Su Bingbing's cold expression, and her puzzled face gradually transformed into a blissful smile. Bingbing, wouldn't this be inappropriate? Qing Moxuan's face flushed with shyness, mindful of the school setting. Being completely nude risked exposure if anyone saw them. Your clothes are drenched in blood. They'll clean them for you. Besides, it's class time, hardly anyone comes to the restroom. Su Bingbing scrubbed the garments as she spoke. Soon she finished cleaning Qing Moxuan's clothes and dried them with a hand dryer. Put them on. Su Bingbing let out a long sigh and handed over the cleaned attire. Qing Moxuan quickly dressed and placed the sanitary pads Su Bingbing had given her, finally easing the weight on her heart. You didn't even know your own cycle, eh? Su Bingbing crossed her arms, scrutinizing Qing Moxuan. What was with Qing Moxuan's pitiful little expression? Well, Su Bingbing couldn't bear to see that look. Her heart softened instantly as she bent down and gently ruffled Qing Moxuan's hair, her tone growing tender. Let's go. We'll talk about it at home. They'll ask for leave for you. Bingbing, my stomach hurts. Qing Moxuan curled up on the bed, clutching her abdomen and groaning. Drink this brown sugar ginger tea first. It'll massage your belly. Su Bingbing entered the room, carrying a cup of dark brown liquid. Qing Moxuan eyed the tea and swallowed hard. Bingbing, can I choose not to? Su Bingbing knew exactly what she was about to say and cut her off. If you want your stomach to hurt, then don't drink it. With no other choice, Qing Moxuan braced herself to down it in one gulp. Wait, why did it taste oddly good? After a small sip, her eyes lit up, and she finished the entire cup. Looking up in confusion, she held the cup out to Su Bingbing. Bingbing, why does this only taste like brown sugar? Su Bingbing smiled gently. It's just plain brown sugar water. I was teasing you to take your mind off the pain. If it were real ginger tea, you might not have been able to drink it. You're the best, Bingbing. Su Bingbing's warm, soft hand slowly rested on Qing Moxuan's tender belly, gently rubbing and massaging. With the massage, the pain in her abdomen eased, and a comforting warmth spread through Qing Moxuan's entire body, leaving her blissful. That feels so good. Su Bingbing's face was full of affection, though her tone carried a hint of complaint. You're comfortable, but my arm is about to ache to death. Sensing the odd tone in Su Bingbing's voice, Qing Moxuan grew cautious. Shall I rub your arm then? Seeing that Qing Moxuan wasn't falling for it, Su Bingbing dropped the act and went straight for the kill, pinning Qing Moxuan down firmly. A sly smile curved her lips, her gaze seductive. You know what I want, don't you? The sudden movement made Qing Moxuan instinctively struggle, but the difference in strength and height was insurmountable. She could only whisper, Bingbing, I'm still on my period. Let's wait a few days, okay? She unleashed her deadly puppy dog eyes. Fine. Once your period's over, we'll see how I play with you. The interest faded from Su Bingbing's face. Just as she let her guard down, Qing Moxuan lunged into her arms, using the momentum to pin Su Bingbing beneath her. Now it was Qing Moxuan's turn to smile. Bingbing, want to see what your little sister can do? Qing Moxuan's cherubic face twisted into a slightly sinister grin, an oddly discordant sight. What are you up to? Su Bingbing's expression held a hint of wariness, but she didn't struggle. Why? If Su Bingbing resisted, could this little milkmaid really hold her down? Well. Qing Moxuan left the sentence unfinished and leaned in to kiss her. Su Bingbing finally understood Qing Moxuan's experience. Her mind went completely blank. Su Bingbing thought, so this is what it feels like to be kissed against your will. No wonder my wife almost suffocated. The former world-class champion, now pinned down and kissed, looked almost like a baby nursing at Su Bingbing's chest. Chuan, don't you want to do some practice questions? Exam week is just around the corner. Aren't you afraid of failing? Su Bingbing asked while working on her own problems, glancing at Qing Moxian, who was playing on her phone. Qing Moxian waved her hand dismissively. Exams are as easy as reaching into my pocket for me. After all, with her system granting her the ability to comprehend swiftly, she had already mastered the entire semester's coursework. Su Bingbing looked at Qing Moxian, whose carefree demeanor was belied by an air of confidence, and a seed of doubt sprouted in her heart. Will it really be all right for me to entrust the Su Corporation to her in the future? Qing Moxian thought, no thanks. The Qingshi Group and the businesses under my command are already more than enough. Adding the Su Corporation would be a death sentence. In the classroom, Qing Moxian was utterly bored. Oh, what a tragedy. Even though I've learned everything, why do I still have to attend class? Isn't this pure torture? Lu Hongli, standing at the podium, surveyed the sea of students slumped over their desks. Adjusting her glasses, she announced solemnly, class, pay attention. Today is already the 29th. The exams are in 2 days. Makeup exams are such a hassle. But those words seemed to have little effect on the slackers. With no other choice, Lu Hongli played her trump card. For this final exam, the top 50 students in the grade will receive a scholarship. If anyone from our class makes it into the top 50, I'll treat everyone to a meal at Tingtian Pavilion at my own expense. Tingtian Pavilion was a renowned 5-star restaurant in Yuqing City, famous for its exquisite decor and culinary delights that ranked among the best in the nation. Naturally, it was also one of Qing Moxian's properties. Lu Hongli's announcement naturally stirred up a commotion among the students. Though some were from wealthy families, the prices at Tingtian Pavilion were exorbitant. Who could resist the allure of a freebie, especially when the teacher was footing the bill? It would surely be a financial bloodbath. Teacher, don't worry, I'll definitely get first place in the grade for you, a male student interjected jokingly. His friend mercilessly exposed him. With your grades, getting into the top 1,000 would be a miracle. Screw you. Can't I set a goal? But isn't that goal a bit too high? First place in the grade. Dream on. And then the two started arguing in class, but the noise from the other students easily drowned out their bickering. Qing Moxian had no interest in joining the fray. Tingtian Pavilion was her place, and getting first place was a walk in the park for her. All she could think about was when class would end. She was starving. Host, would you like a gift? The system mischievously inquired. Qing Moxian's eyes lit up with interest. What gift? What gift? Hurry up and show me. Hey, race a task. The host must achieve first place in the grade. Task reward 100 task points, a random beauty enhancement. Task failure, transform into a white cat lowly for 1 week. Upon hearing the punishment for failure, Qing Moxian nearly spat out her drink. What the hell is a white cat lowly? Isn't it supposed to be a white-haired lowly? Well, a white cat lowly is a combination of a white-haired lowly and a cat-eared lowly, simply put a white-haired lowly. The form consists of white hair and cat ears. Very cute. Qing Moxian thought, I'd rather die than become a white cat lowly. Besides, getting first place is a piece of cake for me. Just you wait. Little did she know 9 days later Qing Moxian would deeply regret the decision she had just made. Chuan, didn't you say you could ace the exams without studying? So stop pretending to study now and come play with me. Su Bingbing's voice was sweet and alluring. Dressed in a purple silk nightgown, she lay half reclined on the bed, one hand supporting her head while the other rested at her side. Her smile was bewitchingly seductive. Qing Moxian, who was merely feigning study, couldn't help but shudder at the words. Her hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Bingbing, I feel that one should always be learning. So let me study tonight. I want play. Qing Moxian kept her back to Su Bingbing, her voice quivering. Why was she so afraid of Su Bingbing? It all started that afternoon. Tracing back to 4 in the afternoon, let's see what happened. When Qing Moxian returned home from school, she saw Su Bingbing carrying a black plastic bag and sneaking into the stairwell. Her intuition told her something was amiss. So Qing Moxian stealthily followed Su Bingbing, curious to see what she was up to. As soon as Su Bingbing entered the house, she excitedly went into her room. Qing Imo Xian carefully cracked the door open and peered through the gap to see why Su Bingbing was so happy. She saw Su Bingbing place the black bag on the bed, then retrieve a black box that hadn't been used in a week from the top of the wardrobe. She opened the plastic bag, placed its contents into the black box, and satisfied, put the box back in its place. The sight of what was in the bag startled Qing Imo Xian. Oh, Su Bingbing had bought a new toy. Of course, if it weren't for what Qing Imo Xian had seen Su Bingbing buy, they would have been more than happy to play together. Qing Imo Xian came to her senses, the chilling aura behind her, making her hair stand on end. A pair of soft, warm hands caressed her delicate face, and behind her came Su Bingbing's gentle, saccharine voice. What's the matter? Isn't playing with me more important than studying? Without waiting for Qing Imo Xian's reply, Su Bingbing lifted her up with one hand, turned around, and tossed her onto the bed, her smile unwavering. Today's program is far from ordinary. Perhaps it will satisfy you even more. Qing Imo Xian knelt on the bed, gazing at Su Bingbing's smile that concealed a knife, and instinctively swallowed. Tisk, 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 why are you afraid of your husband? The system, ready to watch the drama while munching on melon seeds, couldn't wait any longer. Why was it so slow? Qing Imo Xian, go to hell, you bastard. It's not you who's suffering, so don't make sarcastic remarks. Oh my. Why are you being so tsundere? You're saying one thing, but meaning another. Don't argue, you can't hit me or touch me anyway. I'm just being an armchair critic. After a night of fierce battle, the aftermath was unknown. All that was known was that one person had been unconscious for a long time, while the other's lips were parched. The sun shone brightly. Qing Imo Xian, still drowsy, dragged her weary body out of bed. It had to be said that Su Bingbing had indeed performed a new program, her combat prowess elevated to a whole new level. Qing Imo Xian had already adapted to Su Bingbing's original offensive, but now, alas, Qing Imo Xian could only sigh. Life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in a bun. Tisk, why the sighing? Let's not talk about yesterday. Who was it? Tisk, tisk, tsk. Qing Imo Xian. Do you know how much I want to kill you? My battery is almost dead. If you have any issues, wait until I finish charging. Bye for now. The system used its usual skill to avoid the issue, electric escape. At the podium, Li was explaining the precautions before the exam. Classmates, don't put too much pressure on yourselves for the exam. Keep a calm mindset and give your best performance. Failing would be terrible, as you'd have to take a makeup exam. And you might not even pass the makeup exam, so. Li paused, adjusted her slightly crooked glasses, and said, don't forget the agreement we made. The teacher droned on at the podium, while Qing Imo Xian slept soundly below. It's fine if you sleep, but can you control your drool? It's almost on the floor. Your image is ruined. Well, you never had an image anyway. After Li finished her instructions, she scanned the classroom and immediately locked onto Qing Imo Xian, who was sleeping in the back row. If she remembered correctly, this young lady of the Qing family had been sleeping in class ever since she transferred. Should I remind her? Li cleared her throat. Ahem, Qing Imo Xian, did you remember everything I just said? Suddenly called upon, Qing Imo Xian was a bit dazed. What? What do you want? Looking at Qing Imo Xian's bewildered expression upon waking, Li helplessly rubbed her forehead and repeated what she had just said. Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely be the top of the grade this time. So just wait to be praised. Qing Imo Xian waved her hand, looking utterly confident. Waking her up from her sleep for such a trivial matter. What a waste of time. Li looked skeptical. She had never attended a single class, yet she dared to claim she would be the top of the grade. But then Li thought again. Qing Imo Xian was the only daughter of the Qing family, with two such outstanding older brothers. What difference did studying or not make? Sister Bingbing, do you believe will be first in my grade this time? Qing Moxuan's face was radiant with confident smiles. Su Bingbing looked at Qing Moxuan's adorable expression, couldn't help but smile, and gently patted her head. Aren't you afraid you might not make it? I'm not afraid. If I don't rank first, I'll let you do whatever you want. Tisk, tisk, tsk. Just how confident was Qing Moxuan about this exam to utter such words? Su Bingbing smiled. All right, let me add a wager too. If you come in first, I'll lend myself to you for a day, and you can do anything. Qing Moxuan's eyes instantly lit up. Really? You're not lying to me. Have I ever lied to you? Haha, then I'm definitely winning this time. Sister Bingbing, just wait to be humiliated by me, ha ha. Qing Moxuan laughed wildly. There are 15 minutes until the exam starts. Please proceed to the exam location, promptly enter the examination hall in an orderly manner, and await the test. Before Qing Moxuan and Su Bingbing could exchange more words, the broadcast bell interrupted them. Harboring her system mission and her promise to the teacher, Qing Moxuan strode confidently into the exam hall. Once the test paper was handed out, Qing Moxuan's delicate little hand gripped the pen, gliding across the densely printed sheets with fluid grace. In less than 10 minutes, she had completed the front page. But when she turned it over, she was dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Practical questions. For Qing Mashuan, who had only thoroughly absorbed theoretical knowledge from books, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow to her morale, nearly driving her to curse aloud in the exam hall. Flipping further. Whoa. Microeconomics. Qing Mashuan is the test-setting committee out of their minds. Can't they check the target audience before setting the questions? We're in the first semester of freshman year, and you're throwing second semester material at us. No choice but to resort to the ultimate secret technique, Zhuangshuan's art of blind guessing. And so after finishing the first exam, Qing Mashuan became completely dazed, her eyes vacant. Well, you ask why she's still eating. Don't you know about a foodie's muscle memory? People need food just like iron needs steel. Skip one meal, and you'll feel faint. Even if the exam went poorly, one still has to eat. All Qing Mashuan could think about was her wager with Su Bingbing. It looked like another day of being toyed with. Chuanchuan elective courses also have exams. Do you know which elective you signed up for? Su Bingbing kindly reminded the listless Qing Mashuan. Elective E. Qing Mashuan's face was full of confusion. I don't even know what elective I chose. When she enrolled, she had simply picked a random elective course. Now after a whole semester she hadn't attended a single class and didn't even know what she had signed up for. Qing Mashuan pulled out her phone. Let me check. The moment she looked, it was a shock. Her face filled with disbelief, and the next second she burst out wailing. Which bastard signed me up for basketball? Ta! When Su Bingbing heard what Qing Mashuan's elective was, she burst into laughter. Chuanchuan, are you even as tall as the basketball hoop? Ha ha. Su Bingbing was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, still teasing Qing Mashuan. A bit flustered, Qing Mashuan summoned her external cheat system. Give me back my strength. I need to take the exam. No, the system's voice was extremely languid. But there's a skill if you want it. Listening to Su Bingbing's laughter only made Qing Mashuan angrier. She was determined to wipe that smirk off Sister Bingbing's face, and without a second thought she agreed, "I'll take it." Deducting 200 mission points from the host, obtaining the skill ball game's deadly accuracy. The system left the latter half unsaid. Friendly tip: this skill is initially a show-off skill in the system shop. With the skill in hand, Qing Mashuan suddenly gained confidence. She clenched her little fists full of spirit. They'll definitely pass this elective. Chuanchuan, are you ready for the elective exam today? Su Bingbing asked with a gentle smile, yet there was a hint of smugness in her expression. Qing Mashuan, hearing Su Bingbing's call, groggily poked her head out from under the covers and replied, "Got it." She began to get out of bed at a leisurely pace. So slow, like a tenfold slow-motion replay. After a full half-hour spent putting on clothes, she finally managed to rise. Dear students, today's exam is spot shooting. Each of you has 10 shots, 6 for a pass, 8 for excellence, and 10 for a perfect score. Please prepare yourselves. I will call you up by your student numbers. A man in a short-sleeved shirt and black shorts stood addressing a group of students. Qing Mashuan stood at the very front, awkward enough to almost dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment. She wore a blue short-sleeved top and light blue sweatpants, which combined with her strikingly tall stature made her stand out conspicuously in the crowd. Not. The other students averaged over 1.8 meters in height. She was a story hard to tell. Hardly anyone could spot such a tiny little sprout among the crowd. Qing Mashuan, it's your turn. The examiner called out the name, an unfamiliar one that left everyone puzzled. This group generally knew each other, but none had heard of Qing Mashuan, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. Just then a little blue figure emerged from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. While her height was certainly attention-grabbing. Holding a basketball, Qing Mashuan stood before the hoop, looking exceptionally tiny, like a living doll. Isn't that the streamer? Someone suddenly recognized her, stirring up the crowd. It really does look like her. Why is she here taking a basketball exam? Why can't she take basketball? She can take whatever she wants. I'm not saying she can't, but with that height. The boy's face was a picture of awkwardness as he spoke. Clutching the basketball, Qing Mashuan stood surrounded by the crowd, but feeling an odd emptiness on the court, momentarily bashful. Qing Mashuan, shoot already. The examiner's urging snapped her back to reality. Oh, okay. She responded, holding the ball and assuming a shooting stance. The entire venue fell silent, and many students even raised their phones. Qing Mashuan thought, system, this skill guarantees a perfect hit, right? To be safe, she specifically asked the system before shooting. Rest assured, I guarantee with my system integrity that it's 100% accurate. Hearing the system's assurance, Qing Mashuan no longer worried and simply raised her hand to shoot. A gasp. Never had anyone seen such a shooting form. No, that was more like a toss. She lifted the basketball above her head and extended it backward. Her slender white arms suddenly exerted force, and amidst the crowd's stifled laughter the ball traced a graceful arc before landing precisely in the hoop. The crowd looked at the ball on the ground, then at Qing Mashuan. Their movements synchronized, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief. Qing Mashuan raised an eyebrow, picked up another ball, and tossed it into the hoop with the same motion. Her expression eased from initial nervousness to gradual relaxation. But the onlookers were at a loss for words. Among them, a student who had played basketball for 10 years watched Qing Maoxuan hit shots with perfect accuracy using a completely unorthodox form, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Luck, it had to be luck. Many harbored that thought. A smile played on Qing Maoxuan's lips as she continued her shooting motion. The third shot went in. The fourth followed. All 10 shots found their mark. Qing Maoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was still hope for first place in the grade. Qing Maoxuan and Su Bingbing walked side by side on the way home. Qing Maoxuan stretched languidly, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm finally done with exams. After a week of intense exam period, tension liberation was finally at hand. Fortunately, the later subjects didn't encounter any absurd question-setting teams. It seemed very promising to secure the top spot in the grade this time. Qing Maoxuan mused inwardly, also pondering how to tease Su Bingbing. Bingbing, when will the results be out? She asked, staring at the empty grade database on the computer, somewhat bewildered. Su Bingbing approached, understood at a glance upon seeing the monitor, and tapped Qing Maoxuan on the head. Do you think the examiners are rockets? How could results come out right after the exams? Qing Maoxuan rubbed her head, looking at Su Bingbing with an innocent expression. It's my first time taking university finals. I didn't know. Results usually come out in 1 to 2 weeks. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Bingbing narrowed her eyes. You wouldn't be. Qing Maoxuan swallowed nervously. Could it be that Bingbing had discovered she might not get first place? You wouldn't have done poorly, would you? No, I did great. Qing Maoxuan lied without a hint of embarrassment. So what if she couldn't solve 2 questions? She didn't believe anyone could get a perfect score. Qing Maoxuan sighed while packing her luggage. Bingbing, it's such a shame we won't see each other for 2 months after this. I'm really going to miss you. Hearing this, Bingbing's lips curled into a faint, barely noticeable smile. Why don't we stay 1 more day and strengthen our bond? Qing Maoxuan, fully alert, sensed the danger in those words, but she had to admit it felt quite good. Staying 1 more day it was. Fortunately, they didn't indulge for long. Since it was afternoon, after dinner they fell asleep around 10 in the evening. The next morning they packed their luggage and stood at the entrance of the neighborhood for a final farewell. Bingbing, I'll miss you, boo-hoo. Come on, stop being so mushy. Look at you crying. All thunder, no rain. Su Bingbing looked at Qing Maoxuan's act with disgust. Realizing she had been caught, Qing Maoxuan dropped the fake crying and pouted pitifully. I really hate to leave you. Su Bingbing's disgust deepened. It's just summer break. Why act like it's a farewell forever? As they chatted, 2 black business Rolls-Royces pulled up in front of the neighborhood. From each car stepped a man in expensive black suits, tall and handsome, exuding an air of a domineering CEO. Qing Maoxuan shattered the image the moment he spoke, bursting out in a northeastern dialect. Little sis, big bro, missed you so much. Come give me a hug. The sheer buffoonery made Qing Maoxuan cringe. She gritted her teeth at him. Second brother, can you act normal in public? Do you want everyone to know how ridiculous you are? Qing Maoxuan immediately put on a pitiful act, clinging to their eldest brother. Big bro, look at little sis. She's talking to me like this, and you won't even say anything. Qing Maoxuan looked at him with undisguised disdain, and then Qing Maoxuan ended up with a black eye. Hello, Miss Su. Unfazed by the earlier atmosphere, Qing Maoxuan greeted Su Bingbing politely once he noticed her. Su Bingbing returned a courteous smile, thinking, this is my future brother-in-law. I have to be polite. By the way, Bingbing, would you like to stay at my place for a couple of days? Qing Maoxuan's eyes sparkled with undisguised anticipation. Su Bingbing smiled, gently patting Qing Maoxuan's head. I need to go home and take care of some things these days. They'll come see you in a few days. Qing Maoxuan's eyes dimmed slightly. All right then. They'll be waiting for you at home. You must come. After returning home, Qing Maoxuan sank into a state of utter laziness. Cradling a can of cola in her left hand and a bag of chips in her right, she flopped onto the sofa, leisurely binge-watching shows. Oh, I recall someone once declared repeatedly that during summer break, they would practice martial arts to defeat Su Bingbing. Why are you so relaxed now? The system suddenly popped up to tease her. This remark nearly made Qing Maoxuan jump, a look of sudden realization dawning on her face. That's right, I need to practice martial arts. In the future, I want to be the dominant one. The image of a little girl pinning down an ice-cold super beauty 30 centimeters taller than her. Just thinking about it was thrilling. With that thought, Qing Maoxuan directly activated her summoning technique. Dad. Wishful thinking. How could old Master Qing, such a busy man, possibly? Coming, what do you need me for it? Qing Yutong said, slipping on his shoes as he walked into the living room. Dad, I want to learn martial arts. Qing Maoxuan blinked, her big watery eyes seeking her father's approval. Caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, a smile spread across Qing Yutong's slightly weathered face, but he quickly put on a stern expression. Weren't you the provincial Sanda champion before? Why do you need to learn martial arts now? Dad, I know. Qing Moshuan hesitated, staring at her own body repeatedly, her mind racing to find a way to explain that she was now truly a little girl who could easily be knocked over. Old Master Qing, seeing his daughter's hesitant expression, had already guessed the situation. "Sweetie, you didn't lose your strength along with your transformation, did you?" Qing Moshuan nodded, her face full of despair. "I can't even beat an elementary school student now." This was a statement of fact. Qing Yutong's face shifted back to that of a kindly, smiling, middle-aged man. "Sweetie, go ahead and practice. Just don't get into fights this time." But in his heart, he was thinking something else. "My daughter has become so weak. How will she protect herself in the future? No, she must train." With a sudden movement, "Sweetie, what do you think of this?" Qing Yutong pointed at a towering building before them, asking Qing Moshuan, whom he was holding by the hand, with a beaming smile. Qing Moshuan looked up at the skyscraper and twitched the corner of her mouth, not because of the building's height, but because of the massive logo hanging on its facade. "MMA. Dad, are you trying to get me killed?" Qing Moshuan shot her father a dagger-like glare. Old Master Qing put on an innocent expression. "I just wanted to give you the best environment. This place is pretty good. Good, my foot. First, look at my height. 1.45 meters. I'm about the same height as a punching bag. Sending me here, do you want them to use me as a practice dummy? Besides, have I ever learned mixed martial arts? I'm telling you, I can't even beat the janitor here. I really. Forget it, you're my dad, so I want curse." Qing Moshuan let loose a torrent of complaints at her father. She just wanted to learn some martial arts and be the dominant one, but her old man was utterly unreliable. The more Qing Moshuan thought about it, the angrier she got. "Just you wait, I'm going to tell Mom." "No, don't tell your mother. Dad will take you to learn martial arts now, okay? Hey, don't go, the car is over there. You're going the wrong way. Hey, that's great, you fell into the ditch." Old Master Qing watched the direction Qing Moshuan was heading, her absent-minded gait and the drainage ditch in her path. The more he spoke, the more he wanted to laugh. Finally, when Qing Moshuan fell into the ditch, he burst out laughing. Qing Moshuan struggled to climb out of the muddy drainage ditch. Her creamy white tracksuit and blue hair were covered in blackened sludge. Looking at her filthy self, she felt more and more wronged. She knelt there, crying her heart out. Stop howling. My ears hurt." Seeing his daughter cry, Qing Yutong's laughter instantly ceased. He hurriedly took off his suit jacket, draped it over Qing Moshuan, picked her up, and ran straight to the car. Half an hour later, "Sweetie, Dad was wrong. Can you stop crying?" Qing Yutong's ears could no longer endure his daughter's sobs. It felt like he was taking care of a baby again. After crying for half an hour, Qing Moshuan felt she had cried enough and sniffled for a while longer. Only then did the old man feel relieved and instruct the driver to head home. On the way, he kept pleading, "Sweetie, Dad will give you some more shares. Just don't tell your mother when we get home, okay?" Qing Moshuan hung her head in disappointment and didn't reply. The old man thought she had agreed. But who would have thought that as soon as the little girl got home, she started wailing, "Mom, Dad bullied me. He wanted to send me to MMA to be a punching bag." Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Veins bulged on her forehead. From somewhere she produced a frying pan. "Qing Yutong, if you dare to send my daughter to be a punching bag, I'll flatten you into a pancake today." "Wife, hey, no. Listen to me, Oh. Wife, just listen to my explanation." "Oh." Qing Yutong screamed and backed away, the pain from the frying pan's direct hits on his body excruciatingly real. Qing Imo watched her mother scolding her father for a while, feeling utterly bored. Forget it, he'll go find second brother. Her main reason was that Qing Imo Yun's naturally goofy personality could dispel her unhappiness for the entire day. With a whoosh, Qing Imo breezed through the Feiyun group unimpeded. This was all thanks to her troublesome second brother, who had plastered Qing Imo photo in every office and emphasized to every department head, "Make sure everyone who joins sees this person. This is my sister. When she comes to the company to find me, she has free passage. No one is to stop her. Second brother, I'm here." Qing Imo pushed open the office door with a beaming face, then quietly closed it again. The scene inside the office just now left her feeling dazed, momentarily unable to react. Qing Imo blushed. No way, is this really something I should be seeing? I have to open the door and take another look." Unable to resist her curiosity, she cautiously pushed the office door ajar, her dark eyes peering at what was happening inside. This time she saw clearly. Holy crap. Second brother was kissing a beautiful woman. From Qing Imo angle, a woman in a black dress, with a figure that was top tier from the back, was leaning over a man sitting in the presidential chair. Oh my God! Losing her balance while peeking through the crack, Qing Imo fell straight into the office with a loud thud. This sudden commotion startled the kissing couple, who instantly sprang apart. Qing Imo was too embarrassed to lift her head until the man tentatively called out, "Xian." "Wait, isn't that Big Brother's voice?" She looked up and met the man in the presidential chair's gaze. "Big Brother, why are you in second brother's office?" Nothing much, just came to flaunt my romance with your second brother, sharing my and your sister-in-law's love story. As he spoke, Qing Mo Chen's lips curled into a smile, his gaze occasionally flicking toward Gu Qingqing beside him. You two are such dogs. If she hadn't missed anything, the only single person left in the family was Qing Mo Yun. By the way, Xian, did you come for something? Qing Mo Chun deftly changed the subject, noticing Gu Qingqing's cheeks reddening, probably shy from being caught kissing. Mentioning why she came to find second brother made Qing Mo Xian angry. It's all the old man's fault. I told him I wanted to learn martial arts, and he wanted to send me to MMA. What? Did I hear that right? Huh. The old man is truly wicked. Qing Mo Yun, who had just arrived at the door, overheard his little sister and burst in to tease her. Gu Qingqing's face was nearly cramping from holding back laughter, and even the usually stoic Qing Mo Chun was half covering his mouth, roaring with laughter. Can you all shut up and stop laughing? I'm telling you very seriously now, I need to learn martial arts to ensure my own safety. Otherwise, if I get kidnapped again, what do I do? Qing Mo Xian spoke earnestly, her words grave. At this, Gu Qingqing and Qing Mo Chen's smiles faded, leaving only Qing Mo Yun, who was nearly suffocating from holding back his laughter. And so, poor Qing Mo Yun took 0 points of damage. On his face, which he thought was incredibly handsome, he received 2 punches from Qing Mo Xian. Oh, a limited edition purple panda eye. But that wasn't all. Besides the physical pain that made him feel the tragedy, there was also the emotional trauma Qing Mo Xian inflicted. Qing Mo Xian dragged a stool, overstepped onto it, leaned close to Qing Mo Yun's ear, and whispered, "Second brother, you're the only single dog left in the family now. You need to work hard. Second brother, are you sure you know a martial arts master?" Inside the carriage, Qing Ma Xuan looked at her second brother with suspicion, her disbelief written all over her face. What do you mean? What's with that expression? You can question my combat prowess, but you cannot question my social skills. Qing Ma Yun patted his chest in assurance. Enough, don't even mention your social skills. If I put you in a village, you'd be right at home with the old folks at the village entrance. When it came to Qing Mo Yun's social skills, social butterfly, yes, that's what she called it. Whenever Qing Mo Yun's social butterfly nature came up, Qing Ma Xuan remembered the day he got drunk and hugged a dog at the intersection, chatting until the dog became socially withdrawn, leaving with its tail between its legs, looking utterly dejected. Qing Ma Yun, a hero, doesn't boast of past glory, was social butterfly, doesn't mention drunken antics. With a thud, second brother, are you sure this is a martial arts master? Qing Ma Xuan eyed the short, stout man, who was only half a head taller than her, filled with doubt. Before Qing Ma Yun could speak, Qin Shimao grew agitated. What do you mean? You can question my height, but you cannot question my combat prowess. As he spoke, Qin Shimao performed a backflip. His rotund body, just over 1.60 m, moved, with surprising agility, in the air. Qing Ma Yun leaned close to Qing Ma Xuan's ear and whispered, "Little sis, let me tell you, he spent some years at Shaolin Temple, then learned kickboxing and freestyle fighting. Though he's only 1.60 m, beating 10 opponents is no problem for him." Goodness, the social butterfly Qing Ma Yun had completely uncovered the man's background. In the end, Qing Ma Xuan decided to learn from this martial arts master named Qin Shimao. You ask why? She couldn't exactly go to MMA and be a punching bag, and secondly, Qin Shimao demonstrated how he could subdue Qing Ma Yun in 1 second, which left Qing Ma Xuan so thrilled, she clapped nonstop. With a thud, pushed down good, a little more effort, almost there. Qin Shimao pressed down on Qing Ma Xuan's shoulders gently. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sweat beaded on Qing Ma Xuan's forehead as she screamed in pain. I quit. I quit. Qin Shimao showed no mercy, increasing the pressure of his hands. Good, almost there, just hold on a bit longer. His strength suddenly intensified. A sigh of relief. The world fell silent. Qing Ma Xuan felt as if her legs were gone, her entire body collapsing onto the square foam mat. Get up and move your legs, then do stretching and basic martial arts moves. Qin Shimao meticulously explained each next step. But Qing Ma Xuan heard nothing, for she was busy cursing herself. What an idiot I am. Why didn't I go back to practicing the kickboxing I learned before? Why did I choose martial arts? My legs hurt. Sigh, what a sight. Splitting into a split doesn't warrant such screaming. Anyone would think a pig was being slaughtered here. The system couldn't bear Qing Ma Xuan's wails any longer. Qing Ma Xuan lay limp on the ground, utterly exhausted, yet still had the energy to retort, "Don't be so smug from your high horse. Why don't you try it? See if you can handle it. Enough. If you don't want to be the submissive one in the future, then learn seriously." Qing Ma Xuan, can't I just practice kickboxing? Why must I suffer through this martial arts nonsense? Well, kickboxing is a modern combat sport, while Chinese martial arts have a millennia-old tradition. Consider which one is better. And a reminder, martial arts include the technique of 4 ounces, deflecting 1,000 pounds, which suits you perfectly. This sentence instantly ignited Qing Ma Xuan's motivation, and she sprang up from the ground like a rocket. The idea of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds was too enticing, perfectly suited for Qing Mashuan to suppress Su Bingbing. He no more being the submissive one. Qing Mashuan the peasant turns over and sings, I am little happy Xian. After 4 days of relentless study, Qing Mo Xian had finally achieved a modicum of success. She could now do the splits. While slow progress is to be expected given her height and physique, I can't be too demanding. Qin Shimao muttered to himself, completely oblivious to the murderous glare Qing Mo Xian was casting his way. But Qing Mo Xian had no time to dwell on Qin Shimao, for today was the day the school released exam results. She was fretting over the possibility of not securing first place in her grade. She had boasted to her teacher and made a bet with Su Bingbing. If she failed, she would not only lose face, but also endure Su Bingbing's torment. Oh, is the host worried about the results? Qing Mo Xian thought. No. I don't talk nonsense. I'm just pondering something. Well, then why do I sense the host's heart is anxious about the results? Actually, don't worry. I just checked and your results are excellent. Relieved by the system's words, Qing Mo Xian did not want to become a white cat lowly. The very thought of a little girl with cat ears and silver hair was bizarre. To be safe, Qing Mo Xian pulled out her phone to check her exam scores. One glance shattered her composure. On the scoreboard, the word second before her name was glaringly prominent. Damn, who stole my first place? Qing Mo Xian was furious. She was second, so why was she cursing the first? Before she could see who the top scorer was, Su Bingbing video called her. Qing Mo Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could this be about fulfilling the bet? Qing Mo Xian nervously answered the call. As expected, Su Bingbing's teasing voice came through. Xian, the results are out. What rank did you get? Are you first in your grade? Qing Mo Xian was tense, but then thought, Su Bingbing isn't in my department. How could she possibly know my results? Emboldened by this thought, Qing Mo Xian said boldly, I'm first in my grade, Sister Bingbing. You need to keep your promise. My. Su Bingbing replied with a puzzled tone, shouldn't you be the one keeping your promise? You came second, and you still want me to do something. Her little scheme exposed. Qing Mo Xian was baffled. How did Su Bingbing know her results? Weren't scores kept within the department? Su Bingbing's next words enlightened her. Don't you remember? I'm the student council president. I can see everyone's results. Qing Mo Xian thought, oh no, I forgot about that. Just then she felt an itch on her head and reached up to scratch it. What was that? Something fuzzy and soft. It felt strange. Mission failed. The host will become a white cat lowly for 7 days. The system snickered. Hearing this, Qing Mo Xian quickly hung up the phone, her mind focused on one thing, a mirror. Sure enough, when she saw her reflection, she nearly fainted. In the mirror, the short-haired little girl was gone, replaced by a delicate doll-like lowly with silvery white hair. The difference was minimal except for the hair color and a pair of fluffy white cat ears adorned with pink inner fur like a headpiece. Just as Qing Mo Xian was about to scream, the system interrupted. Host, don't shout yet. I need to tell you, don't let anyone touch those ears or something unexpected might happen. The system's words piqued Qing Mo Xian's curiosity and she pressed, what will happen? Don't ask. Just check the messages Su Bingbing sent you on your phone. Don't change the subject. Qing Mo Xian snapped, annoyed by the half-spoken words. Anyway, I'm telling you not to let anyone touch your ears. I'm off now. Bye. The system had blatantly fled. Damn. You can't just leave me hanging like that. Can't you finish what you were saying? Hey, damn it. You're really gone. Qing Mo Xian could only vent in impotent rage. After a moment of anger, she suddenly remembered something and frantically pulled out her phone. She saw a message from Su Bingbing from 10 minutes ago. I'm in Kyoto now. They'll be at your place in about 20 minutes. Get ready to welcome me. Qing Mo Xian thought, oh no, a storm is coming. It was over. Qing Mo Xian could only think this one thought. Just moments ago she had lied to Su Bingbing, and now Su was coming, clearly seeking revenge. In 10 minutes Su Bingbing would arrive and Qing Mo Xian would inevitably suffer physical torment. But Qing Mo Xian gazed at herself in the mirror. How could she explain this appearance to Bingbing? The hair color was manageable, but these ears. How to justify them? Perhaps claim she had gotten ear implants at the hospital. Su Bingbing had once told Qing Mo Xian she adored cute things, and now Qing looked utterly adorable. Cuteness incarnate. Qing Mo Xian sank into self-admiration. Damn it. Is my cuteness the main issue? The point is Bingbing is coming. Realizing this, she reproachfully tapped her own head with a small fist. Just then an untimely phone rang. Picking it up, her pupils contracted at the caller ID. Su Bingbing. Hello, ha. Bingbing, what's up? Qing Mo Xian tried to mask her fear with a cheerful tone. It wasn't that she was afraid of Su Bingbing per se, but rather of Su's formidable tools. Qing Mo Xian thought, if I recall correctly, the black box is still in Yuqing City. Damn it. Then why should I fear her? With that thought, Qing Imo Xian unconsciously straightened her back. After all, she had practiced martial arts for several days now, surely Su Bingbing couldn't easily overpower her. Su Bingbing's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm about to arrive at Building 1 of Nanshan Villa Complex. Aren't you coming out to greet me? Oh, why didn't you tell me beforehand, so I could prepare to welcome you? I haven't even washed my hair, I can't face anyone. Qing Imo Xian feigned regret, though in truth her conspicuous ears were the real issue. If Su Bingbing saw them, she'd surely tease her endlessly. Tsk tisk, since when are you so particular? Back at school you'd sometimes go 4 or 5 days without washing your hair, Su Bingbing said, with a sarcastic tone. Hey, let's not dwell on past unwashed hair. He'll come get you now. Will wait for you, darling. Qing Imo Xian shuddered at the affectionate tone in Su Bingbing's voice as she hung up. Ew, why does Bingbing's coquettish tone sound so eerie? With no other choice, she grabbed an old baseball cap and put it on. It covered half her head, making her look like a lunatic wearing a manhole cover. Whoosh. Hey Xian, why are you wearing such a huge baseball cap? Su Bingbing almost burst out laughing as she saw Qing Imo Xian approaching from a distance. Oh well. Qing Imo Xian stammered, unable to produce a coherent explanation, which only piqued Su Bingbing's curiosity. She reached over and removed the cap directly. A chill ran over Qing Imo Xian's head, and she thought, oh no. Hastily she tried to cover the furry ears on her head with her hands, but as she touched them her body felt increasingly soft and weak. This sensation was all too familiar. Su Bingbing's eyes lit up at the sight of Qing Imo Xian's white hair, barely containing her excitement. Wow. Xian, your silver white dyed hair is so adorable. Hee, it's nice, Qing Imo Xian awkwardly agreed, desperately trying to shield her delicate pink ears with her hands. Bingbing, please give me back the cap. My parents don't allow me to dye my hair, I did it behind their backs. With no other option, Qing Imo Xian invoked her parents, hoping Su Bingbing wouldn't notice the ears on her head. Oh, by the way, Su Bingbing suddenly recalled the main matter, though not particularly important. Would you like to go on a trip in a few days? Su Bingbing's face bore a pleading expression that clearly conveyed if you don't come there'll be consequences, making Qing Imo Xian's hair stand on end. She quickly agreed. Bingbing, let's go in a few days. I need to practice martial arts these days. As she spoke, Qing Imo Xian performed a full split for Su Bingbing, the only move she had mastered. Su Bingbing watched the split with a thoughtful nod, a full split that was promising. Announcement: apologies, too tired today, with frostbitten fingers aching to type, so only this chapter for now. If time permits tomorrow, I'll write more. Please understand. At the entrance of the villa, Bai Ting, who was sunbathing and sipping tea on the second-floor balcony, watched as Su Bingbing and Qing Imo Xian approached from the courtyard gate, their intimate gestures leaving her deep in thought. Standing at the door, Su Bingbing asked, Xian, is there anyone else at home besides you? This was a precaution to avoid being overheard by family members. Qing Imo Xian recalled, my dad and my 2 older brothers are at the company, and my mom might be playing mahjong with her girlfriends. I haven't seen them all morning. Hearing this, Su Bingbing's lips curled into a sinister smile, her expression both eerie and seductive, startling Qing Imo Xian. Leaning close to her ear, Su Bingbing whispered, Xian, since you didn't get first place this time, shouldn't you fulfill the promise you made to me before the exam? Feeling the warm breath from Su Bingbing's whisper, Qing Imo Xian's face instantly flushed. Was it about to begin? Was it really about to begin? But it wasn't. Just as Su Bingbing was about to make her next move, Bai Ting opened the door with a beaming smile. Su Bingbing immediately stepped back, her face mirroring Bai Ting's pleasant expression. Su Bingbing's fluid movements left Qing Imo Xian utterly astonished. How could she recover so quickly? What about her blushing face? Bai Ting feigned surprise. Oh, isn't this little Bingbing? What brings you here? Hello, Aunt Qing. I'm here to see Xian. Su Bingbing replied, politely mindful of respect for her future mother-in-law. Oh, then you two go inside. My girlfriends are calling me for mahjong, so I won't keep you company, Bai Ting said, then instructed Qing Imo Xian, have fun at home. I'm off to play mahjong. Bye-bye. She completely ignored Qing Imo Xian's flushed face. Before leaving, Bai Ting shot Su Bingbing a knowing glance, and Su Bingbing instantly understood. Oh, she could now go all out. Qing Imo Xian thought, what? I thought you came to save me, but you're just setting the stage. Ahem. Su Bingbing cleared her throat after Bai Ting had gone. So shall we get to what we need to do? Bingbing, yeah, I don't have those things at home, so I can't fulfill the promise, Qing Imo Xian said with a hint of glee, oblivious to the unfathomable depth in Su Bingbing's smile. The next second, Su Bingbing's words left Qing Imo Xian frozen solid. Sorry to disappoint, but I bought some new toys on the way here. Come on, let's try them out. Su Bingbing's tone was flat as she pulled out a black bag from somewhere. Qing Imo Xian stared at the bag, utterly petrified. Su Bingbing shook the bag. Look, all new things your sister just bought. We've never played with these before. No, I can't keep being dominated. I need to assert my sovereignty. I want to be on top. I want to be the attacker. Qing Mo Xian mentally fortified herself with a dose of toxic inspiration. Relying on her recent martial arts training, she assumed she could overpower Su Bingbing, who was just an ordinary person. Raising an eyebrow, she challenged, Bingbing, Jia, I must decline. In breaking the promise. Hearing this, Su Bingbing's smile only widened. Oh, did I hear that right? You said you're breaking the promise. It seems I still need to teach you how to be a girlfriend. Her smile grew more sinister, but Qing Mo Xian stood her ground. Come on, today I'll show you who the boyfriend is. Who's the attacker? 2 seconds later. Hey Bingbing Jia, I'm sorry. Can you let go of my leg first? Qing Mo Xian found herself dangling upside down by her leg. Su Bingbing taunted. What happened to all that courage earlier? The one who was so adamant about breaking the promise. Why the sudden loss of spirit? Qing Mo Xian was on the verge of tears. Bingbing Jia, I'm wrong. Please let me go. My mind just blanked, and I was rambling nonsense. Pretend I said it while drunk. Stop it. All right. It's all torn to shreds. Su Bingbing carried Qing Mo Xian into the living room with one hand, effortlessly shredding her silk clothes into fringe strips, leaving only a shred of dignity, while sparing no expense. Qing Mo Xian's face was bright red, whether from embarrassment or the rush of blood from hanging upside down. Alas, doomed again, suffering once more. The system shook its head. Alas, this fool. A newbie challenging the top player of the entire server. It's a free win. Looks like there's another good show coming. Qing Moxuan was stripped clean by Su Bingbing and thrown onto the sofa, but she kept her hat firmly on her head. Su Bingbing turned around to pick up the clothes scattered all over the floor. Sister Bingbing, is this really necessary? What grudge is so deep that you'd strip me down while holding me with one hand? Qing Moxuan grabbed a cushion and placed it in front of herself, casually tossing out a phrase in northeastern dialect. This made Su Bingbing, who was picking up clothes, immediately turn around and pounce on Qing Moxuan, saying with a smile, I've been holding back for days, just waiting for the results to come out, so I could have some fun with you. Then, can we go to the room? Here. Doesn't seem quite right. Staring at Su Bingbing's breathtakingly beautiful face, so close to her own, Qing Moxuan's speech became stammered. Su Bingbing smiled and said, all right, whatever you say. Lead the way, let me see your room. Suddenly Qing Moxuan lifted her head, sharply thinking of her wall full of figurines that would surely earn a scolding from her mother. What would happen if Sister Bingbing saw those figurines? Would she think she was weird? But if they didn't go to the room and stayed in the living room? What if her family came home and saw them? This left Qing Moxuan in a state of anxiety. Qing Moxuan thought, forget it, I'll go to the room. It's just a bunch of figurines, I can make up an excuse to brush it off. Swish. Wah. Qing Moxuan stared blankly at the empty shelf. Where were her hundreds of figurines? Damn, she had spent a huge amount of time and money to collect the complete set. How could it be gone? Shouldn't you be worrying about something else right now? Su Bingbing tossed the black bag onto the bed and began to scrutinize the decor of Qing Moxuan's room. Xuanxuan, why is that room so pink, but this one looks so plain? The room had an empty shelf. Please ignore the 7 wardrobes which were filled with love from her brothers and parents. What second brother and grandpa gave wasn't love, it was an eyesore. Su Bingbing stopped examining the room and instead started taking out items from the black bag one by one, arranging them. Qing Moxuan, still lost in thought about where her figurines had gone, was completely unaware of Su Bingbing's actions. It wasn't until Su Bingbing ambushed her from behind that Qing Moxuan nearly screamed in fright. The scene shifted. Qing Moxuan savored the pleasant sensation. Her hat had fallen to the ground at some point. As Su Bingbing looked up, she caught sight of the fluffy little ears on top of Qing Moxuan's head. Unable to resist teasing, she said, Xuanxuan, the ear decorations on your hat are really pretty. Where did you buy them? They look so real. As she spoke, Su Bingbing reached out and touched them. At that touch, Qing Moxuan felt as though something was sweeping through her body instantly, leaving her weak and limp. Wow, so soft. Xuanxuan, the texture of these decorative ears is amazing. The fluffy feel made Su Bingbing rub them a few more times. Oh, Qing Moxuan was in for a rough time. On the contrary, as Su Bingbing stroked those tender pink ears, Qing Moxuan's body grew increasingly limp. Oh ho, host, you still couldn't protect your ears. Now let me tell you, your ears are very sensitive. The system chimed in at the perfect moment. Qing Moxuan thought, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Damn it. Well, I wanted to give you a sense of mystery, so you'd be more protective of your ears. I didn't expect someone to discover them so quickly. Huh. Xuanxuan, I haven't even done anything yet, so how did you end up like this? Su Bingbing stopped touching her ears and looked at Qing Moxuan, who was lying limply on the bed, a hint of confusion in her heart. Su Bingbing thought, I haven't even started yet, so how did she get like this? Forget it, never mind. Let me just proceed with my plan. Su Bingbing's fingertips gently traced Qing Imo Xian's skin, so tender it seemed ready to glisten with dew. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I truly adore this skin." Yet with a shift in tone, Su Bingbing chuckled slyly. "You're already mine, so why should I envy this skin?" Qing Imo Xian shyly turned her face away, letting out a soft hum through her nose. In her heart, she thought, "It seems I'm still not strong enough. I can't defeat Su Bingbing. I must continue learning, striving to overpower her." Su Bingbing used all the items she had just bought before finally stopping. Su Bingbing stood up and dressed herself, smacking her lips with a hint of lingering desire, for the milky fragrance on Qing Imo Xian was truly intoxicating. Qing Imo Xian sat with a worried expression, hugging her knees and curling up on the sofa, utterly perplexed as to why the system had endowed her ears with such a peculiar sensitivity. Qing Imo Xian, damn system. Come out here. What's the matter? Qing Imo Xian, explain to me why I feel that way when Sister Bingbing touches my ears. Oh, that. Don't ask me. You'll have to take it up with headquarters. I'm just a minion. Qing Imo Xian, headquarters, always headquarters, damn it. Where is your headquarters? They'll tear it apart. Must you be so violent? You're a cute little loli now, be more refined. Besides, with such lovely ears, what's wrong with adding a little extra sensitivity? Qing Imo Xian. Oh, you're so noble, so superior. If you like it, why don't you take it? Farewell, I'm off to recharge. He lightning escape. Helpless Qing Imo Xian pouted and sulked alone, occasionally cursing the system under her breath. Xian, do you want to go on a trip with me tomorrow? Su Bingbing asked, holding her phone and gazing at the exquisite images on the screen. How about watching this Iron Flower performance? Qing Imo Xian scoffed. What's so great about Iron Flower performances? It's just. Before she could finish, she was captivated by the dazzling display on the phone and quickly changed her tune. Let's go tomorrow. Xian, where are you off to? Take your second brother along. Qing Imo Yuan's carefree voice drifted in from outside the villa's door. Soon after he appeared, a suit covered in grass clippings and wild weeds, with a few blades of grass sticking out of his hair. "Huh. Second brother, did you go on a field expedition?" "Ha ha ha." Qing Imo Xian laughed uncontrollably, slapping the sofa. Hearing this, Qing Imo Yuan's smile instantly turned to irritation. Enough. You're a young lady. What's with the vulgar talk? And why are you wearing a hat indoors? I just took a tumble on the lawn. Qing Imo Xian ignored the latter part of his remark and only laughed louder. "Huh. Classic move, second brother. A flat fall. Truly impressive, ha." Su Bingbing sat upright nearby, watching the siblings' interaction with a polite smile, mindful of her manners before her brother-in-law. Ahem. Qing Imo Yuan cleared his throat to steady the uproarious scene. "By the way, Xian, where did you say you were going?" After several deep breaths, Qing Imo Xian finally managed to suppress her laughter. "We're going to watch the Iron Flower performance, and you're not coming." Qing Imo Yuan felt a stab of betrayal. His heart ached terribly. Clutching his chest with a look of utter grievance, he pleaded, "Little sis, is this how you treat your brother? Rejecting me so bluntly?" "Yes, Bingbing and I are going together." "What would you do there?" "Via backdrop." As she spoke, Qing Imo Xian crawled across the sofa and settled onto Su Bingbing's lap. Su Bingbing didn't stop her, though she found the hat a bit obstructive. Qing Imo Xian sitting on Su Bingbing's lap. Somehow the scene oddly resembled a mother with her child. Qing Imo Xian had initially wanted to say third wheel, but reconsidered, since her second brother was the only single one in the family. Alas, how tragic. "Qing Imo Yuan, you needn't be so tactful. If you'd said it outright, I wouldn't feel as hurt. But having to figure it out myself, that's torturous. System, oh ho. Another backstab for the poor single dog. Watching the drama is such fun. Announcement: apologies for the late class today. Thank you for your patience. Bingbing, I've got it all planned out. About 15 days of full self-driving trip." Qing Imo Xian cheerfully reported her plan to Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing gazed at her with boundless affection, a doting smile on her face. "All right, whatever you say. Great, then I'll get ready. Tomorrow, well, take the RV and hit the road." Qing Imo Xian could already envision the two of them leisurely cruising in the RV, taking in the magnificent landscapes of Hua country. How delightful that would be. But Su Bingbing's next words nearly turned her to stone. Xuan, do you even have a driver's license?" "Well, even if you do, it probably wouldn't help much, since..." She trailed off, leaving the words, "You're too short," unsaid, because Qing Imo Xian's face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. Why did everyone have to pick on her height? Still, she had to fire back. "I do have a license. I can even drive a race car." The driver's seat in an RV is higher than in a regular car. "Are you sure you're tall enough?" Su Bingbing's words instantly deflated Qing Imo Xian. Seeing her crestfallen, Su Bingbing quickly comforted her. "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll bring some poor soul to drive for us. We'll hitch a trailer to the RV, and that unlucky guy can sleep in the back." Qing Imo Xian. The next morning, bright and early, Bing Bing, the RV's ready, luggage is packed, the trailer's hitched, everything's set. We're good to go. Ching Mo Xian tried to look serious, but with her pink and white JK skirt, she came off as utterly adorable. Ahem. Su Bingbing stifled the urge to scoop her up and kiss her with a cough, then turned and dragged over the utterly resigned Su Yu from behind. And my poor soul is ready too. Su Yu? Bingbing, he's the poor soul you mentioned. Ching Mo Xian remembered the scene at the school gate with candles and roses. Ugh, that kid was bent. It's fine, he's just our driver. Isn't that right, my dear little cousin? Su Bingbing's lips curved in a smile, but it grew eerily sinister. Su Yu forced an awkward grin. Yes, I'm just a background prop. Sis Xuan, just pretend I'm he. Come on, stop dawdling. Let's go. Zoom. Hey sis, why are there Rolls Royces lining both sides of our RV? Su Yu, driving, glanced at the rearview mirror to see 2 rows of luxury cars trailing them and called out to the 2 in the cabin. Su Bingbing and Ching Mo Xian looked out. Huh. Those license plates. They looked awfully familiar. Holy crap. Ching Mo Yun. Just then Ching Mo Xian's phone rang. She picked it up casually. Hello. Xuan, darling, see us yet? We're the ones flanking your RV. Gu Qingqing's excited voice came through from the other end. Huh. Qingqing, where are you off to? Ching Mo Xian was momentarily baffled. A jumble of noises came from the phone, then the voice changed to Ching Mo Chen's deep magnetic tone. Hey little sis. Your sister-in-law and I have been swamped with work lately, so we're thinking of taking a trip. Let's go together. What? You're serious about joining us? Yeah. Where's your first stop? The Yufei Temple to slap Qin Hu's statue. Hearing Ching Mo Xian's reply, Ching Mo Chen's mouth twitched. Beside him, Gu Qingqing nearly laughed her head off. Gu Qingqing, little sis. A kindred spirit. I've always wanted to go to the Yufei Temple to slap Qin Hui too. What? Su Yu, driving up front, also caught what Ching Mo Xian said. Xuan, the Yufei Temple is nearly 1,000 kilometers from here. If I drive all the way there, I'll be dead tired. Just drive and stop with the chatter. Su Bingbing, who had been all smiles moments ago, instantly turned stern. Su Bingbing, if I don't discipline this brother for a day, he'll be tearing off the roof tiles, leave him be for 3 days, and head dare to openly steal my girlfriend. Ching Mo Xian and Ching Mo Chun didn't chat long before Gu Qingqing, Ching Mo Xian's #1 fan, snatched the phone away. Seeing this, Ching Mo Chun could only shake his head helplessly. Ching Mo Chun, I thought finding someone good for my little sis would be tough, but instead I found her diehard fan. She loves her more than me. Good heavens, how are there so many people? Ching Ma Xuan stared at the queue stretching over 100 meters ahead, utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, there are quite a lot. Shall I have someone clear the area? Ching Ma Chen nodded in agreement and offered his suggestion. Su Bingbing and Gu Qingqing nodded in approval. Su Yu, why are you lying on the ground? Isn't it dirty? Su Yu replied, try driving for 11 hours and see if your back doesn't ache, if you can even stand. 2 hours later, finally it's our turn. Come on, let me give it a couple of slaps. After standing for 2 hours, Ching Ma Xuan was on the verge of collapse before her turn arrived. She extended her delicate little hand, and then a crisp slap echoed. Oh, it hurt so much. Indeed, it was Ching Ma Xuan's scream of agony. The girl had truly struck with all her might. And then her hand went numb from the pain. Su Bingbing and Gu Qingqing rushed over almost simultaneously. Su Bingbing scooped Ching Ma Xuan into her arms, while Gu Qingqing gently caressed her small hand, and Ching Ma Chen, who had been slower, hurriedly led the way to the hospital. Tisk tisk tisk, you really went all out. You fractured your own hand from slapping that statue of Qin Hui, Su Bingbing remarked, looking at the X-ray in her hand with a mix of amazement and reproach. Ching Ma Xuan buried her face in the blanket in shame. Oh, Sister Bingbing, please don't say that. I didn't know it was solid. I meant to give it a light slap, but I put too much strength into it. Su Bingbing sighed. Could she not feel heartache for her injured little one? Given your condition, maybe you should go home and rest for a few days, she suggested, pointing at Ching Ma Xuan's hand now encased in a cast. Hey, it's just a fracture. We're going sightseeing, I don't have to drive or use my hands. Why go home? Ching Ma Xuan waved her hand dismissively. Xuan, darling, you really went overboard. What grudge did you hold to cause yourself such harm? Gu Qingqing pushed open the door, speaking with a face full of concern. Xian, do you want your brother to bring the statue of Qin Hui home so you can beat it every day, eh? Ching Ma Chen followed closely, his words dripping with classic domineering charm. Brother, that's hardly necessary. And so the 5 of them set off on their journey once more. This time they traveled in 2 RVs, one behind the other, with the rear one towing a trailer. That was for Su Yu, the only single one among them. The 5 embarked on the road to City B. However, after driving for over 10 hours, Su Yu could no longer hold on, so they found a service area to stop and rest. As dusk fell, the summer heat wave showed no sign of abating, yet inside the 2 RVs the same thing was happening. Ching Ma Xuan and Su Bingbing Sister Bingbing, be careful not to press on my hand, Qing Mashuan whispered into Su Bingbing's ear as she was pinned beneath her. Su Bingbing let out a soft laugh. MM'll be careful. Sister Bingbing, let me first take something to my brother. Wait for me a moment. Qing Mashuan quickly dressed, grabbed a small box, and rushed out of the RV in a flurry. She crouched outside the door, taking deep breaths, casting a fearful glance back before tiptoeing away. On the other side, Qing Machin and Gu Qingqing. Qing Machin had originally planned to solidify his relationship with Gu Qingqing during this trip, but for someone with an emotional intelligence of 0, he had no idea how to broach the subject. The two of them felt the atmosphere in the RV was incredibly awkward. Gu Qingqing was also quite shy. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks, and her fingers tightly clutched the hem of her dress, making her look incredibly demure. "I'll go take a shower first," Qing Machin said, breaking the awkward silence. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing's face flushed even deeper. She buried her head and hummed in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to him, while he was in the shower, Qing Mashuan arrived at their RV door with that small box. Using a key, she stealthily opened the door, lit the box, and placed it inside. When Qing Machin emerged from the shower, he saw Gu Qingqing sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed red, seemingly half-conscious. Gu Qingqing's mind was foggy. Seeing Qing Machin wearing only a bathrobe, his skin smooth and radiant with a glimpse of his robust physique through the translucent fabric, she was momentarily dazed. This was all thanks to the incense that little rascal had brought. Once lit, inhaling even a trace would overpower any willpower, making it impossible to resist. The incense was potent, or after just a few breaths Qing Machin began to feel feverish and his mind started to blur. Inside the RV, Gu Qingqing and Qing Machin found themselves embracing each other involuntarily. He pressed her down onto the soft couch, his bathrobe slipping off his robust body. A faint subtle discomfort creased Gu Qingqing's brow, and she couldn't help but let out a pained moan. Qing Mashuan was secretly gleeful as he peeked through the gap in the curtain, only to be caught red-handed by Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing smiled with a dark expression. "Xuanchuan, why did it take you so long to deliver something? I've been waiting for quite a while." Bingbing Jia. I. Seeing that the situation was about to be exposed, Qing Mashuan chose to sacrifice himself and followed Su Bingbing back to the RV. The battle between Qing Mashuan and Su Bingbing was no less intense than that of the other two. In fact, it was even more fierce. "Hiss. Bingbing, Jie, you're pressing on my arm." Qing Mashuan winced and sucked in a sharp breath as Su Bingbing accidentally leaned on her injured arm. Sorry Xuanchuan, I wasn't paying attention." The initially fierce battle quieted down considerably after Qing Mashuan's words, mainly because Su Bingbing was afraid of hurting her injured arm again. After a night of strenuous activity, Su Bingbing and Qing Mashuan gradually fell asleep around 1 a.m., while Qing Machin and Gu Qingqing didn't sleep until 3 a.m. "So you said Yam, the poor sucker. I didn't hear a thing all night. Not a single thing. Really? Platter. Sis, can you not call me next time? I've been driving for over 20 hours on this trip with you. My back is about to break." Suyu tearfully complained to Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing narrowed her eyes slightly, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Little bro, your sister is just taking you out to see the great mountains and rivers, so you won't stay cooped up at home playing video games all day." Looking at Su Bingbing's expression, Suyu instinctively shuddered. In the past, this would have definitely meant he was about to get a beating. But this time, Suyu stood his ground. "I'm not driving anymore. I want to go home." Hearing this, a flicker of something unreadable passed through Su Bingbing's eyes. Then, Suyu cried as he touched the dark circles under his eyes. It hurt. What about Qing Mashuan? She was still asleep. After another 7 hours on the road, they finally arrived at City A to experience the cultural tradition of fiery trees and silver flowers. The two RVs parked in a large parking lot. Everyone got out and began discussing where to eat. "I think we should have Sichuan food. It's delicious," Qing Mashuan said, drooling as she thought about it. She still hadn't had her fill of the spicy chicken from last time. "Cantonese food. It's lighter and spicy food causes breakouts." Gu Qingqing suggested opting for the milder cuisine. The four of them argued fiercely while Suyu couldn't get a word in and could only stand by as a silent backdrop. After a heated 10-minute discussion, they finally reached a consensus: Lu cuisine, the foremost of the 8 major culinary traditions. Lu cuisine offers a wide variety of flavors that could generally suit everyone's palate, with most dishes being savory and fresh, which most people could enjoy. "Platter. Bingbing Jia, I want to eat that," Qing Mashuan said, finding it inconvenient to use chopsticks with her left hand, so she asked Su Bingbing to help her pick up food. Then a strange scene unfolded at the dinner table. Except for Qing Mashuan, all 4 people simultaneously placed food into her bowl. Qing Mashuan stared at the mountain of food in front of her, lost in thought.